They were a great voting rights party. The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, women's vote, happened in a Democratic administration, but with Republican support. The 26th Amendment, 18-year-olds can vote, happened in the Nixon administration. But especially the Voting Rights Act, it wouldn't have happened without rock-solid Republican support. It was always reauthorized with Republican support. And so at this moment, when the act is gutted, we go to Republicans and say, all you have to do is be consistent with the history of your party and help us fix the Voting Rights Act. One, in the House, in the Senate. Where's this 150-year history of supporting voting rights? Only one. Only the senior senator from Alaska, Senator Murkowski, would join in this effort. I was so naive. I was so naive. But we're here today, and we have an opportunity. Why are we here? We know why we're here. After preclearance was struck down, there began to be an escalating avalanche of laws to make it harder for people to vote. Then we had a president who did a frontal assault on democracy itself, demeaning the democracy, attacking election officials, trying to dig up dirt on a presidential opponent from a foreign country, refusing to concede, filing meritless lawsuits, bringing about threats against election officials, violence in the Capitol, against these members, against the staffers, against Capitol Police, against our democracy. Repeated efforts in states around the country to roll back violent threats against election officials that persist even to today. That's why we're here. We are standing exactly in the same spot as that Senate stood in 1965. Disenfranchisement efforts coalesced by a galvanizing action of violence, the beating of John Lewis on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. We have an avalanche of disenfranchisement galvanized by an act of violence, the attack on this democracy, the physical attack on January 6th. The time to act is now. Let me respond quickly to some comments I've heard from colleagues this morning, particularly Senator Cornyn. You've heard again and again this theme that the bills we are attempting is a federal takeover of elections. They use that of federalizing elections, federal takeover of elections. And so here comes the history quiz part of my speech. Both Senators Durbin and Klobuchar have referred to this and read it, but I'm going to do it again. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. How many times in the Constitution can you read the phrase, at any time? The Constitution gives enormous powers to Congress in Article 1, enormous powers to the President in Article 2, powers to the judiciary in Article 3, powers to states, powers to voters. It's sort of assumed when those powers are given, they can be exercised at any time. But in one occasion only, the framers decided we really better spell out at any time. The only use of that phrase in the Constitution is to put an exclamation point, essentially, after the notion that Congress must be able to act at any time to alter or make regulations with respect to federal vote. Senator Cornyn said that 94% of people were happy after the November 2020 elections. Then why has the GOP decided to systematically weaken vote, take votes away, put obstacles in the path, kick out duly sworn election officials, and put decision-making in other people's hands? Senator Cornyn said that this was a partisan effort. Partisan? Partisan? One of the chapters of our bill is nonpartisan redistricting. That's partisan. Another part of our bill is complete transparency in all campaign contributions. How is that partisan? Go poll any Republican, Democrat, Independent populace about what they think of transparency of campaign contributions, it's overwhelmingly popular. We've made some of these changes in Virginia. Thank goodness that this bill would allow, and we just had a governor's race and turnout went up by 20% and a Republican won. Wasn't my candidate. It was good for democracy. This is not a partisan bill, even if the Republicans won't stand up for it. Finally, the Republican leader and Senator Cornyn started off with a lengthy, well, why won't you work on other stuff, like stuff about COVID, stuff about the economy? My memory's pretty good. I think we were here in March dealing with a significant bill that was about vaccinations and COVID and support for small businesses and a whole series of things, hospitals, educational aid. We were, and how many Republicans voted for that bill, the American Rescue Plan? You know, the one that was COVID and the economy? None. Yeah, why don't we pay attention to some other stuff? Well, we have been, generally with little support. I'll close and say this. Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. At any time. If not after the Supreme Court cuts the heart out of the Voting Rights Act, when? If not after an avalanche of state legislation carving back voting rights, when? If not after a violent attack unprecedented in the history of this country on the capital of the United States to disenfranchise 80 million people and disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, when? If not after subsequent big lies leading to action in state legislatures all over this country, when? We may act to protect federal elections at any time. We are here for such a time, and the time to act is now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Montana. Sorry, the senator from Montana didn't have the mic on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a committee request here. I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Without objection. And duly noted.
Mr. President, most of you know that I have a real job besides being a United States Senator. And that real job includes farming the land, which includes spending, starting in the spring, 12 to 16 hours a day on the tractor. Where you get an opportunity after you're going round and round and round to think about anything you want to think about. Before I got in this job, I used to do math problems, okay? Since I've gotten in this job, I think about this job when I'm on the tractor. And I think about the United States Senate. And I think about how over the last 15 years, this place has been incredibly dysfunctional. And I've been here 15 years. I can't speak to what it was like before that. But it's never worked since I've been here. And the reason it's never worked is because I had this idea in my head that being in the United States Senate would be a place where we could have debate, the greatest deliberative body. You ought to be able to have debate. I think I saw Senator Durbin once almost get into a debate here, maybe twice. But it just simply doesn't happen. And it doesn't happen because we're not forced to do it. Because you take the easy way out, all you have to do is put a hold on a bill, and then you can walk out. In fact, I think it was my second year here, there was a senator that put a hold on a bill and then went back to his home state. Didn't even stick around. I don't think that's what the forefathers had in mind. I think what the forefathers had in mind is to stay here and have a discussion and have a debate. And when people disagree, not be disagreeable, but try to find common ground. That doesn't happen, but rarely. And so you ask yourself, what can be done about it? And I've had the opportunity over the last 3 months to work pretty extensively with my friend Senator King and Senator Kaine and Senator Manchin and talk about ways we can move forward in a way that encourages people to come to the floor and debate. And I think there's a proposal to do exactly that. This is a carve-out today, but the truth is that there's a proposal to protect minority rights and encourage people to come here and debate. We ought to be doing that. It isn't nuking the body. It's not destroying the United States Senate. It means we get a chance to stand here in front of these cameras and challenge one another because we have to, because the rules force us to do that. Not to go home to our home state. Not to put a hold on a bill or a person and then not say a word why. Not to be able to justify why you're doing that on the floor. So I see this in a little different light than has been described by someone across the aisle. And that I don't think this is blowing the Senate up at all. I think the Senate, if the forefathers looked at the Senate today, they'd sit there and shake their heads and say, what has gone wrong? And I think what's gone wrong is we've gotten lazy. It's the truth. I mean, truthfully, the last place I want to be is on the floor of the United States Senate trying to justify my position. I mean, that's a lot of work. It takes time. It takes effort. We ought to be forcing people to do that. That's part of this debate we're having here today. And we ought to realize that there's not a single member of this body on either side of the aisle that wants to blow this place up. They might describe it that way. But the truth is, everybody knows that serves in this body that this body doesn't function as the United States Senate. It doesn't function. We don't do what we need to do. We don't empower committees. We don't make sure our chairmen are doing what they need to do, and we don't debate on the United States Senate floor anymore. And we haven't for 15 years and probably a heck of a lot longer. I happen to sit in the seat of Mike Mansfield. I don't think Mansfield would look at this and say this body works and we ought not change the rules because it works so well. I think Mike Mansfield would say, you know what, guys? We did some changes in '76. You need to take a look back. Things have changed here. We've got cameras now we didn't have in 1976. We got folks that come on the floor and raise a lot of money on this floor by talking to those cameras instead of talking to one another about what's important here, about the policies that we need to take up. So that's the first thing. I don't think we should be afraid about adjusting the filibuster to make the United States Senate work. I think it's the right thing to do. Not blowing it up, but making some adjustments to make it work. Now let's talk about voting rights for just a moment. I believe there's 19 states in the United States right now that on a pure partisan basis have changed the way votes, either access to the polls or the way votes are counted when they're done. I can't imagine anybody in here when you look at that, and it's all been done on a partisan basis by Republican legislatures. If you would look at that, you would say, boy, this is moving our democracy forward. You know, when I got in the state Senate in 1999, I worked with a very conservative Republican on the State Administrations Committee to make voting easier. We worked together. We both had the same ideas in mind, that we wanted to make voting easier in Montana, and we did it. Now, it's a different world out there, and I really don't know why. And let me give you an example. When I ran in 2018, there was a record number of votes cast in Montana, and I won. Democrat won. In 2020, there was even a larger number of votes that were cast in 2020, and a Republican won. This isn't about advantage for Democrats or advantages for Republicans. This is about making it so everybody can have their voices heard. Something's very basic to this country, by the way. We stand up here and talk on the floor about how people have sacrificed for the rights and the freedoms in this country, and one of those freedoms is the freedom to vote. And lives have been sacrificed for it, but yet we want to limit certain groups of people from voting. In Montana, for example, They've said that student IDs, college student IDs, won't work as an ID to go to the polling place. Are you kidding me? I mean, first of all, what kind of message are you sending to the young people that are going to be running this show, and probably a heck of a lot better than we are in just a few years? You're saying your voice doesn't count. You want to talk about disenfranchising? This is crazy. It doesn't make any sense. And I know it's really hard for me to think, how do you justify saying this is a good thing to have happen? Voter registration, okay? Now, we're in this job. We all do this every day. Think about it every day. And so voter registration is probably no big deal to us. But to working people that have to pay the bills, having to take a half a day off of work to be able to go register when you can't do it on election day, that's a big deal. And we all stand up here and we always say, well, you know, we're for working families. They're the heartbeat of this country, and they are. But the truth is, what message are we sending to them when we say, no, you know what, no more same-day voter registration, which, by the way, in Montana, it was a vote of the people that the legislature a year ago right now repealed a vote of the people on same-day registration. So what message are we sending to those folks? My good friend Raphael Warnock, Senator Warnock, talks about standing in line for 8 or 10 hours to vote. And first of all, I don't know that I have the will to stand in line personally for 8 or 10 hours to vote. I complain when they moved the polling place 3 miles from my house to 15 miles from my house. But to stand in line for 8 to 10 hours, I mean, that's a commitment to vote. And now we're going to make it tougher? And we're going to make it so that when there were good Samaritans out there that were handing out water and maybe some soda crackers, we're going to say, no, that's illegal and punish them, breaking the law, punishment by God knows what, fine, jail, I don't know. What is it? Felony. It's a felony. Well, this is crazy, guys. So we shouldn't be acting like the stuff that's going on in this country right now and has been going on mainly for the last year. And my fellow senators have talked about why it's the case. We shouldn't act like it's no big deal. It's a huge deal. If we disenfranchise voters in this country, our democracy is on a slide away from democracy. And as my friend Angus King has said many times on this floor, democracies are the exception, they're not the rule in history. They've happened rarely. And they happen because people understand the sacrifices it takes. We have sacrifices we need to make in this body. And part of it is we need to ensure everybody has equal access to the polls so that they can vote. It's fundamental to our democracy. That's why we're all sitting here today. If it wasn't fundamental to our democracy, you know what? I'd be doing something else. I'd be in my office working on papers or something like that. Who knows? But the truth is, this is fundamental to our democracy. And we can try to, move the conversation and say, why aren't we talking about the economy? Senator Kaine said it very, very well. We've dealt with economic issues. We need to continue to deal with economic issues. We've dealt with supply chain issues with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We need to continue to work with supply chain issues as we move forward, and we will. But I will tell you, if we disenfranchise enough folks from the polls, we won't have a democracy to talk about anything, because it's fundamental to our democracy. I would just encourage everybody to take a look at the bill that's presented today, the two bills, and look at it. Don't talk about the one that was presented in 2018 or 2019. We can all do that. That distracts from what's really going on. Look at the bill and ask yourself, is this really a federal takeover of elections? It absolutely is not. It's about making it so people can go to the polls and make their voices heard and feel like they're making a difference in the country by voting for the candidates that they want, or in some cases, voting against the candidates they don't like. And as far as the filibuster goes, times change, things change, and one of the things that's changed in this body is we don't debate anymore. I'm for anything that will get people to the floor, so we can debate the issues that are so important to the future of this country. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had an opportunity to listen closely to my friend, Senator Kaine, who asked the important question about voting rights, about when are we going to act? And that is a question. That is something that we, each of us, need to ask ourselves, is when. But I think we also need to keep in mind the how we act, because I think how we act is important. Because I think we recognize when we act unilaterally as a party on issues that are of great weight and great political debate in this country, that solutions to these difficult problems come best when we are able to be working together. And I know that we are very fractured in this body, and it has made it hard. But hard does not mean it is impossible. It's only impossible if we give up and we say it can't be done. To my friend from Montana, and I appreciate the common sense words of a man of the earth, a good farmer. Amen to what you said about this body and our dysfunctionality. We are not the same Senate that I came to close to 20 years ago. I beat you by about 5 years, 6 years. We're not that same body. We are not operating in the manner with which I think we really were designed to be, that tempering body, that deliberative body. We're supposed to be the world's greatest deliberative body, and we don't demonstrate that on any single day out there. But I question whether or not changing the rules actually works to change the attitude, because that's what I think we've got going on here. The rules have been in place for a long while. It's just how we have chosen to utilize them to our advantage and to the disadvantage of the other side. And that's unfortunate. And I don't know how. It's much easier, I think, to change the rules than it is to change attitude. It is much easier to try to do things alone than to try to build consensus. Just ask any one of the 10 of us that worked tirelessly last year to advance a bipartisan infrastructure bill. There were so many points along the way where any one of us or any half of the group could have said, we're done, this is just too hard, we're never going to make progress. But just because it's hard doesn't mean it's impossible. The senator from Montana urged us all to read this measure before us, the Freedom to Vote, the John R. Lewis Act, now pending before the Senate. It is a few new things that have been added in, but much of it is what we saw previously with the Freedom to Vote Act. I voted against that motion for cloture when it came before us because I looked at that as being a bill that was overly prescriptive. In my view, it really did work towards nationalizing elections. I come from a state where things are just a little bit different there. You hear me talk about it all the time. Part of it is dictated by the geography. Part of it is dictated by an indigenous population where the language that is on the ballot doesn't align with what they speak at home and how we address matters like that. What has happened with this measure in front of us is it has been combined with the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which I have worked on in good faith with good colleagues who I respect enormously. And I appreciate that we've been able to sit down. In fairness, much of the good work goes to our respective staffs who sat down and said, all right, can we do a little bit over here? What do we need to do over here? And we've made some progress. We made enough progress that I was certainly willing to vote to advance debate here on the Senate floor on that measure. I recognize that not everybody sees the value and the benefits of preclearance. I recognize what the courts did in Shelby, but I also heard, as Senator Kaine said, the courts saying, all right, legislative branch, do something about it now. And so I've been willing to be part of that discussion, not only this Congress, but in previous Congresses where I've joined with Chairman Leahy to try to advance that conversation. We haven't been as successful as I would have liked, but I certainly think we made good progress with the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill. We had a substitute. As I look through this bill, it looks like much of that substitute has been incorporated, including the Native American Voting Rights Act, which I've worked hard on in the Indian Affairs Committee with Chairman Schatz to try to make that as robust as we possibly can. And I've done all this because I do believe that this Senate should pass a reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. But I also believe that it must be a bipartisan effort. It has been 16 years since we last addressed the Voting Rights Act. We need to do more than just talk about it. We need to ensure that the ballot is equal for all Americans and free from any discrimination. It's pretty simple for me in that regard. And that wherever you've got uncertainty, wherever you have ambiguity in the laws that govern our federal elections, we need to clarify these. We need to clarify these so that there aren't these open questions or perhaps cynical interpretations that would go with them. And so how do you do it? Because this is all hard stuff. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that. You really do have to do it coming together to try to hear the objections. And as I look at the measure that we have before us, I'm not convinced that we're there yet. I'm not convinced that we're there yet with the product that we have. I will absolutely agree that there are some good, I think there's some important provisions in the matters that we have in front of us. But what we're faced with today or later today is going to be a take it or leave it vote, and then an effort to change how we approach hard issues. Before I get into my comments in that vein, I do want to look and highlight what I think are some of the positives that we have in place, because I think of a collaborative effort, but because we've got shared observations, we've got shared views on what some of these solutions may be, and I think that these can help us in anchoring a more broadly supported bill. The measure features transparency provisions that require public notice of changes to state voting rules for federal elections. I think we're all say, yeah, this is important, this is common sense. Changes to electoral district boundaries for elections at all levels. Information about precincts and polling places for federal elections. These are things that I think there's consensus here. We've got stronger protections, necessary protections for voters during registration and voting, as well as protections for election workers, polling places, election infrastructure. The measure emphasizes the security of voting systems. I think we recognize, again, this is imperative. It has to be a priority. If we're going to thwart any malign actors out there, maintain confidence in election results, we have to have this. Important to me, it extends the bilingual election requirements of the Voting Rights Act for 5 years. It also includes the Native American Voting Rights Act, again, that we worked on in the Indian Affairs Committee to address, unfortunately, very long-standing obstacles to voting for American Indians and Alaska Natives. So there's good stuff, if you will, good measures that are contained within the bill in front of us. But they also have some negatives, and I think you've heard my colleagues detail many of them. Not only negatives within the text, but in terms of this partisan effort that we have in front of us. We've got a measure that's 753 pages long. We can move through that. We're not going to say just because it's big doesn't mean that we can't do it again. But it has come over to us as through a shell vehicle. It's now directly on the legislative calendar. You've got, again, this combination of two bills plus a few add-ons. But unfortunately, neither of these, even with my support on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, neither one of these had sufficient support to pass cloture. And since then, we haven't done anything. I shouldn't say anything, because there were a few additional provisions that were included. I don't want to dismiss that, but not much has been done to build support cooperatively in this body for the two combined measures, other than to build pressure to not change the legislation, not to modify it, not to gain compromise, but to change the rules to take it up. This is a big bill, but one of the things that we don't have contained in it that many of us have been talking about now for a period of time is we don't address the Electoral Count Act, which I think most of us would look at this and say, this is something that needs to be revised. We do not need a repeat of 2020 when, by all accounts, our last president, having lost the election, sought to change the results of that election by demanding that his vice president exploit vague statutory language that was written decades ago. We need to address this. The bill before us has some gaps, but at the same time that it has gaps, it's also pretty prescriptive in many areas. Some of the previous objections that I had made to the Freedom to Vote Act remains. I share with my colleagues, I want us to protect voting rights. I think we should all want to protect voting rights. But my concern that as we look at this measure is that it's going to make any kind of a change that states would make to their election laws for any reason extremely difficult to do without being directly challenged in court. And maybe that's the goal here, but what it does do, in my view, is deprive states of the flexibility to design and implement their own laws as the Constitution provides. And again, I look to my state for some of those very specific examples where if I have a small remote village with perhaps 100 voters, and I have a prescription in federal law that says a polling place must be open and available for a period of a week to 10 days with 2 weekends. If you're out in a village and you're living a subsistence lifestyle, Saturday and Sunday don't mean anything to you. It's when are the animals moving? When are the fish moving? Let's not put limits on our states so that they can't enhance opportunities for all voters. So federalization is not the right answer here. And again, whether we're talking voting rights or other issues, typically in my state, a one-size-fits-all approach is not the right effort. So we've got to find an appropriate balance that doesn't result in a takeover of states' ability to run their own elections, and how we are able to achieve that balance is important. So as I talk about my views on the legislation that we have before us, I'm very, very well aware that the results of this effort to push voting rights was unfortunately determined before we began this debate. We're going to come to a vote on a motion to invoke cloture. We know what's going to happen. It's going to fail due to a lack of sufficient support. And then we're going to face some kind of a vote to change the Senate's rules and weaken the legislative filibuster, which we also understand will fail. And I guess the point here is to get folks on record. And that will happen. But what have we accomplished? What have we accomplished for the people that we serve, instead of allowing us as a body to say, okay, what are we going to do to address this? We have brought cross-party relationships to yet another low, perhaps an unprecedented low. I was part of a very troubling conversation last evening, and it was shared that, depending on which side you're on in this body today on this issue, you're either a racist or a hypocrite. Really? Really, is that where we are? I find that so hard and so troubling, because when it becomes that deep and that divided, where we cannot have the debate that my friend from Montana says we need, and I agree we need. But if we are so divided, this is not right. This is not good for the health of the body. But what has happened here is we have devolved into a debate over voting rights versus voting rules. And you got part of the country that thinks this bill is about protecting the right to vote. Another part believes that this bill will do nothing but undermine it. And so we're both sitting in a situation, I think, where both sides are now set to cast doubt on elections if they don't win. And that takes us to a very troubling place, Mr. President. Because when people doubt whether their vote matters, when they doubt whether that individual who is sitting in the White House was freely and fairly elected, they will doubt all decisions. They will doubt what we do here, and they will doubt their own democracy. And that is troubling for our nation. So I refuse to believe that this is the best that we can do right now. As I said, this is hard, but hard is not impossible. I think that we can, if we are operating in good faith, as there are so many in this body who do that on a daily basis. It doesn't get noted because, quite honestly, it's far more interesting to write about the fur that flies around here rather than us actually making things happen together. But the effort to change our rules, to pass legislation on a party line basis is not going to help us here. It's not going to help us here. I think that we need to do everything that we possibly can to avoid further polarizing voting rights and election reforms. It may be too late. I don't know. It may be just too late, but I think we have to try. I think that we have to try. And I think that there is an effort to try to do just that. There's a good handful of people in this body on both sides of the aisle that have been talking this through kind of following the model of what we did with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Group. You know, when we first started that effort, nobody believed that we would be successful with that. Probably most listening to the debate that's going on now and will go on later all throughout the afternoon don't believe that we can do anything, but let's prove them wrong. Let's prove them wrong. Let's sit down with those who have made that commitment. We've heard it here on the floor, made that commitment to work through some of these issues, some of these areas of common ground that I think we can build a base from, and work to build a foundation that will be enduring for this country when it comes to election reform and voting rights. Because, Mr. President, I fear greatly that if we are to advance measures that are solely, strictly party line, and that's what eliminating the legislative filibuster will allow us to do, we will take the easy way out. Senator Tester suggested that maybe we're getting a little legislatively lazy around here. We will get even lazier because we don't have to do the hard work of trying to find consensus. Elections and voting rights are so important. We understand that. Let's commit to resolving the issues that divide us, that will not only help bring this Congress closer together, but that just possibly, just hopefully, and maybe I too am naive, Senator Kaine, but that just possibly can help heal this country, because that's what we need right now. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, we are here today to talk about our democracy. And here's what I know about how a democracy actually works. I come out here to the Senate floor every day, just like every other member of this chamber, and I fight for what I believe in. And I use my voice to do that, and I use my vote to do that. That same is true for every citizen of this country. They use their vote to say what they want for the future of our democracy to look like. But right now, states across the country are taking away that right. They're taking away their voice. We have to make sure that every vote is never taken away, that no voice is taken away, or we're going to lose the democracy in the future. And here's what's happening right now. Republican-led legislatures are making it hard to vote for certain groups of people, primarily Black Americans, Native Americans, young people, and people with disabilities, just because they might vote for a Democrat. This is a national coordinated effort to keep Republicans in power at every level of government by keeping Americans away from the ballot box, by keeping Americans from being able to use their voice and their vote. Specifically, Republican-led legislatures are passing legislation to make it harder for people to vote by mail, drastically eliminating the availability of secure drop boxes so people can safely drop off their ballot, and reducing early voting hours or days. And it's all done to demoralize and discourage people, working people, from making their voices heard, and to make the democratic process so much more cumbersome. That's a mom who's juggling childcare and schooling during this pandemic, who's going to look for options to get that ballot in, to get her voice in, to get her vote in. And she won't be able to find a way to do that with all of her responsibilities. Maybe there's not a drop box near her. Or maybe early voting hours have been cut short. Or maybe the new rules about voting by mail are just too complicated. Because of those barriers that are being erected in Republican legislatures, that mom will not get to advocate for her kids or her community with her vote. And too many Republicans want it to work exactly like that. And those far-right politicians also want to pick their own voters, literally drawing lines between communities to reinforce partisan divides. Congressional Democrats are working to do the opposite. Instead of letting politicians draw maps to rig the outcomes in favor of one party or another, we just want to end partisan gerrymandering. Because let's be clear, people should pick their representatives in the United States of America, not the other way around. And what we're seeing happening across the country is undemocratic and in no uncertain terms. It is a threat to this democracy. And if you don't believe me, look at what the former president said just this past weekend. Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party, continues, as we know, to spread the lie that 2020 election was stolen from him. He is working hard out in the open to convince every American that our free, fair election in 2020 was illegitimate. But even more concerning is the former president's explicit, stated determination to rig the outcomes of future elections. In a recent recorded message, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "We have to be a lot sharper the next time when it comes to counting the vote. Sometimes the vote counter is more important than the candidate." More important than the candidate? And what Donald Trump means in this case was clear. He wants his loyalists to oversee our elections to make sure the outcome is always in his favor. I mean, just sit with that. We're not talking about hypotheticals here. The leader of the Republican Party wants to toss democracy out the window and change the outcome of any election results he doesn't like. Mr. President, history is sitting on our shoulders right now. The American people are looking to us for a way to move forward and protect the right to vote. And this is it. And all that's standing in our way is Senate procedure. Senate procedure that...
What's going on? A little bit of misinformation busting going on right now. Donald Trump in his speech this weekend said, yes, he did want the people that were responsible and that were trustworthy to be there counting the vote. He didn't say he wanted to inject his people in there to make sure people are or aren't voting. He wanted honorable, trustworthy people there solidifying the vote, making sure that the votes that are being reported are real votes. So stupid. This is what's been going on for 2 days. For anyone just joining us, this is what's been going on for 2 days now, where they just repeatedly lie and lie and lie. We're going to keep this up. And at 4 o'clock, President Biden is supposed to give his first press conference in, 11 months? So we'll be broadcasting that as well. But I figured I'm just going to interject here because what Donald Trump actually said was not what she just said. And again, that's the point of covering this, is so we actually get some truth with an F.
And that means Americans do not get to see where elected officials stand on issues as consequential as protecting the right to vote. To even have the debate we're having right now, we had to dig through Senate rules and quite literally repurpose a bill that allows NASA to lease its property. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be standing here on the floor today to have this discussion about voting rights. That does not make sense. It should not be so difficult to make it so the public can see where each of us stands. And let's remember, these voter suppression laws are all being passed mainly on a partisan basis with simple majorities. Now, some have suggested that if we believe these laws are unconstitutional, we should fight them in the courts. Take our arguments all the way to the Supreme Court. But remember, there are 3 Supreme Court justices, all appointed by a simple majority of this Senate without the filibuster. So let's recap. Republicans want to appoint judges without a filibuster standing in their way. They want Republican state lawmakers to be able to pass voter suppression laws without a filibuster. But Democrats can't protect the basic right to vote on a simple majority. That's what we're talking about here today. Making Election Day a federal holiday, making sure everyone can vote by mail, ending gerrymandering so voters can pick their politicians and not the other way around. These are simple, straightforward reforms with tremendous significance for our country's future as a democracy. And the path to getting them done is simple and straightforward too. What each of us has to do is decide that our democracy comes before Senate procedure, and then cast our votes. I've made my decision, and here's what I believe. We cannot let the filibuster stop us from protecting every American's right to vote. If it's the filibuster or democracy, I'll choose democracy. If it's the Senate rules or a Senate that works for the American people, I'll choose a Senate that works. And I urge my colleagues with all of my heart and for the sake of this democracy to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here today to address Democrat leadership's effort to demolish the Senate rules and structure and thereby destroy the world's greatest deliberative body. Their ploy would silence millions of Americans, and it would substantially harm our nation. Abolishing the filibuster would end the Senate's unique role in American government, which has kept us on the steady course of becoming a more perfect union for the past 230 years. This unique role is to ensure that federal legislation covering all 50 states requires careful debate and broad support, often reflecting compromise, so that American policy is durable and lasting. That way, as a senior senator from Arizona put it in her courageous and patriotic remarks last week, we avoid, quote, wild reversals in federal policy every few years on the basis of bare majorities, which would make our government far less effective and our economy far less stable. Democrats know how integral the filibuster is to American government. Democrats have said it themselves. Eliminating the filibuster would, quote, be the end of the Senate. That's a direct quote from the senior senator from Illinois in 2018. The Democratic leader, before assuming his current position, said that eliminating the filibuster would, quote, be a doomsday for democracy. And President Biden, when he was Senator Biden, said that to eliminate the filibuster would be, quote, the arrogance of power. Apparently, he's now suffering from such arrogance. Until they took control of the Senate last year, most Democrats passionately advocated for preserving this critical Senate rule. That's because it enables our representative government to function and reflect the will of the people. Indeed, in 2017, when there was a Republican in the Oval Office and a Republican majority in the Senate, 32 Democrats, including then Senator Kamala Harris, signed a letter supporting the filibuster. During the Trump administration, Democrats routinely used the filibuster to block Republican legislation, including bills on police reform, border security, and late-term abortions. Important bills that impacted life, sovereignty, and community safety. Certainly bills that Republicans wanted to enact. Yet when met with a filibuster, Republicans didn't change the rules on a completely partisan basis. Republicans didn't tear down this institution in order to score short-term partisan political points. And Republicans certainly didn't use cheap demagoguery to create a fake hysteria to justify doing so. Yet now the Democrats are in majority. Nearly every one of those 32 Democrats has completely reversed himself or herself, with a few notable exceptions. Why? Because this is about one thing: power. Doing the exact same thing is a doomsday for democracy when it's a bill they oppose, but it's essential to save democracy when it's a bill they support. It's about power. There doesn't seem to be a power grab that's too extreme for the modern left, whether it's abolishing the filibuster, packing the Supreme Court, or making the District of Columbia a state. There's no institution that they aren't willing to destroy. This is shameful because Democrat leaders' past statements show that they know that destroying the Senate would be disastrous for our nation. Let's call this what it is. It's worse than a solution in search of a problem. It's a power grab in search for a crisis. In this case, they had to manufacture a crisis to justify the power grab. They've been trying to pass this bill for years. Democrat operatives first introduced a version of this bill on January 24th, 2017, 4 days after President Trump was elected to office. It was part of their scorched earth policy to challenge the 2016 election results, clinging to the false claims of Russian collusion. Since then, they've continued to maniacally and on a wholly partisan basis push this electioneering fantasy. Even though this bill is about keeping power, they use whatever justification is most convenient at the moment. In 2017, it was President Trump and Russia. In 2020, it was the pandemic. And now, it's the preposterous claim that returning to pre-pandemic voting crisis is the end of democracy. This election takeover would impose taxpayer-funded campaigns. It prohibits overwhelmingly popular common-sense state voter ID laws. What does nullifying voter ID laws and handing out taxpayer-funded campaign dollars have to do with voting rights? Last night, the senior senator from Virginia pointed out that Republicans have always led the way on voting rights. So why not now? Because this bill isn't about protecting voting rights. It's about protecting politicians. This isn't the 14th Amendment. It's Washington Democrats' 14th attempt to take over election in all 50 states for the third different reason in the last several years. Americans want laws that make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Such laws currently exist throughout the country. That's why we had record-breaking voter participation in 2020, including in my home state of Tennessee. So ask yourself, with more Americans voting in the last election than ever before, why is this Democrats' top priority? Why are they willing to destroy the Senate to do it? What's the real reason they're focusing on this made-up crisis while ignoring actual crises of inflation, falling real wages, soaring energy prices, supply chain crises, a collapsed southern border, the collapse of Afghanistan, and an increased authoritarian aggression around the world? Real problems that actually affect the American people. Democrat leaders have tuned out those concerns. They're taking no action to address them. Thinking about it, our country has the highest inflation rate in 40 years, and the Senate Banking Committee, which has jurisdiction over our nation's monetary policy, has not held a single hearing examining this topic since it began in 2021. To avoid those issues, they created a fake crisis to take over elections, a desperate attempt at self-preservation, because Americans are rejecting their agenda. That's the real reason Democrats are pushing this. It's about protecting the power of politicians here in Washington. Elections should be determined by the voters, not by the politicians. Last week, President Biden traveled to Georgia to demonize all Americans who don't submit to this hyper-partisan political agenda. He ranted that Americans who support the constitutional system of free, fair, and locally run elections are somehow bigots. In support of this scheme, the Democrat leader offers the talking point that state legislators don't have filibuster rules. So why should the United States Senate? The answer to this is obvious, because federal legislation governs all 50 states as opposed to state legislation that just affects one state. It requires broader support, more than a bare majority in a 50-50 Senate. This is the greatest nation on earth, and the Senate is its compass. This isn't the Democrat leader's political plaything, Mr. President. Ensuring broad support for federal laws, which ensures American stability, is the very purpose of the United States Senate. Sadly, this election power grab is just the start. With the filibuster gone, Democrats would be free to enact mass amnesty, pack the Supreme Court, pack the Senate, punish law enforcement officers, and much, much more. It was my hope coming into this new year that the Senate would refocus on what we were elected to do, listen to the American people, and address their concerns. Yet the recent rhetoric of Democrat leadership has dispelled any such optimism. The American people deserve a government that acknowledges their concerns and works tirelessly and constructively to address them. The serious problems we face as a nation demand it. Americans want us to do our jobs. Abolishing the Senate's rules that guarantee debate and compromise would be, quote, the end of the Senate, as the senior senator from Illinois put it. It would do irreparable harm to the fabric of our government and to the cohesion of our nation. I hope my colleagues find the strength and the courage to maintain their previous longstanding support for preserving the Senate's role. I hope they reject this cynical move to steamroll half of its members and the voters they represent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, with Senator Kaine as my witness, I, like many of you, had an opportunity to stand here yesterday to begin to speak on the issues before us. The need for this urgent and critical voting rights legislation and our opportunity to act this week in the spirit of the holiday we celebrated on Monday, Martin Luther King Day. Before I get into my substantive remarks, I feel compelled to respond to a couple of items that Senator Haggerty just mentioned, and if he's willing to stay and listen, that'd be appreciated, but that's his choice. You know, a couple of our Republican colleagues have made mention to, well, we shouldn't focus on voting rights. There's other pressing issues at hand, things like the economy. Well, last I checked, because of our actions last year, especially the investments in the American Rescue Plan, wages are up and unemployment is at record lows. Democrats are taking action. We've been called out on what are we doing to address supply chain issues. We've acted. The Infrastructure and Jobs Act has been signed by the president. And I can attest that in the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles, the percentage of containers waiting to be picked up is drastically down. Democrats are taking action. COVID. Yeah, we're still dealing with this once-in-a-century global health pandemic, but imagine how much better a position we would be in, how many lives we would have saved if the Trump administration took responsible action much earlier in this pandemic. And imagine how fewer cases and deaths we would have to count if more people would get vaccinated. Senator Haggerty, like many Republicans, says, well, when it comes to voting in elections, we should be focusing on making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Who wouldn't agree with that? But here's the truth, here's reality. We know what it takes to make it easier to vote. That's what we're calling for in the Freedom to Vote Act. And I'll go through some of the specifics here in a minute, but the harder to cheat misses the point. The evidence is there. The data is out there. Massive voter fraud doesn't exist. Voter fraud is exceedingly rare in America. So we got the harder to cheat part down. If only Republican senators and legislatures and governors, for that matter, would embrace the proven reforms that make it easier for eligible Americans to cast their ballot in our democracy. But the most egregious, I just got to say, when Senator Haggerty suggests that changes to election law should only be done after careful debate and broad support, I invite him to say the same things to governors and legislators in Georgia, in Texas, in Arizona, and elsewhere, and I'll go through some examples in the course of my presentation. But colleagues, as I've had an opportunity to share with many of you, you know that before I joined the Senate last year, I served for 6 years as California's chief elections officer. I served as California's Secretary of State, the largest state in the nation with the largest and most diverse electorate in the nation. And in that role, I had a chance to oversee a side of election administration that most Americans and most United States senators never really experience. Former state secretaries of state serving in this body, Senator Blunt, Senator Brown, Senator Manchin, myself the most recent. And my experience, by the way, included overseeing the administration of the November 2020 presidential election in the most populous state in the nation. So I want to take a few minutes to explain exactly how the Freedom to Vote Act will help all voters and respond to some more of the claims I've heard about this bill from our Republican colleagues. See, the purpose of the Freedom to Vote Act is to give every eligible American more choices about how and when they cast their ballot. No matter where you live, no matter which state, no matter which zip code, no matter your political party preference, you deserve multiple, safe, secure, accessible options for registering to vote and for casting your ballot. Isn't that what we all supposedly learned in high school government class? That our democracy works best when as many people participate. The will of the people, not the will of the few, not the will of the privileged few, the will of the people. But today, voters in different states face different paths to the ballot box, some more difficult than others, needlessly. And sometimes what some may view as a small obstacle can add up to big deterrents to participation depending on where you live, depending on where you work, depending on your disability, and more. And so that's why the Freedom to Vote Act is so critical. It will help all Americans by guaranteeing the same baseline of access to the ballot to all eligible Americans. And no, this is by no means a federal takeover of elections. Appreciate that several of my colleagues have gone through the history of Congress acting to protect the right to vote and to improve elections. But let me really bottom line it to make this point. With the passage of the Freedom to Vote Act, it is not Congress that will be distributing ballots or the federal government that will be collecting ballots and counting ballots. Election administration will still be local. What we're doing is setting a baseline for access to the ballot for all eligible Americans. And yes, it is appropriate for us to do so. As Senator Klobuchar, Senator Peters, and others have referenced the Constitution, referenced prior congressional action, and I will point out too, it's already been pointed out that in the Constitution of the United States, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time, by law, make or alter such regulations. That's what we're seeking to do. But I really want to up the ante, folks, and I need you to listen to me because there's two important words. Senator Peters gave through the list, right? The Voting Rights Act, the Help America Vote Act, the National Voter Registration Act, 1993, passed on a bipartisan basis. In it, you will read that it is the duty of the federal, state, and local governments to promote the exercise of the fundamental right to vote. I call your attention to two words: the duty of government, not the option, not the if you wanna, not the may, the duty of government to what? To promote the exercise of the fundamental right to vote, not just to sit back and make sure that elections are run fair and square, not just to, hey, it's up to you voters if you want to register. Vote. Government has a duty to promote the exercise of the fundamental right to vote. So now the specifics of the Freedom to Vote Act and how it tries to live up to that duty of government to promote. Well, as we all know, you can't vote unless you're registered to vote, and different states have different options for how to register to vote. Once upon a time, you had to present yourself in person at a county courthouse, right? And then imagine the innovation that it took, the getting out of the comfort zone once upon a time for folks around the country. And we had the audacity to suggest, wait a minute, you can register to vote by mail, or signing a voter registration card under penalty of perjury that your information is true and correct, attesting to your eligibility. Now, some states have only the option of voting, through that card or in person. Other states have innovated and accepted things like online voter registration. Imagine that. Or automatic registration, same-day registration. Again, I want to talk to you in a minute about that, but let me big picture why it's important. Numbers are out there, data's out there. Who is it that tends to be eligible to vote in America, but not registered to vote? Disproportionately communities of color, disproportionately lower income communities, disproportionately young people, eligible voters. But voters of color, potential voters of color, young people, and low income are disproportionately not registered. So we can either act, as the NVRA said, we had a duty to promote, to increase those registration numbers, or not. To live up to the duty, we need to. And if you don't, or have make it harder to register to vote or to stay registered to vote, who are you disproportionately affecting? So while Republicans can deny their intent, we know the true effect of making it harder to register to vote or to stay registered to vote. So again, different states have different options. In Alaska, you can register in person, by mail, online, automatic voter registration. In California, yes, I'm proud, in person, by mail, automatic registration, online, election day, same day registration. Texas, Mississippi, only in person or by mail. Different states, different rules. Everybody deserves the same opportunity. So why the value of online voter registration? Well, first of all, it's convenient, right? There's a whole lot that people have become accustomed to doing online. Second, for the good government types and the folks who want to make prudent use of our precious taxpayer dollars, it lowers administrative costs. When you allow voters to register online, it's seamless, it's quick, and it's easy. And I've been to county elections offices where you have clerical staff sitting there with a stack of voter registration cards that they have to read and input by hand. Not very efficient. Online voter registration increases efficiency, and by the way, accuracy. I know I don't have the best penmanship. Can you imagine the clerical staff in county offices trying to make out, well, how do you spell this name? That can be spelled 3, 4, 5 different ways. Online registration reduces those types of errors and cleans up the voting rules. And it is very cost efficient to implement and has been proven in state after state to be safe, secure, and effective. But should online registration be the only option? No, and we shouldn't take away the in-person or paper registration. Some states have innovated in the automatic voter registration space, right, where we take advantage of the opportunity when citizens are interfacing with their government, particularly the DMV. 90% of eligible voters in America will either have a driver's license or a state ID. And what are we asked to provide when we conduct that transaction? Mr. President, we're asked to provide our name, our address, our date of birth, a signature attesting to the accuracy of our information, all the same information that we're asked for when we're registering to vote. So it's just common sense to utilize that same transaction for eligible citizens to seamlessly be registered to vote at the same time. Going back to the National Voter Registration Act, which required a voter registration opportunity for people when they go to their Department of Motor Vehicles. That was sort of an opt-in model. Thanks to technology today, we can implement this opt-out model. You still have an option as a voter to not be registered to vote if you choose not to. But the default is if you're eligible, you're added to the voter rolls. And similar to online registration, it's been proven safe, it's been proven secure, it's been proven effective. From an elections perspective, It's wonderful. It doesn't just capture previously eligible but unregistered voters, now adding them to the voter rolls. If you're already registered to vote, when you renew your license or your ID, guess what? You're asked, is this your current address? Now, when most people move, they're quick to do the change of address through the post office because they don't want to miss out on their mail. You're updating your driver's license to your ID because it has to reflect your current address. But a lot of people don't think of, oh, let me call the county and update my voter registration. This is a seamless and effective way of doing that. In California, our experience, similar to other states, for every new registered voter that was enrolled through automatic registration, you had at least 2 voters that updated or confirmed the accuracy of their registration. So collectively, it leads to the most accurate voter rolls we've had in a long, long time. Isn't that worth doing? Isn't that in the interest of election integrity? And it's not a partisan idea. States, not just California, states like Alaska, represented by Republicans, have automatic voter registration. The state of Maine, who has sent to this body a Republican and an independent, has automatic voter registration. And now here's a true lover of democracy perspective on automatic registration. Reverend Warnock, I hope you can appreciate this. Colleagues, think about it. If you are eligible to vote in America today, but not registered, you do not receive the state's voter information guide if your state provides one, because you're not on the list. If you're eligible to vote in America today but not registered, your county doesn't send you your sample ballot to know when election day is, where to go, and what we're voting on. If you're eligible to vote in America today but not registered, chances are candidates and campaigns aren't knocking on your door or calling you during dinner or flooding your mailbox, trying to engage you in the democratic process. Maybe the smart campaigns and candidates are trying to reach out to more voters, but by and large, that doesn't happen. So the sheer addition of adding eligible Americans to the voter rolls creates that activity. Imagine that, civic engagement. Imagine that, participation in our democracy. But why stop there? Same-day registration options. What if you missed a prior artificial deadline of registering to vote or updating your registration, and come election day, you are still 18 years or older and a citizen of the United States? You deserve the opportunity to have your voice heard in that election. And election administrators know how to do this. You can register to vote, and whether your registration is automatically processed for jurisdictions that have the technology and the history to do so, or your registration is held and your ballot is held, you can still cast your ballot, have the county process your registration, and your voice is heard in that election. That's what democracy is supposed to be about. And again, not partisan. 20 states, including Republican-leaning states, have already implemented same-day registration, including Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah. California implemented, we technically call it conditional voter registration, but starting in 2017. In 2020, just to give you a flavor for what it means, in 2020, nearly 270,000 California voters were same-day registrants. 270,000. That's like half a House district. Of all in-person California voters in 2020, nearly 10% were same-day registrants. The others, why such a big number? Because so many people voted by mail, voted early, et cetera. And it's not partisan. Of the same-day registrants, when the registrations were processed, 36.2% were not affiliated with any political party. 32% Democrats, 25% Republicans. So it's not partisan. It's good for everybody. And as we know, registration's only half the battle. Just because somebody may be registered doesn't guarantee that they're going to cast their ballot. Going back to the NVRA, folks, government has a duty to promote the exercise of our fundamental right to vote. So we have a duty to implement and these are proven reforms. On the registration side, what about the casting your ballot side? Again, once upon a time, you had to show up in person on election day only between this hour and that hour at one designated location. In this modern economy with so many different types of work schedules, that's not exactly easy. I live in Los Angeles where we have this thing that we call traffic. So if you have a job that's no longer 9 to 5, and imagine dropping kids off at school before you leave for work, have a full day, you're dealing with traffic, getting back, got to get kids from school, got to get dinner on the table. Now I got to go to one designated location and be in line by a certain hour to vote. There's got to be a better way. And there is, depending on the state where you live, you have options that include voting on election day in person, voting in person but early, prior to election day, or voting by mail. Again, all proven, secure, effective ways to cast your ballot. But we have a mishmash across the country. California and Alaska, by the way, have election day, vote by mail, early voting. Texas, election day only, or early voting, but very limited vote by mail. Mississippi, sorry, election day only. Connecticut, sorry, election day only. Yes, even Democratic states have room for improvement. So in making the process easier, you shouldn't be hampered because of the demands on your time, family obligations, work obligations. That's why states like Utah were early proponents of voting by mail, why states like Arizona were early proponents of early voting. And so we should strive to provide all voters in America the same baseline of access to the ballot. Duty to promote. The For the People, the Freedom to Vote Act, that's exactly what we're trying to do. And at this point, let me just reply to something that our colleague Senator Cornyn referenced. I wish I could borrow his board that he had right next to him. Do you guys see that big 94% that he had on the board? He was citing a Pew Research Center report that said 94% of voters in the November 2020 election found it easy to vote. That's great. I'll tell you why. Because in 2020, because of the threat of the pandemic, even states that were resistant prior to affording voters more early voting options knew that it was smart to do so to reduce crowds and long lines on election day. That's why states, even who were reluctant prior to 2020 to expand their vote by mail opportunities, knew that it was smart to do so that people can vote safely and securely from home. And it worked. It was the most secure election in our history with record turnout. So if that's the case, why go backwards? Why go backwards? Because that's what they're doing in the states that have introduced and passed, 33, 34 and counting, laws that are making it harder to register to vote, harder to cast their ballot, contrary to the NVRA, duty to promote. So what are the options for voting? Early voting, as we mentioned. And we want to be specific. See, most states already have some sort of in-person early voting opportunity, but it's inconsistent. Some offer weekends, some don't. Some offer evening opportunities to vote, some don't, or before work hours, after work hours. Every voter, regardless of the demands on your time, deserve equal opportunities to vote prior to election day in person if that is your choice. Mail voting. Again, a lot of states have some sort of mail voting, but we're specific to no excuse voting by mail. Voting by mail is secure, proven to be secure. So why have only a limited subset of the electorate able to benefit from that? We saw it work beautifully in November 2020. Imagine how much better it can work once we're past the pandemic. Mail voting was pioneered actually in a lot of Western states, not blue or red. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Nebraska came along with Utah doing all mail elections in addition to Oregon, Washington, Colorado, and California. Let me tell you the other beauty of vote by mail, especially when we cover postage. I don't have a roll of stamps in my kitchen drawer anymore. Very little done is done that way. But when you're voting by mail and we can cover that postage, literally no excuse. You get your ballot in the mail, give it back to the postal, your letter carrier, and it get back to the county, and it's counted. Some people may wonder, though, and we've had this battle across the country and in these chambers over the course of the last year about what's happening at the Postal Service these days. Is mail quick? Is it slow? What about the pandemic? What about change in processes and procedures under the postmaster? Well, in California, Colorado has it as well, other jurisdictions across the country, we have a tool that allows voters to track their ballot through the mail. Imagine, this is going to blow your mind. Imagine signing up to receive either phone calls, emails, or text messages on the status of your ballot through the mail service. Wow. Mr. Padilla, the county just mailed you your ballot. Be on the lookout, right? It's going to come in the next few days. When I return it, confirmation that the Postal Service has taken possession of it, confirmation from the county when they've received my ballot, confirmation when my ballot has been counted. It's a great tool for administrators because you can identify bottlenecks in delivery service. And you can go to a local branch and say, hey, folks, sorry, the Macy's catalog can wait another day. We've got to get these ballots out on time because election day deadlines are looming. But for a voter to have that peace of mind that my ballot arrived, my vote was counted, my voice was heard, great for transparency, great for public confidence in the electoral process. That's what vote by mail provides. So similar to voter registration, multiple, safe, secure options, same as it should be with voting. Multiple, safe, and secure, proven options, all to help us live up to the obligation, the duty to promote the exercise of our fundamental right to vote. That is the opportunity that we have before us today, colleagues, either by proving the measure that has been sent over to us from the House that encompasses both the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And if we can't do it during consistent with our current rules, then let's amend the Senate rules to allow us to do that, to protect the right to vote for all Americans, because our right to vote is under attack. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent that privileges on the floor be granted to the following member of my staff, John Wright Picard, an intern.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. President, I had the privilege to listen to my colleague from California's oration, and the privilege to hear many of the things spoken both by the President and by colleagues here in the Senate as regards the voting rights bill which is here before us today. And I want to start off with the President's comments because I think it frames the debate, if you will, in terms of how it's being framed to the American people. The President considered Georgia Jim Crow law, their new law is Jim Crow. And it's a manipulative statement. It is a cynical statement. It tries to make people think that 2022 is the same as 1965, laced with incredible irony as our country has seen an African-American president, an African-American vice president, a lieutenant governor of Virginia and Kentucky who are African-American, and to brag on my own state, as long as things are being seen through certain prisms, Louisiana, who had someone who is ethnically from India as our governor, the first Vietnamese American elected to the United States Congress, and multiple, in fact, Louisiana has had an white elected mayor, of predominantly African American New Orleans and a black elected mayor of predominantly white Baton Rouge. But no, this statement is somehow manipulating people to think that we're back in Bull Connor days. Well, if this is Jim Crow, then states like Delaware must be Jim Crow 2.0. Why is there not an outcry against Delaware? I point out that Georgia has more permissive voting laws than Delaware, more early voting days than Delaware, no excuse absentee voting, which, by the way, the voters of New York recently rejected. Georgia now makes ballot drop boxes permanent, which was not the case before the pandemic. Much has been made about restricting the number of drop boxes. I've been told that the one county pointed to is actually a ruby red Republican county in which they dropped down to one. If this is being done for partisan advantage, my gosh, they're not doing a very good job of partisan maneuvering. But I would argue that this bill is a wonderful example of partisan maneuvering. What does it do? It's a federal takeover of elections. The innovation that the previous speaker, my colleague from California, was speaking of, now has to run the gamut of a federal official who says yay or who says nay. It funnels tax dollars to fund political campaigns, no matter how fringe that person's perspective might be, who no self-respecting donor would give money to online or in person. But because of this law, my gosh, they got a chance. It bans common sense voter ID laws. Now, there's this kind of myth being promulgated that states are putting up these onerous laws that cannot be complied with. Courts reject those laws. Courts do not allow a state to use a mandated picture ID issued by the state as an ID, and to say so is manipulative. It is manipulative in the worst way. Courts decide the threshold, and courts decide what is reasonable and is unreasonable. And to suggest otherwise one more time is an attempt to manipulate people into thinking that 2022 is 1965, with all the implications thereof and all the harm that does to our body politic. Shame. It also allows unlimited ballot harvesting, which I think California might be the only state to have in place, where you can go to a homeless shelter and have people sign up who might be addicted, mentally ill, brain damaged, and have them sign for a certain candidate. Now, you can imagine a well-paid activist, because this bill allows activists to be paid, might discard those ballots which are not for her candidate and keep only those for their own candidate. This bill requires that all 50 states have it, whereas North Carolina, they actually booted a candidate because he used ballot harvesting. It also prohibits states from cleaning up their voter rolls. Now, somehow this is now wrong. I actually come from Louisiana, a state hit by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. And after 2005, it is a tragedy for my state. But we had tens of thousands of people who moved to other states. Now, at some point, they registered to vote in Atlanta or Houston or Dallas. And our Secretary of State went back and said, you're on a voter roll in Louisiana and you're on a voter roll in Georgia. It appears that you're now paying taxes in Georgia. We're going to drop you from our rolls. Is anything wrong with that? Is anything wrong with pointing out that somebody is registered to vote in 2 different states and then saying you're paying taxes there, so we're going to remove you from our rolls here? Lastly, I will say it puts Democrats in charge of the FEC, a neutral organization enforcing voter laws. I can imagine as soon as Republicans take charge again, we're going to do the same thing back to the other side. We're going to attempt to manipulate voting laws to our advantage. And it is not above either party to do that. So I hate to use this word, but to sanctimoniously declare that this bill is the end of history, that partisanship is behind us, that by golly, these laws are going to be put in place and forever after we're going to live harmoniously, is to not understand Washington, D.C., where every edge is sought, and whenever it is sought, it is exploited to keep your particular party in power. And I say this as a Republican, I don't trust my party any more than I trust their party. I trust the states and the courts to oversee them, but this bill usurps that responsibility. Now, you can say that maybe this power grab is merely in place to distract from real issues, and there's something to be said for that. We're debating this, whether or not to require all 50 states to allow ballot harvesting when we have the highest rate of inflation than we've had in over 40 years, in which Russians are about to invade Ukraine, apparently, in which there's people pouring across our southern border, and there's a looming humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and COVID response kind of being caught up with, not being preemptively addressed, and we're discussing this. Let me mention one more thing, Mr. President, the filibuster. I was in an interview today about the surprise medical billing bill. My colleague from New Hampshire, I think was in the chamber earlier, helped put that together. Multiple colleagues ended up coming together on that. It took us 2 to 3 years to get it done. Surprise medical billing. As of January 1 of this year, if you get a surprise medical billing, there's a 1-800 number to call, and you get help. Why did it take us 2 years? We had to listen to stakeholders. We had to get legislation that worked for all. We had to go to this Republican, that Democrat, this committee in the Senate, that committee in the House, working with a broad coalition, even maybe at the end it's slipping away, but we managed to pull it back together, and we passed surprise medical billing, and it was better because of that process. Now that's in contrast to a bill in which a majority of Democrats in the House and the Senate with the President can force it through without any input from Republicans, from the 50% of the United States that voted for the other side. Well, let's guess whose advantage that bill is going to be for. Doesn't take much to imagine. And when Mitt Romney said on a Sunday morning show, "Did the White House ever call you about this voting bill?" And Mitt Romney said, "Never called me." That made it clear there was no effort to make this bipartisan. Now, we're going to break this 200-year-old filibuster that requires us to come together to find common ground, that gives us bills that are stronger because of it, because of a desire for partisan advantage. And knowing that once we break it and Republicans take it back, we're going to use it the same way. This is wrong. This is wrong for our country. It is wrong for our institution. And I suppose that's why 16 of my Democratic colleagues signed a letter last year, when, by the way, Republicans were in control, saying that we should preserve the filibuster. It was recently stated there's a disease of division infecting our country. That's true. And blowing up the filibuster removes one of the last things that makes us come together. And that is wrong, and that will be tragic, however it is framed. With that, Mr. President, I yield.
President.
The Senator from California.
President, request a brief opportunity to respond since my name and my state were invoked by Senator Cassidy under this. You got to give Republicans points for creativity on this terminology sometimes with ballot harvesting. Let me tell you specifically what he's referencing, because again, different states have different rules and different histories. As in my talk, I talked about vote by mail, right? And in California, we've seen the wisdom of every eligible voter automatically receiving a ballot in the mail with multiple options for how to return their ballot, including in person, if that's their choice, through the Postal Service, if that's their choice, through ballot drop boxes, if that's their choice. If after all that, in-person early voting, election day, vote by mail, Postal Service, drop boxes, if after all that a voter decide for themselves that they need or would like assistance with returning their ballot, that's the voter's prerogative. Imagine that, asking a family member, a neighbor, a friend, can you do me a favor? Can you make sure this gets to a mailbox or the polling place in time for my vote to be counted? And yes, there's a requirement in California that if you are somebody assisting a voter returning their vote by mail ballot, you too have to sign that return envelope, the official return envelope, and your relationship with the voter, relative, friend, neighbor, etc. Imagine that, empowering voters to decide for themselves how to return their ballot. That's what it is. They'll call it ballot harvesting because, once again, what are Republicans proving time and again they're interested in doing? Making it harder for eligible people to register to vote, stay registered to vote, and actually cast their ballot. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to clarify what it is that we're talking about here. I yield the floor.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the clarification from my colleague from California. Mr. President, let me say what a privilege it is to have the opportunity to make this speech in front of you, Mr. President, the 5th longest serving senator in the history of the United States Senate, somebody who's been in the Senate for 46 years. I was 11, Mr. President, when you came to the United States Senate, and I'm not a young man anymore. I'm 57 years old. But it is somebody said you're young. Only in the United States Senate would that be true. But I know the presiding officer, who's the chair of the Important Appropriations Committee, is retiring this year. And I was sitting here, so I was getting ready to speak, thinking that you have seen it all, Mr. President. You have seen it all. Unlike almost anybody else in this chamber, you've actually seen a functioning United States Senate. You've seen a Senate where it was filled, the floor was filled with people having a debate, where filibusters actually had to happen out in public, not in secret in senators' offices, where people weren't spending 80% of their time in call rooms fundraising instead of being out here on the floor, doing the American people's business. A Senate, as we'll see, that actually passed important pieces of legislation that made a difference to the American people and made our country more competitive, made us stronger. And you're one of the last people here that saw a Senate that worked like that. The Republican leader has been here long enough to see a Senate that worked like that, and you were here, I'm sure, I know you were, Mr. President, in 2006, when you were passing the Voting Rights Act here with 98 votes. 98-0, the Voting Rights Act passed in 1996. The Republican leader of the Senate then, the senior senator from Kentucky, Senator McConnell, voted for that bill. It wasn't even close from his perspective. I have a number of quotes from him, but one was, "The Voting Rights Act has proved to be a success for America and has brought about greater justice for all." Amen, Leader McConnell, taking that principled position in 2006. And it was part of an honorable tradition that the Republican Party has had in this country going back really to Abraham Lincoln and the votes that were taken here to put Reconstruction in place and to fight the Redeemers. And it was true in 1965 when they passed the Voting Rights Act by 77-19 on this floor. Lyndon Johnson could not have done that without Everett Dirksen, a Republican, the Republican leader who is for that. As you know, Mr. President, because you saw it, you probably were there, 4 Republican presidents, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and George W. Bush, all signed versions of the Voting Rights Act. They showed the country every time they did it that there's nothing partisan about voting rights. As Senator McConnell said, our country will and must continue its progress toward a society in which every person of every background can realize the American dream. With the passage of the Voting Rights Act, we are reaffirming that dream. He was right back then, Mr. President, when he said that, but today he's leading the blockade. There are 16 Republican senators here who voted for the Voting Rights Act back then in 2006, and today they're all part of this blockade. What's changed? What's changed? One of the things that changed was the Supreme Court's decision in the Shelby case that eviscerated the Voting Rights Act by getting rid of pre-clearance for states that had historically discriminated against African American people, among others. But you know what's interesting about that, Mr. President, is that the Supreme Court said in that decision, Congress can fix this problem. We have a constitutional problem, but Congress can fix this problem. That's exactly the same thing they said, by the way, when they wrote that horrendous decision in Citizens United. They said Congress can fix this problem, but they may not have detected the paralysis that now exists, not in Pat Leahy's Senate from when you got here, Mr. President, but in Mitch McConnell's Senate today, in the modern day Senate, where people are willing to let a decision like Shelby just lie, not address it, where people are willing to accept a decision like Citizens United that says that we're going to let billionaires buy elections in this country instead of favoring people's right to vote. And we, the Congress, won't do anything about it, even when the Supreme Court tells us we can do something about it. I think it's worth quoting the notorious RBG in her dissent in that case, in the Shelby case, when she said that throwing out pre-clearance when it has worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. She was 100% right. State after state after state started to adopt restrictive voting restrictions, restrictive voting statutes. Last July, the Supreme Court issued another opinion that makes it harder to challenge state laws that disproportionately hurt certain voters. And by the way, none of this could have come at a worse time because we have a former president traversing the United States of America, perpetrating the big lie that he didn't lose the election, that the election was stolen from him, that Joe Biden is not the legitimate president of the United States. And there are politicians, I'm sad to say, elected leaders all over this nation that are parroting, including in this chamber, that are parroting that big lie when they know that it's a lie, when they know that it's false, who are unwilling, as Mitt Romney said, to respect their own voters enough that they actually tell them the truth. And in every state except one, Senator Leahy, it's your state, Vermont, in every state except yours, people are introducing legislation to take away the vote of other people. 500 such bills. Arizona has adopted changes that would purge up to 150,000 voters from the rolls. Montana has gotten rid of same-day voter registration to make it harder for students. Texas is down to one drop box per county. In Harris County, a county, I'm sorry to say to my friend Sheldon Whitehouse, that's actually larger than Rhode Island, that means there's a drop box for 2.5 million voters.
Thank you for using us as a unit of measure.
I'm glad to use Rhode Island as a unit of measure. It's also smaller than a number of Colorado counties, but it has its charm. It has its charms. It has water, which we don't have in the state of Colorado. But just let me say, because I'm here with my colleague from Colorado, who, when he was governor, did a lot to make sure that people would have the right to vote in our state. In contrast to Houston, where there's one drop box, in my hometown of Denver, where there are 500,000 registered voters, we have 40 drop boxes in Denver. We're a lot smaller, but we got 40 times the number of drop boxes that they have in Houston. After Georgia's Republican Secretary of State refused to buckle to President Trump's demand to find somehow another 11,000 votes, you remember the phone call? I'm not making it up. You heard it with your own ears. He called him up. He said, find 11,000 votes. And the guy said, no, I'm not going to do that. And now the legislature has removed him from the state election board. So this isn't just about making it harder for people to vote, although it is making it harder for people to vote. This is shoring up the soft spots that prevented Donald Trump from being able to assert credibly that somehow the election had been stolen from him. So 1 year after January 6th happened, 1 year after this Capitol was invaded, 1 year after there was a guy in horns standing up on the top of that gallery behind me, the majority leader who once came to this floor to proclaim the importance of the Voting Rights Act is saying that this is all a fake panic. That's the language he used today. Boy, given what we're seeing in this country, if we ever needed him to summon the principle that he articulated or espoused in 2006, Mr. President, when you were here, it's now. It's now. That's an important principle to defend. So what is he comes to the floor today and says, I'm going to defend the Senate. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to defend the Senate. Let me say something that might offend you, Mr. President, and I don't mean to offend you, and I apologize if it offends you, but no one in America knows what the cloture rule is. No one. No one in America, my mom doesn't know what the cloture rule is, and she's a pretty close watcher of the Senate. No one knows what the cloture rule is. No one in America knows, I would assert, what the filibuster is. But let me tell you what it is. Not what it says, what it is. It is a rule that was created to let 60 senators cut off debate so 51 senators could make a decision that has been warped into a rule that allows 41 senators to stop any debate and prevent the Senate from ever having a vote. That is what the cloture rule is. That's not what it says, but that is what it is, which is why every time you turn your television set on at home, you see a crawl at the bottom of your screen that says quorum call. And you can't find a United States senator anywhere because they're probably back in a phone booth making fundraising phone calls. Until this century, there was virtually any filibuster used. By the way, I should say how much I appreciate Senator Thune coming to the floor here today and saying that President Trump lost the election. I appreciate it. I really do. And he's an honorable person. But it's important to know that one place the filibuster does not exist is in the United States Constitution. And for most of the country's history, we never had the filibuster. It was almost never used until the modern era. And when I got here in President Obama's first term, the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, used the filibuster a record number of times. He filibustered everything in his attempt to first make Barack Obama one-term president and then basically bring down his presidency. He came out to the floor the other day and he said, quote, sometimes the effect of the filibuster is to block bills outright. Sometimes it happens all the time. This is why we never do anything. This is why we can't make decisions. This is why we can't even have debates. And the American people have no idea whom to blame. They don't know, because no one in America knows what the cloture rule is. And when they elect a majority and they expect things to get done, they don't get done. Senator McConnell argues that the filibuster, quote, gives all kinds of citizens in all kinds of states a meaningful voice in nearly everything we do. And we've heard that over and over again today, the voice that somehow we're shutting out. I haven't met anybody who thinks that their voice is meaningfully represented in the United States Senate. Instead of special interests are the most powerful people. Nobody. And it's because we can't have a debate on anything they care about. Take background checks. 84% of voters, including 77% of Republicans, support them. We can't even have a debate on the floor. Let Medicare negotiate drug prices on behalf of people. 77% of the American people support that. We can't even have a debate here. 74% of people support the Dreamers, something Senator Durbin's been working on for a million years since you've been here, and we can't get a vote on that. The Freedom to Vote Act, 70% of all voters, including 54% of Republicans, support it. All of them have been blocked by Senator McConnell and his abuse of the Senate rules. Not some great, venerable tradition of the United States Senate, but his modern-day abuse, his caricature of the Senate rules. And it has created a minority veto, something that the founders of this country would never, ever in a million years have imagined that this place would be perverted into. They knew the trouble that would cause because they had the Articles of Confederation, which is what they were trying to replace at the Constitutional Convention. I'm coming to an end, so I apologize, colleagues, but let me just say, none of this has stopped us from cutting taxes by $8 trillion, mostly for the wealthiest people in this country. And none of this has stopped us from putting lots of right-wing judges on the court when Donald Trump was here, because you can do those things with 51 votes, and that's about the extent of Senator McConnell's legislative agenda. So I'm not surprised that he prefers the status quo. But for the majority of Americans who believe that the next generation actually demands something greater than that, from the Senate and from all of us, from each of us, we need a Senate that works. And Mr. President, think about this. Think about this. It's easy to forget. The Clean Water Act in 1972 passed 74-0. By the way, I worked with the senator from Louisiana on that surprise medical bill. I'm proud of that bill. But it's not the Clean Water Act of 1972. The Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, 91-6. The Children's Health Insurance Plan, 85-15 in 1997. Comprehensive immigration reform. We were part of that effort, 68 votes in the Senate before it completely collapsed into smithereens. And of course, the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. Does anybody think, Mr. President, do you think that any of those bills would pass with a bipartisan majority like that today? Not a single one. We wouldn't even get to the vote. We're still on a temporary budget. I don't need to tell you, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, we haven't passed any of the 12 appropriations bills this year. We have taken 3 times as long to confirm President Biden's nominees, 103 days, compared to President Reagan. This is no way to compete in the world, Mr. President. This is no way to compete with the Chinese government's totalitarian approach to humanity. I know we can compete, but we have to restore the Senate. And the most basic part of our job is protecting the right to vote. That's why we're here. Every American should be able to vote like we do in Colorado, thanks to my colleague from Colorado, Senator Hickenlooper, and what he did when he was governor. As Dr. King said, the history of our nation is the history of a long and tireless effort to broaden the franchise of American citizens. That's what this bill is about, to broaden the franchise of American citizens. If we look back at our history, this is only the latest example of how the Senate has impeded American progress, and wouldn't be the first time that Senate rules were changed in response to that. Before the Civil War, a time even before you were in the Senate, Mr. President, the Senate sheltered the minority interests of slaveholders on this floor. After the war, it enabled monopolists and robber barons and isolationists to profit from the misery of the conflict and its aftermath. And each time in our country's history, crises forced the Senate to fundamentally change the way it worked. And each change has led to meaningful progress, including clearing the way for the passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments to emancipate and enfranchise former slaves, sweeping antitrust reforms, long-delayed legislation to protect civil rights. The bottom line is that the Senate rules are not suspended in amber, especially when they're being abused the way they're being abused today. They can, and they always have, changed with the times. And finally, let me say this. As we consider these reforms, the last thing we should do is make another House of Representatives. That's not what I want to do. I want to have a Senate where you got to come out here and debate, where you can't filibuster in secret in your office, but you have to be out here to persuade the American people of the righteousness of your cause, where the minority has the right to offer amendments, and where, in the end, 51 senators can actually make a decision so that we can move this country forward. And so that each one of us, whether we're in the majority today or sometime in the minority, can live under the rules that we've constructed to make the Senate actually function for the American people. And that, Mr. President, I think is why most of us have been sent here, and it's what I hope we're going to accomplish today. And if we don't, we got to keep fighting. The senator from Louisiana mentioned that this isn't 1965. Let me end by saying this. The economic gap between white Americans and black Americans is as great today as it was in 1968. That is a brutal fact about the state of our economy. And it's why we need a Senate that actually can respond to the needs of the American people. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you for your patience and your indulgence. I apologize that you're having to consume part of the last year listening to a years-long speech. But with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Grassley.
To hear the other side talk, by the other side I mean the Democrats, they would never dream of questioning our democratic process. So I want to take you back in history just a little ways to just before the 2020 election. Let's not forget the outlandish conspiracy theory promoted by leading Democrats in the run-up to the 2020 election that somehow the Postal Service might not deliver absentee ballots. Postmaster General DeJoy was slandered and slandered disgracefully based on no evidence whatsoever of any wrongdoing. The postmaster is hired by the Board of Governors of the Postal Service. He was neither appointed by President Trump nor did he answer to President Trump. The fact that DeJoy had supported President Trump's election was just enough for the other side to concoct a highly implausible election tampering plot. Now, after the election of President Biden, we heard no more about the problems with the Postal Service maybe not delivering mail. The necessary business transformation initiated by Postmaster General DeJoy to make sure that the ballots did arrive to be counted on time, that business transformation resumed after an election pause to allay irrational fears stirred up by partisans. We have heard precious little about this alleged threat to democracy since the election. Now, had the election gone differently, I suspect that we would have heard a lot more. However, the effect of that scare tactic still lingers to this very day. However, along that line, I hear from Iowans who dropped off their absentee ballot for the first time, scared that their vote would not have been counted if mailed because of that conspiracy theory against DeJoy that somehow the Postal Service was not going to make sure, or was going to make sure a Democrat ballot didn't get delivered. Now, my state of Iowa is one of the few states that uses the Postal Service's intelligent barcode on ballot envelopes. That helps the Postal Service expedite the ballots and allows Iowans to track their ballot until it is delivered to the county auditor. Iowans continue to be able to vote absentee with great confidence that their vote will count. So it makes me very sad that some were convinced otherwise as part of a political con game prior to the 2020 election. This denigrating of our election process for short-term political gain is disgraceful. Now, I see the current false claims about state laws suppressing votes in the same light. Whether Democrats believe that their own talking points, or whether it is a cynical attempt to paint Republicans as anti-voting, these false claims undermine faith in the democracy. I yield.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to go back a little further in history than last year's warmed over conspiracy theories that we just heard my friend from Iowa talk about. I so appreciated Senator Bennett's discussion of sort of the history of voting rights and the history of this body. The American public certainly doesn't know what cloture means. The American public really doesn't know all that much about the filibuster either. But go back a few decades. The filibuster was used to suppress the vote. The filibuster is used by many people in my political party back when too many Democrats were on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of civil rights. It was used by Southern segregationists. It was finally overcome by some Northern Republicans with a whole bunch of Northern Democrats. But then think what else the filibuster has been used for. The filibuster was used in the 1970s and 1980s to protect big tobacco in Kentucky. Or the filibuster was used to protect big oil. Now it's used to protect Wall Street. The filibuster is used to protect big tech companies. The filibuster is used in case after case after case to protect big drug companies. So we know that the whole purpose of the filibuster has been to protect the most affluent, the most privileged, the wealthiest corporate interests in this society that just get their way in this body day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Now, this weekend, and many referred to this, we honored Dr. Martin Luther King, we heard a lot of words extolling his legacy. Those words from many who are, for whatever reason, not supporting voting rights today, those words sounded pretty empty. Few people told the story of Dr. King in Memphis, why Dr. King was in Memphis. In early February of 1968, sanitation workers in Memphis, some of the most abused, taken advantage of workers in our country, mostly black workers doing a dirty, difficult job in a segregated city with a very racist mayor who let that be known in the ensuing months. These sanitation workers were not even given rest periods, particularly when they were in white neighborhoods. There was nowhere to go when they were picking up the garbage in white neighborhoods, in segregated white neighborhoods. There were no place to go for the rest periods. Two workers in early February, in a rainstorm, got in their garbage trucks to protect themselves from the rain for a few minutes. The garbage truck malfunctioned, those two workers, underpaid with no real benefits and no insurance and no help for their families. Those two workers were killed. Dr. King went to Memphis the first time to help lead that strike, to join the striking workers. The second time he went back, and that's when he was assassinated. Dr. King understood the dignity of work was intertwined with voting rights. Worker rights and voting rights always went together. Dr. King insisted no job is menial if it pays a decent wage. And those sanitation workers, as I said, low wages, no benefits, no health insurance, no retirement, none of that, few days off. Dr. King said, what does it profit a man to be able to eat at an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't earn enough money to buy a hamburger and a cup of coffee? He talked about the dignity of work, the term mostly popularized by him, and he said, no work is menial if it pays an adequate wage. Until all workers have dignity in their job, Dr. King's work will remain unfinished. We can't get there if workers cannot vote. I don't mean just workers who put on a tie and sit at a desk. The vote should be open to everyone. I mean all workers. Whether you punch a clock, whether you swipe a badge, whether you work for tips, whether you're on salary, whether you're raising children, whether you're taking care of aging parents. We know who powers our economy. It's workers. It's not the rich donors and the corporate contributors that fund the politicians who are pushing for gerrymandering and voter suppression in the takeovers of local election boards. It's workers. I think about what we did in the Senate last week. With some difficulty, but ultimately it worked, we unanimously passed a resolution honoring the custodians and the maintenance workers. We had talked often about the police officers, some of whom gave their lives, dozens who were injured, all who were courageous. We honored them as we should. We also last week, though, passed a resolution honoring custodial workers and maintenance workers. They get little recognition. They work for too low pay. Last January, 1 year ago, these workers, largely black and brown workers, many of them immigrants, were forced to clean feces off the wall, clean up after the destruction of the white supremacists, and restore dignity to our capital after domestic terrorists ransacked it. The insurrectionists destroyed, the black and brown workers cleaned up, the carpenters and the maintenance workers and the painters, union members all rebuilt. Last week, we came together to honor their service. They deserve more than words, more than gratitude. So often, they and other working people don't have much of a voice in this country. They don't have the high-priced lobbies to come here. Many of you have looked down the hall and seen in front of Senator McConnell's office, you've seen the lobbyists lined up who always seem to get what they come for. Workers don't have corporate lobbyists. They aren't going on campaign donor retreats. But workers have the vote, or should have the vote. The voting booth is where all of us are supposed to have an equal voice. The voting booth is where workers are supposed to be able to go to hold the wealthy and the powerful accountable. So it's not surprising that politicians who pass corporate tax cuts, the same politicians who do the handouts to the wealthiest 1%, don't want lots of workers to vote. We know who voter suppression and election subversion is aimed at. It's at the parents working 2 jobs to pay the rent and make sure their kids have a decent meal with no control over their work lives and their work hours if they don't have a collective bargaining agreement. It's students, it's people who don't get a day off, it's seniors in nursing homes, it's home health care workers who care for them. So often these are women of color working the graveyard shift after coming straight from their second job. We know whose votes these politicians want to throw out after they're cast. We know which cities the former president went after. What is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Senator Casey, and Atlanta, Georgia, Senator Ossoff and Warnock? What do they have in common? They're diverse places with a whole lot of black and brown workers who cast ballots that the rich and powerful don't like. Ultimately, as others have said, it comes down to this. These politicians want to cherry pick their voters rather than the voters picking their elected officials. Through gerrymandering, through voter suppression, through meddling in local election board, politicians want to pick and choose whose votes are counted. My state, President Trump carried my state twice by 8 points. My state, though, is about a 53, 54, 46, 47, slightly Republican state now. For the last decade, the members of Congress in my state, 12 Republicans, 4 Democrats. In 2012, and 14, and 16, and 18, and 20. None of that changed. Not one of those districts changed because Republicans, with their corruption and with their skill at drawing maps, drew those maps in ways that there was no real fair elections. We know whose votes they don't want to count. It's the votes of low-paid and the overlooked, the votes of workers who power this country, yet don't have much power. The votes of people who might hold politicians accountable, who might demand fewer tax cuts for rich people and an increase in the child tax credit, in the earned income tax credit, the largest tax cut for families in our nation's history. 90% of families in Colorado, in Georgia, in New Jersey, in Ohio, and all over this country, 90% of families with children get at least a $3,000 tax cut because of what we did in this body when we said no more Republican freight trains carrying tax cuts down the track. We were going to give tax cuts to moderate income people and working families. These votes of people who hold politicians accountable, the votes of people who understand the dignity of work. If you say you support American workers, you support their right to vote. I ask my colleagues of both parties come together to protect the right of every American to have a voice in this country, no matter who you are, no matter where you work, no matter where you live. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. I did not intend to speak today. I came down here and listened to the speeches of some of my colleagues for 2 hours this morning and asked for an opportunity to get on the list of what are nearly 50 senators who are going to speak today. But I heard loud and clear some of the comments. I just wanted to go back and revisit them and talk about maybe the path forward after this vote occurs today, and I hope fails to change the filibuster rule. I think Senator Tester was the one who said he knew of a voter who waited 8 to 10 hours to vote. That's unacceptable. We need to change that. I would also say that probably over that 8 to 10 hours, they run a long line far beyond any restrictions they have for electioneering, so they could have food and water. Some people could have heard that speech and thought that someone was starving or thirsting to death for 8 or 10 hours, but we all know that most states have laws that allow anyone to provide food or water to others 50 feet away from the election sites. And I know if you've ever been in elections, you've been there too. I've been there handing out my push card 50 feet out, handing people water. That happens every day. The American people need to know that. And if there are states that have restrictions, that's something I hope I have a moment to talk about as we move forward. We also heard Senator Klobuchar say that 160 times the rules have changed. The fact of the matter is, they have never changed for the legislative calendar, which is what we're talking about, without regular order. It happened 7 times. And it happened because the majority of members, Democrats and Republicans, thought that we should modernize the rules. But we did it through regular order. It's never been done before. In fact, the 2 notable examples where the nuclear option was used was once by then Majority Leader Harry Reid and followed up by then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. If that's not the best indicator of what will happen to this body nothing is. Remember when Senator Reid said, we're just going to carve out a little bit of the executive calendar to make it easier for district judges to get elected. That's all we're going to do. Why on earth does anybody believe that that carve-out wasn't going to result in the ultimate nuclear option for the executive calendar? That's why you have Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett. That's why you have it. This is political physics here. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And if you vote to nuke the legislative filibuster, you might as well build a wall straight down this body. Because anytime Democrats or Republicans hit the trifecta, and we have the White House, and we have the Senate, and we have the House, the minority's voice will count for nothing. And even worse, the voices of the vocal minority at either end of the political spectrum will have a disproportionate impact on what we vote on and pass out of this body. If you think it's hard getting the voting rights bills passed today, just think how hard it's going to be for you to stand down your most extreme base, we've got our own, on things that are not good for this country that the vast majority of the American people will not support. We will go to an every 2-year or 4-year cycle of huge swings for the first time ever in this nation's history. So I hope that last week, most of you had the opportunity. I was in the chamber, but if you weren't, I would ask you to go back and listen to Senator Sinema's speech. Some people would have just spiked the football on our side of the aisle saying it looks like she'll preserve the filibuster, we can move on. But what I heard was a member calling on us to bridge the gap and make progress. That's what I heard. And on voting rights, I think we can. I think the American people need to know that if this fails today, it's not the end of the discussion of progress that we need to make. My staff said, we don't want you to put this board up because we're afraid that'll tip your hand on things that you're having discussions with. I've had a number of discussions with members on the other side of the aisle. We have legitimate problems that we need to fix. We need to make it harder to cheat and easier to vote. We need to reform the Electoral Count Act that, with all due respect to the majority leader, I think that he said it's unacceptable and insufficient and even offensive, because he said scorekeeping matters little if the game is rigged. If the game is rigged, that sounds like what President Trump was saying just about 18 months ago. Now we've got both sides of the aisle talking about how the game is rigged. What we're doing is creating more discontent, and we're actually suppressing people's interest in voting because they think their vote won't count. That's what's being said in this chamber today. That's what we have to stop. There are a number of things that we can do. I voted against all the objections of my 7 Democratic colleagues on January the 6th. Stand by it, proud. I was proud to certify that election. But since 2001, the Electoral Count Act has been weaponized. You had 14 House members object in 2001. You had 31 House members, a Senate member, object in 2005. You had 7 House members object in 2017. And we had 138 House members and 7 Senate members object in this last election. It's clearly become weaponized. We clearly have to make it clear that the vice president's in a ministerial position and there should be a higher bar for lodging an objection. There are other things that we could do for the certifying agencies across the states to say you can't change the rules after the election is held. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making it easier to vote. I don't know why New York rejected by a 58-42 margin same-day registration last year, but they did. The voters went to the polls, and I'm reminded of you saying that the legislature overturned it. So now is the legislature in New York going to overturn 58% against same-day registration and 54% against no-excuse absentee ballot? I've got no-excuse absentee ballot in North Carolina. I think we should encourage more states to do the same. So where does this need to head? After the tensions cool, and after what I hope is a failed vote today to change the rules. And incidentally, the day that Republicans change the rules for the filibuster is the day I resign from the Senate. And I believe that I have a number of members on my side of the aisle that would never do it. So you don't have to worry about the argument, if you don't change it now, they'll just change it when they hit the trifecta. It's not going to happen. And Senator Kaine, I think I was naive. When I signed that letter saying after President Trump called for nuking the filibuster 34 times, I said, get me on a letter to preserve the filibuster. I went home and I was attacked. I've had the protesters, I've had the censure proposals at county GOPs and state GOPs, and I stand by it, and I'll stand by it as long as I'm here. But I have to say I feel a little bit disappointed and a little bit betrayed by the fact that the 32 members who signed it on the Democrat side, all but one, now say, well, things have changed. They haven't changed. And we can't let this filibuster change. We need to work on making it easier to vote. We need to work on making it harder to cheat. There are reasonable solutions that I think both sides of the aisle can agree to. And the American people need to know that there are people like me and other members that are going to fight for that after this vote hopefully goes down today. Let's not build a wall between our two chambers. Let's continue the relationships that we have. I had 5 conversations with members on the other side of the aisle this morning talking about legislation we're working on, a visit to North Carolina to spend some time together outside of the political cauldron that we're in here now, helping somebody out with a vote in judiciary for a judicial nominee that you otherwise may be incented to vote against. But let me tell you, if you want to destroy that opportunity moving forward, vote to nuke the filibuster. Vote to have any rational basis for working with members when one of us hits the trifecta. But I do hope after this vote fails today that members will answer the call to fix what's wrong with our system, fix the Electoral Count Act, make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Oregon.
Madam President and colleagues, I'm going to talk for just a few minutes about vote by mail, and I think Senator Klobuchar will probably be joining me. Now, Madam President and colleagues, I am the first United States Senator to be elected completely by mail. The second United States Senator elected completely by mail was my friend, Republican Gordon Smith, a senator well known to many here in this body. So the country looked up, and its first experience, colleagues, with vote by mail was thoroughly bipartisan. One Democrat, one Republican, who, as it happened after running against each other, got along very well and did a lot together. So as the country began to get its arms around vote by mail, it was bipartisan, and the bipartisan efforts to build on it really took off. They took off all across the country until President Donald Trump got elected and began to spew all these lies about vote by mail. So then something that was completely bipartisan suddenly became very partisan. And what I want to do is rebuild that bipartisanship. My colleagues seem to say that's what they want. And the fact is, vote by mail is the gold standard for casting an informed vote, particularly for working people, seniors, and others who would like the time, the opportunity in their living rooms, in their kitchens, to look at the ballot, consider the various alternatives, and in that effort now to undo the damage done by Donald Trump to vote by mail, and in the name of restoring bipartisanship, which is what it's all about. And I can just tell my colleagues, our late Secretary of State, Dennis Richardson, used to say he was about the most conservative person who ever lived. He basically told Donald Trump to go fly a kite when it came to vote by mail. Dennis Richardson, our late Secretary of State, an arch-conservative, said the reality is there hadn't been the fraud, it's worked very effectively, you're off base. So in the hope of being able to restore that bipartisanship, I just want to ask a question of the distinguished chair of the Rules Committee, and then I'll wrap up very quickly and we can move on, but we've had an awful lot of revisionist history with respect to vote by mail. And Senator Klobuchar, I know the Rules Committee under your leadership has really dug in to the history. Colleagues, Utah, bright red Utah, votes by mail. So Senator Klobuchar, take us through that history, and then
Well, thank you. Thank you, Senator Wyden. I want to thank you. We know that Oregon was the first to use vote by mail for a federal election, although I think that Senator Padilla, a great member of the Rules Committee from California, would tell you that, in fact, California and Washington first allowed any voter to request a mail-in ballot in the 1970s. But since then, what has happened? Utah, considered a red state by all accounts, has mail-in balloting for nearly all of their voters. We have seen this across the country. Today, 34 states allow any voter to request a mail-in ballot, and during the pandemic, 45 states actually allowed this to happen without an excuse. So what happened during the pandemic is that we saw 11 states that didn't typically allow all voters to request a mail-in ballot do so. Now, sadly, 10 of them have already started rolling this back for the next election. We know that this is a really safe and good way to vote, whether there is a pandemic or there isn't a pandemic. And the key is voters got used to it, they liked it, and attempts to roll this back and to make it harder to vote are the wrong way to go for our country. And instead, we should be assuring that everyone, regardless of their zip code, regardless of their state, should be able to vote by mail. Thank you for the question.
Madam President, let me just close very quickly. The fact is, we can bring about the bipartisanship that many of my Republican colleagues have been talking about over the last 4.5 hours. It is doable. It is possible to do it in a way that builds on a practical gold standard for informed voting used in Oregon, used in bright red Utah, and it's what we had until 2020, when Donald Trump tried to preempt the progress we were making, because in every rally, he would talk about all this fraud, for example. Fraud, Madam President, the last analysis of fraud in Oregon is 0.00001% of all votes cast. So we can get back to what the Republicans have been talking about over the last 4.5 hours. But the way you're going to have to do it is they're going to have to go to Donald Trump and tell him, look, we just don't agree with you on this. And that's the kind of leadership that we need. We saw it in Oregon. We saw it in Utah. We've seen it now from sea to shining sea. That's what it's going to take. I want my Republican colleagues to know we will meet them more than halfway. But they're going to have to start taking on Donald Trump's lies on these issues if we're going to have that bipartisanship that my colleagues have been talking about this morning. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, this past weekend is our annual reminder as a country of the courage and suffering and sacrifice and passion and love and energy that so many of our fellow Americans put into protecting our democracy. When in a democracy, one group of citizens can deliberately, purposefully make it more difficult for another group of citizens to vote, they have put a dagger into that democracy. We cannot let that happen. And I'm here today to focus in particular on one voting right that we have in this country, and that voting right is, when you're voting, to know what the hell is going on around you in that election. To know who is saying what. To know who the players are around you. If we're supposed to sit here as Americans and just act like indolent consumers, passive in this democracy, that's not the way it's supposed to work. Citizenship is an office, and that office has duties. And the duties include being informed of what is going on around you. And what is stopping American citizens from knowing what is going on around them is the cascade, the torrent, the Nile River of dark money that has begun to flow into our democracy since Citizens United. It wasn't enough that the Republican members of the court let unlimited money flow. They then had to refuse to react when that unlimited dark money went underground, when it went dark, when it became anonymous. They've had chance after chance to fix it, and they've refused, and we are left with this mess. It matters that citizens know who's talking in a democracy. In my circuit, the First Circuit Court of Appeals, where Jack Reed and I have the honor occasionally to recommend nominees to the president, there's a judge who I believe is the dean of the First Circuit Court of Appeals named Bruce Elia. He's a Rhode Islander. He was a Reagan appointee. He's a Republican. He's a very distinguished judge. And he has said it is crucial that the electorate can understand who is speaking, and thus to give proper weight to different speakers and messages when deciding how to vote. That crucial right is denied to Americans wholesale because of an unprecedented dark money campaign of interference in our democracy. You see it whenever it's election season. You're watching a television show and suddenly your TV screen is occupied by an advertisement that tells you that somebody is a bum, that somebody is no good, that somebody is terrible, that smears them. And at the end it says, this advertisement was brought to you by Americans for Peace and Puppies and Prosperity, some completely imaginary group that was cooked up just to launch those advertisements. And whatever filth those advertisements contained is then disappeared with the end of that front group. It's the political equivalent of toilet paper. You flush it when you're done with the filth, and whoever is behind it keeps their hands clean. So we now have a tsunami of slime, as one writer put it, flowing through our country, and it is denying our citizens the most fundamental right they have when they vote, which is to know who the actors are and who is doing what to whom. Well, in this bill is the Disclose Act that would fix that. If you spend more than 10 grand in an election, you have to report it. And I don't care how many shell corporations and donors' trusts and phony 501c4s you line up to blockade your identity, our bill will get through it. It super drills through however many screens you put up, and the American public will at last, once again, know who's really talking to them in their elections. Dark money, Madam President, takes away voters' right to know who's talking to them and what's going on in their democracy. It is a fundamental right. And unfortunately, it doesn't end there, because the other rights that my colleagues have so eloquently talked about, to get to the ballot, to be treated fairly at the ballot, to not be harassed on the way to the ballot, to be able to get a ballot mailed to you, the Republican efforts around the country to attack those rights, to suppress votes those ways, you know how that's being done? It's being done with dark money. We know it because they've been caught. It's not a matter of debate or dispute. When these enterprises are set up to deprive what Reverend Warnock calls some people of their right to vote, and when the laws are done so that that is accomplished against particularly African American voters with what one court called surgical precision, that is not happening at random. It is happening because enormous amounts of anonymous money are flowing into groups to make it happen. And I will close with two examples. One is called Heritage Action, which is The current state of the art on this is you set up a phony 501c3 and a phony 501c4, and they're a pair, and the money to the 501c3 is deductible, and the political dirty work is done by the 501c4, and Heritage Foundation, which we've all heard about, is the 501c3, and Heritage Action is its 501c4. And Heritage Action was recorded talking to its secret donors. And the person who was making the presentation to the secret donors in May of 2021 said, "We worked quietly with the legislatures. We got the best practices to them. We helped draft the bills. We made sure activists were calling the state legislators, getting support, showing up at their public hearings, giving testimony. In some cases, we actually drafted the bills for them." Or we have a sentinel. Think about that word for a minute. A sentinel on our behalf, give them the model legislation so it has that grassroots from the bottom up type of vibe. She said, and we did this with little fanfare. Honestly, nobody even noticed. My team looked at each other and were like, it can't be that easy. Well, the Disclose Act will stop it from being that easy to have an out-of-state dark money campaign take a state legislature and get them to pass voter suppression laws without the state legislators even know who is behind it. And that's on tape. I am not making this up. The other one that's always worth looking at are our friends at the Honest Elections Project, which actually doesn't exist. What exists is something called the 85 Fund. And the 85 Fund is allowed under Virginia law, Senator Kaine, to have a fictitious name and to operate as if it were operating under its fictitious name. And it has several. One is the Judicial Crisis Network, which we all know helped stock the court with right-wing judges. But another one is the Honest Elections Project. Honest Elections Project and Honest Elections Project Action are the pair that work on this. Money has poured into this effort, and the Honest Elections Project has been smack in the middle of it. In 2012, 77% of its money came through Donors Trust, which is a great identity laundering device for right-wing dark money. In 2013, 96%. In 2014, 88%. In 2015, 84%. In 2016, 82.6%. In 2017, 93%. In 2018, 88.8%. And in 2020, the year that the Honest Elections Project waged dark money voter suppression, the 85 Fund received over $45 million identity laundered through Donors Trust. And much of that money came from one single $19 million contribution. Somebody wrote a $19 million check to suppress votes. Folks, if we don't get to the bottom of this, we're going to have a real problem on our hands. And when we get to the bottom of this, the American public will be with us because they hate this stuff. You can be a Bernie bro or you can be a Tea Partier and you can disagree on everything and you agree that big dark money corruption has no place in American democracy. This is the issue where Senator McConnell's political minions met with the Koch brothers' political minions, and they did whatever minioning they do together. And their conversation got out to Jane Mayer, who wrote about it. And this was the issue that they said to each other, we can't dirty this up. No matter how hard we try to put a good spin on this, voters hate dark money corruption. Our voters hate it just as much as their voters. So this is our chance to fix this, to take out the dark money behind the voter suppression effort in all these states. This isn't happening, folks. It is being done. And we've got to pay attention to who is doing it. And when we do, we will restore that fundamental voting right of all Americans to know who is talking to them in their elections, to have ours be a democracy without masks, without subterfuge, and without dark money. I yield the floor.
Would my colleague yield just for a brief comment?
Gladly.
I just want to thank Senator Whitehouse. He has been a leader on this issue that is, it doesn't get enough attention, It is very much part of our bill, the Freedom to Vote Act. It is universally or virtually universally supported, and it's one of the great scourges of our politics. If we don't move forward on these bills, we're not going to be able to do this because we will not get the kind of bipartisan cooperation we need on this horrible, horrible thing that I think all 50 of us agree should be changed. So I want to thank him for his efforts, not just his speech today, but of his amazing efforts over the months and years.
Thank you, Leader. Much appreciated.
President.
The Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to talk about something really important to all Americans, but specifically important to Americans from the Deep South who happen to look like me. As I listened to the President talk about the importance of stopping what he characterized as Jim Crow 2.0, I felt frustration and irritation rising in my souls as I keep hearing the references to Jim Crow. I ask myself how many Americans understand what Jim Crow was. I am so thankful that we are not living in those days. But just for those who don't appreciate the Jim Crow that was, it was a time when my grandfather, born in 1921, would have experienced it if he was still alive. He could tell the stories of the Jim Crow South and the Jim Crow era, an era where in order for a black person to vote, you had to pass a literacy test. Now, if you could read at that point, it would not just be a test on whether or not you could read, it would be a test on, do you know who your governor was 20 years before you were getting ready to vote? It would include the threat of being lynched, literally killed, because those in power wanted to stop black folks from realizing and fully participating in the greatest nation on earth and exercising what I believe is a fundamental responsibility and right of Americans, the right to vote. It would include beatings and the power of intimidation, the loss of your job if you dared to show up to vote. And so when I hear my president and your president, our president of these United States, just a little while ago, a week or so ago, talk about Jim Crow 2.0 and using as the poster child of this new Jim Crow South being the Georgia voting law, I rushed to read the law one more time so that I could understand what in the world is he talking about. Now, I'm here this afternoon, because I had a conversation with the South Carolina NAACP about 2 hours ago. And they encouraged me to come to the floor and make my comments as public as possible so that people understand what I have read in the Georgia law and compare it to the Jim Crow South. So what we know about the Georgia law, and I've read the law, what we know about the Georgia law is the controversy that the president spoke about and that we heard members of Congress speak about over the weekend is it is illegal to get water while waiting to vote. Now, that claim has been proven false. It is not illegal to get water while waiting in line. That is false. The only time you can't get water while waiting in line to vote, according to the Georgia law, is if there's a partisan, someone campaigning for someone, you can't bring them water. But if you are an election worker or a relative, you can, of course, bring the person water. So that was completely false. But if that is the threshold of the new Jim Crow era, it looks nothing like the past. However, even that is false. What else is in that Georgia law that is supposedly the poster child of voter suppression? It allows for early voting, to include now the souls to the polls, where you have Sundays where you can vote early. As a matter of fact, 17 days of early voting, more early voting than the president's own home state or New York. It allows for mail-in ballots without an excuse. The same thing that was turned down by the voters in New York. No excuse, on demand, mail-in ballots is now the law in Georgia. New drop boxes. That pre-pandemic, it was not legal to have a drop box in Georgia. Now it is legal to have a drop box in Georgia. And voter ID, supported by at least 60% of African Americans, 60% of Hispanics, 60% or more of the majority population. After going through point by point and realizing in South Carolina the minority turnout was stronger than the overall turnout in South Carolina, and 2 of the 3 African American senators in the United States Senate today, 2 of us, represent those southern states. It's hard to deny progress when 2 out of 3 come from the southern states that people say are the places where African American votes are being suppressed. Not to mention the fact that 2020 was a banner year for minority participation in the greatest nation on earth from a voting perspective, and that is, my friends, good news. The Democrats' proposal would allow for the supporters of Bernie Sanders and their tax dollars to go into my reelection account. I oppose that. It would undermine voter ID laws across our country. I oppose that. It puts unaccountable bureaucrats in charge of our elections. Americans oppose that. And walking in on the day of the election, registering to vote without any verification is something I too oppose. And so, Madam President, when I think about the important issue of voting and when I think about the issue of voter suppression, it lands on my front porch. Because as a guy who has voted in the Deep South all my life, as a person who was born in 1965 with a mama who understands racism, discrimination, and separate and not equal, the grandfather who I took to vote and helped him cast his vote because he was unable to read, to have a conversation in a narrative that is blatantly false is offensive, not just to me or Southern Americans, but offensive to millions of Americans who fought, bled, and died for the right to vote. So if we're going to have an honest conversation about the right to vote, let's engage in that based on the facts of the laws that are being passed, not the rhetoric surrounding those laws, where it looks like power is more important than people. I'll close with this. The Civil War of this nation started in my hometown. One of the most powerful and popular senators in the history of America was Strom Thurmond. 2010, when I ran for Congress, in the place where the Civil War started. And I ran for Congress in a Republican primary against the son of Strom Thurmond. I won that race, not merely because of who I am, but because of who we have become as a nation. The evolution of the hearts of America and the hearts of Southerners could not be more clear on a day when the son of a single mother, mired in poverty, runs against the son of one of the most famous senators in the history of the country and comes out victorious. I would love for us to have a conversation about what we're doing for Americans as opposed to this negative, false narrative of what is happening to America. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I have deep and tremendous respect for my friend from South Carolina. I'm not a senator from the South, but my family hails from the South. From Monroe, Louisiana, to Alabama, to North Carolina, I know my roots, and I know the challenges of Jim Crow, and thank God we are not in a time of Jim Crow. The history that my friend talked to, I know this history, and I know my colleagues in the Senate know this history. We're all not blind to what happened in terms of racial oppression going back to the founding of this nation. The Constitution that people have been waving around, it's hard not to read that and not see that many of the compromises were based upon an acquiescence to that original sin of this nation, than slavery. We know the violence of what he said and talked about. I'm frustrated that we can agree that there has been overwrought language on both sides of the political aisle around this issue, but we should be focusing on the facts. I have a hard time listening to people that want to talk about this issue and don't talk about facts. In the United States today, it is more difficult for the average African American to vote than the average white American. That is not rhetoric, that is fact. We know that black voters on average are forced to wait online twice as long as white voters. We began this session today swearing an oath to that flag, saying that this would be a nation of liberty and justice for all. Where is the justice in a nation that there is, on average for a black person, twice as long to vote? It's factual, but let's keep going, because I heard my colleague speak. During the 2016 presidential election, residents of entirely black neighborhoods waited to vote. They were 74% more likely to spend more than 30 minutes at their polling place relative to residents of entirely white neighborhoods. That's a fact. Similar racial disparities were observed right before the pandemic. In the 2018 midterm elections, a Brennan Center report found that Latino voters waited almost 46% longer than white voters, and black voters about 45%. The report also found that Latino and black voters were more likely than white voters to wait in the longest of lines on election day. You could go into state after state and you will see who waits factually on longer lines. Georgia. Are we going to reduce this to just being about water? I find that law offensive, but that's not the thing that offends me most. You want to know what's going on in Georgia right now? They have a historical pattern of dwindling polling places in the diverse areas, with some voters in Georgia waiting up to 10 hours in predominantly black neighborhoods. Think about this for a second. You want to talk about voter suppression? You're working a job, you're taking care of young kids, and you're going to give up a day's salary in Georgia to vote? You want to talk about a modern day poll tax? And my friends on the other side are saying that race is not an issue here? I'm going to continue with facts because I was flabbergasted that someone could stand up here and say there's not a different experience for blacks and whites from voting. I'm just going to continue to read the facts. Since Shelby v. Holder, that eviscerated the Voting Rights Act that people like Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner died for, Black voters in Georgia have faced disproportionately longer lines and fewer polling places. The average number of voters per polling place have grown 40% in diverse Atlanta metro since 2012, and voters in black neighborhoods waited nearly 10 times as long on average after polling places were closed in neighborhoods. I'm looking for amen from my colleague from Georgia. I mean, in what country are we where a certain minority in predominantly minority communities has to wait 10 times as long? And so when you read, and I've heard my colleagues read these laws, they read, well, what's wrong with having no drop boxes because, hey, we didn't have them before the pandemic. What's wrong with not having that many days to vote by mail? What's wrong with these things is obvious because they're not designed for voter protection. They're not designed to help voters have more access to the polls. They are designed to suppress the vote and create these longer lines. That is the obvious result. And if you can't see that, I'm flabbergasted. I'm sorry, it's hard. This is not my turn to speak, and forgive me to my colleagues, but I am flabbergasted that the Republican Party, the party of the 14th Amendment, the party that once fought for equal access to the polls, is now creating this ruse that every 19 states, that the states that are passing these laws, 19 states, this is not about voter protection. Donald Trump's own person said this, the last election was the safest, most secure election in American history. This is not about in-person voter fraud. Study after study has shown that you're more likely to be struck by lightning. This is about lies. I'm sorry, this is about lies, and they're targeting groups. I'm going to go on with the facts, but I just want to talk about students for a second. I heard Senator John Tester. I've heard my colleagues from New Hampshire. And they're not hiding the ball, folks. They're not trying to tell us, oh, we're concerned about it. As early as 2011, state Republican House Speaker at the time in New Hampshire, Senators, you know William O'Brien? Can I get a hallelujah there? Promised to clamp down on unrestricted voting by students, calling them kids voting liberal, voting their feelings with no life experience. I hear what you're saying, that this is, these laws are innocuous on their face. But if you start looking at the legislative record, you see groups are being targeted in this country. Polling places are diminishing on college campuses. Voter IDs laws are being created so complex in Midwestern states that they're saying you can't use a 4-year ID, it's got to be a 2-year ID. That's some of the laws that are being passed. Can somebody be a witness on that? And I hear this rhetoric where people pull out one law. Well, look at this law. This is just about shrinking the days, or this is so innocuous on its face. And I know there are people at home thinking to myself, hey, that doesn't sound like a big deal. Maybe Republicans have a point. No, let's return to the facts. I'm going to go to Texas because I heard the senator from Texas accuse this body of creating rhetoric that was divisive. You want to know what's divisive to a country that says e pluribus unum above where the presiding person is? You don't want to know what's divisive? Is telling people in the Congresswoman's state that if you live in a predominantly minority area, we're going to remove polling places and change laws so that black folks disproportionately are waiting 5, 10, 15 times longer. Facts. The burden of long lines in polling places closures in Texas, in the post-Shelby County area, often falls disproportionately on black and Latino voters. Congresswoman, of the approximately 750 sites Texas has closed since Shelby v. Holder, 542 were in the 50 counties with the fastest growing black and Latino populations. Don't lecture me about Jim Crow. I know this is not 1965. That's what makes me so outraged. It's 2022. And they're blatantly removing more polling places from the counties where black and Latinos are overrepresented. I'm not making that up. That is a fact. I'm not going to stop because I'm tired of hearing that this does not have to do about singling out certain populations in our country, students, Native Americans, and not others. I'm not accusing anybody. Please, let's not throw around the defense where we crouch into defensive postures. I'm not accusing anybody of being racist. I'm just speaking to the facts in our country that I know motivate everybody here. 99 of my colleagues know it is wrong to create barriers for some populations and not others under the guise of a lie that there's a voter security problem. Let me continue. I'm sorry, Congresswoman, to keep talking about Texas. In the presidential primary on March 3rd, voters at the historically black Texas Southern University in Houston waited not an hour, not 2 hours, not 3, 4, 5, waited 6 hours. A poll of Texas voters conducted just in 2020 election underscored the disparity of non-white voters facing casting their ballots. I'm sorry, Senator Kaine, you were very good when you talked about that sign of 98% of people happy. I sat here stunned. I was wondering who they were polling, because they were not polling black and Latino voters in Texas when they did that. Let me give you the facts. 48% of black voters and 55% of Latino voters in Texas found it easy to vote. But that leaves a lot of folks that didn't think it was easy. White voters, actually 65% think it's easy to vote. Everybody's not happy. People who wait in 6-hour lines are not happy. I just want to give a couple more facts. Let's go to my dad's home state. North Carolina was one of the states most affected by poll closures. There were 158 fewer polling places in 40 counties with large black communities. And African American voter participation dropped 16%. Why? Well, my friend Bennett said this. We still live in a country where the economic disparities between blacks and whites is what it was in the 1960s. And so if you're a black struggling family and your option to vote means standing in line for 10 hours compared to predominantly white counties where the wait is longer, you don't go vote. And that's not just black folks. The stories about disabled voters, with about 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 pointing out that it's hard for them to vote because of physical impediments, that's discriminatory against them. It doesn't mean people here are anti-disabled. We're not throwing those labels around. I'm just talking about the facts. And so I just want my colleagues to know that I can pull Story after story of these states, the 19 that are passing these laws, if you pull them out and want to read them absent context, you're going to try to obscure the larger picture that's going on in our nation, is that we are seeing entirely Republican legislatures passing laws that are disproportionately impacting certain groups by the facts. And so I want to close with this, because I love what, on the march across the Edmund Pettit Bridge, they were stopped, beaten back. They tried to go again with King, again blocked by Alabama state troopers, but they finally got to their destination to protest voting rights. And I love what King said there. He talked about those people whose hearts were discouraged because they hadn't passed voting rights. And I know there's going to be a lot of people in this day that are going to feel that kind of discouragement. But Reverend Warnock, King gave one of his best speeches that day, where he asked people, how long are we going to have to wait? Not long. Because the truth, I'm thinking about the lies we're hearing now, the big lies, the lies of in-person voting, where the truth crushed to the earth will rise again. Don't lie and say there's not a disparate voting reality for blacks and whites in this country right now. The facts speak differently. Don't lie and say that these laws are not being done in a way to make it harder for students to vote. Don't lie and say that we are a nation that should be doing more to ease access as opposed to putting up more barriers, because to go on more barriers is anti-democratic. Those lies will not live forever. I do believe still that the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends till justice. I still believe that the best of our democracy will come out if people do not give up and are not discouraged. I ask my colleagues right now to continue on the floor today, to continue to tell the truth of what's happening in your states, to continue telling the truth of what's happening in our nation. Because we will win this fight. I don't know how long it will take, but that will be determined by how dedicated we are to the principles of this democracy. We must live in a nation where everyone is equal, not in rhetoric or in slogan or in salutes, but everyone is equal in the experience they have through participating in democracy. The vote is the bedrock of our nation, is the foundation of the country, and it does have cracks that need our repair. Whether we get down on our knees in prayer or we stand tall, let's continue the work of this democracy so that freedom and justice does roll down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Forgive my colleagues for speaking well beyond my time, and I apologize if I demonstrated too much emotion. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Madam President. Confidence in our elections is vital to self-governance, and voting is a fundamental right. This is something that Democrats and Republicans can agree on. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution states that, quote, times, places, and manners, unquote, of congressional elections, quote, shall be prescribed by the states. Over the last year, my Democratic colleagues have introduced and tried to pass several versions of what they call the voting rights legislation, the For the People Act and For the Freedom to Vote Act. But these wholesome titles seriously are misleading. The bills are partisan power grabs that will give the federal government unprecedented power over our elections and weaken the ability of state legislatures to administer their own election laws. Federalizing election procedure would export traditional state authority to the federal government and defer decisions on how citizens elect their congressional representatives to Congress. This is inherently less responsive and less accountable. This legislation would undermine state legislatures by sending taxpayer dollars to political candidates for the House of Representatives, weaken popular state voter ID laws, and make updating voter rolls to ensure accuracy more difficult. According to a Gallup poll, 80% of Americans support voter ID laws, yet under this legislation, states would be required to accept essentially any document that includes a person's name as a valid form of ID. If you want to dispel the notion that voter fraud occurs in our elections, this is not a good start. One-size-fits-all solutions, that approach that is the Democrats are pushing, is completely unfit for Kansas and for the country. Perhaps even more alarming, and this is the point that I would make more, I hope, strongly than what I just said, more alarming than this federal election takeover is the Democrats' proposed means of passing it. President Biden and Majority Leader Schumer, realizing the limitations of their slimmest possible majority in the Senate, have advocated for weakening the legislative filibuster. The ability for the Senate to debate legislation until 60-vote threshold is met. Ironically, Democrats utilized the filibuster vote margin just last week to block sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Making use of the same 60-vote threshold they are so determined to demonize. The filibuster protects the minority. It doesn't necessarily mean Republicans or Democrats. It may mean just somebody with an odd idea. It may mean rural, where I come from, or urban, where other members of the Senate come from. It may mean the ability for a member of the Senate to speak on behalf of his or her constituents and advocate for their views. It allows every senator to have the opportunity to garner more information, to seek out sponsors of a bill, to have conversations, and to pull people together before we decide on how to proceed on legislation. But the filibuster does more than that. It forces us. I'm sorry it's necessary to force us, but it forces us to work together. Freedoms and liberties are protected by process. In today's world, too many people want the outcome regardless of how the process works. That process is called the Constitution of the United States, and in our case, there's rules of the United States Senate that require a 60 vote for legislation to be considered and passed by the United States Senate. In the circumstances that those are eroded, those process issues, it really, let me highlight that again, it bothers me so much that in so many circumstances, we set aside process because we want an end result. But in doing so, we erode the personal freedoms of Kansans and all Americans, and those freedoms and liberties are diminished as a result. I would tell it's unusual for me to have as many of my colleagues on the floor as there are today while I speak, and in this case, most are Democrats. I would say that if we want to change the United States Senate, and I'm a critic of the way that we do business here, I've never enjoyed serving in the United States Senate in which it worked well. If we wanted to do something that would actually make a difference as compared to change the process by which we consider legislation, how about having committees that actually do their work? How about having hearings and markups and debate? Give me the chance, give all of my colleagues the chance to participate in this democracy of developing legislation. But how many times have I voted on things that are garnered, put together, patchwork together, created by the leadership of the Senate or the leadership of the House, or working together a bill that is proposed by the White House? I want to have ownership, and even if I don't get my way, at least I had the opportunity, and it is the committee process that allows us to do that. And instead of fixing something fundamental as the Congress of the United States and having committees that work, we're going to change the process by which we can get to a bill or pass a bill and reduce the role that people who have different ideas play in that outcome. Give me ownership of legislation through a committee process. Don't take away my ability to better represent Kansans and Americans and people in the minority by changing the 60-vote rule. Americans voted for a Congress that is nearly a 50-50 split between the parties in the House and a precisely 50-50 split in the Senate. I don't think Americans voted to give one party free rein to implement an unprecedented power grab to nationalize elections and fundamentally reshape the way the Senate passes legislation. Thankfully, there's a bipartisan opposition to weakening the filibuster. A majority of senators agree it would bring about massive uncertainty for Americans who don't want to be subjected to the dramatic political swings when one election occurs and one party's in power and then the next party's in power. There's so much uncertainty in this world because there was never the consensus to build a 60-vote margin for a piece of legislation. We must have confidence in our elections. It matters. I want everyone who is legally entitled to vote to be able to vote. And I understand that voting is a fundamental right. But Kansans know best what's for Kansans, and congressional Democrats would be wise not to underestimate our resolve in making our own determinations. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for covering the presiding chair for a little longer than usual to allow me to make a few words, make an address to the Senate. I rise because it is time for the Senate to stand on the side of protecting our very democracy and the freedom to vote. You know, this used to be a bipartisan issue, and I was proud to know the history that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 passed the Senate 77-19. And in 1982, when it was reauthorized, extending it, President Reagan said, I pledge that as long as I'm in a position to uphold the Constitution, no barrier will come between our citizens and the voting booth. And this bill is a vital part of fulfilling that pledge. When I served in the House of Representatives, the dean of the Wisconsin delegation, Representative Jim Sensenbrenner, a Republican, led the bipartisan effort for the Voting Rights Restoration and Amendments Act of 2006. You know, today we can't even get a vote in the Senate on the Voting Rights Act. Why have today's Republicans walked so far from those that came before them? There's a simple answer. Too many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refused to stand up for democracy and instead chose to stand on the side of Donald Trump and his big lie about the 2020 election being stolen from him. It wasn't. Trump lost fair and square, and President Biden won, and that's simply a fact. And to suggest otherwise is a fraud that undermines people's faith in our very elections. Enough is enough. We must act. We have the responsibility to do so. The threat posed by this big lie is all too real, and in my home state of Wisconsin, we have a stark example of it. I come from a purple swing state. We have had many, many closely decided elections in recent history. In 2000, then, Vice President Gore won the state by less than 6,000 votes, a mere 0.22% margin of victory. 4 years later, John Kerry carried the state by about 11,000 votes, a 0.38% margin. In both cases, despite these narrow margins, those elections went smoothly and were fair. Their outcomes were not disputed. George W. Bush declined to request a recount. No credible person, let alone a leader of a political party or elected official, claimed the election in Wisconsin wasn't fair, free, and properly decided by the voters. Once again, in 2016, we had a pretty close presidential election in Wisconsin, and another equally as close one in 2020. President Biden won Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes, a margin of victory of 0.63%. In 2020, Wisconsinites exercised their right to vote in record numbers. More than 75% of eligible Wisconsinites voted. Wisconsin voters broke the record for highest turnout ever measured in the state, with every one of Wisconsin's 72 counties producing an increase in turnout, benefiting both presidential candidates. Wisconsin state and local officials and citizens volunteered from both political parties, did heroic work to ensure our election was smooth, safe, and fair. They took important steps to make our election system work safely and securely for all voters while the COVID-19 pandemic raged in my home state. Wisconsinites cast their ballots for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, and after Wisconsin county clerks in all 72 counties canvassed the results, Joe Biden won with a margin of over 20,000 votes. The voters of Wisconsin chose Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to receive our state's 10 certified electoral votes. But the scrutiny of those election results through the channels provided by law continued. After an official vote count showed Trump lost, his campaign requested a recount and targeted Wisconsin's two most diverse counties, Milwaukee and Dane. When the recount was completed, it came as nobody's surprise that it didn't change the outcome. Trump lost and President Biden won. The votes had been counted and recounted, but that did not stop President Trump from filing a lawsuit trying to throw out 220,000 legal votes in Wisconsin. Fortunately, our state's highest court rejected this attempt to disenfranchise Wisconsin voters and find more votes for himself. As two Wisconsin Supreme Court justices wrote, concurring with the majority decision dismissing Trump's campaign case, the evidence shows that despite a global pandemic, more than 3.2 million Wisconsinites performed their civic duty. More importantly, as it relates to this lawsuit, these voters followed the rules that were in place at the time. To borrow Justice Hagedorn's metaphor, Wisconsin voters complied with the election rulebook. No penalties were committed, and the final score was the result of a free and fair election. But that wasn't the end of the road for Republican efforts to sow distrust in the 2020 results in Wisconsin. In February 2021, a committee of the Republican-controlled Wisconsin State Legislature, by a party-line vote, directed the Nonpartisan Legislative Audit Bureau to review the administration of the 2020 election. The Bureau, according to its report, spoke with the staff of the Bipartisan Wisconsin Elections Commission and surveyed all 1,835 municipal clerks and 72 county clerks in the state. They also reviewed a host of records regarding the election, including a total of 45 sworn complaints pertaining to the election that had been filed with the Elections Commission. In October, the Bureau issued its report, which did not find any evidence of widespread voter fraud or wrongdoing in the election. Separately, a conservative think tank, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, conducted its own review of the election. Their report, released December 2021, also concluded that there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud in Wisconsin. In fact, or the fact is that our bipartisan Wisconsin Elections Commission conducted a free, fair, safe, and secure election, just as local elections clerks did across our state. Trump has still not provided any credible evidence of voter fraud or election irregularities. In fact, federal judges appointed by Trump rejected on the merits his false claims about the Wisconsin election. Despite all of this, the Republican leadership of the Wisconsin legislature authorized yet another sham process to question the integrity of the 2020 elections. With a budget of at least $680,000 of Wisconsin taxpayer dollars to boot, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this unnecessary partisan charade came shortly after the former president called out these Republican leaders by name for trying to prevent a forensic audit of the election results. This was no mere coincidence. Wisconsin state Republicans named Michael Gableman to lead this effort after he famously said, and without evidence, right after the November election, that it was somehow stolen. That's who's leading this probe. In August, Gableman traveled to Arizona on Wisconsin taxpayers' dime to learn about that state's widely discredited audit supported by the cyber ninjas. Then he was off to South Dakota.
Order, please. Take your conversations off the floor.
Then he was off to South Dakota to attend a symposium on voter fraud led by my pillow chief executive and infamous conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell. In no effort to show nonpartisanship or to be a neutral arbiter, Gableman hired partisan actors like former Trump administration official and head of a group that asked the Supreme Court to throw out the results of Wisconsin's election and force the Wisconsin legislature to certify electors instead. Gableman has issued wide-ranging subpoenas to local officials in Wisconsin's largest cities and even threatened to jail them if they failed to comply with this taxpayer-funded promotion of Trump's big lie. And separately, the Republican leader of Wisconsin's Assembly Elections Committee began her own set of investigations, issuing subpoenas to clerks in Milwaukee and Brown counties, and later, the latter being the home to Green Bay. She had also traveled to Arizona, and in a press release announcing her inquiry stated that Wisconsin similarly needs transparent, full cyber forensic audit. To put it simply, there has been a constant drumbeat undermining the integrity of our elections in Wisconsin since President Biden was duly elected. Casting doubt and undermining confidence in our elections has real consequences. It has led to harassment and threats of the hardworking state and local elections officials who worked tirelessly during an unprecedented public health crisis to make sure Wisconsinites could safely and securely exercise their right to vote. Elections officials across the state have received dangerous threats and harassment for simply doing their job. The executive director of the Milwaukee Election Commission reported being told she deserved to be hung in the public square, received a threatening letter at her home calling her traitorous, and a profane insult that I will not repeat on the floor of the Senate. And she received a profanity-laced voicemail telling her she should be convicted and hanged. Another Wisconsin clerk reported being called every name you can imagine and receiving threats that led to a local police department having to conduct a security review of the clerk's office, and the clerk feeling the need to install a camera at her house for security. In Rock County, Wisconsin, the county clerk's office asked for protection from the local sheriff in the wake of angry calls after a news report had misstated the county's votes. One of the members of the Wisconsin Elections Commission had pictures of her home posted on social media and received threatening messages about her children. Even elected officials are attacking the role of these individuals in administering our elections. A Republican sheriff has called for the 5 members of the Bipartisan Wisconsin Election Commission to face criminal charges for guidance they provided during the pandemic about collecting absentee ballots from nursing homes. Madam President, let's be clear. On January 6th, 2021, Donald Trump not only incited a violent insurrection against our democracy, he also incited an ongoing attack on voting rights across America. Across the country, we've seen more than 400 bills that restrict access to voting that have been introduced in 49 states. In Wisconsin, the Republican-controlled state legislature has advanced legislation curtailing voting rights and putting up barriers to make it harder to vote. Last year, they passed measures that would make it harder for voters to turn in their absentee ballots. They have passed legislation that threatens election officials with felonies for assisting voters with minor issues on their ballots. And they want to make it harder for people with disabilities who cannot make it into the polls to exercise their right to vote. Thankfully, our Wisconsin governor has vetoed these measures. Despite Dropbox being a safe, secure, and effective way for voters to turn in their ballots and have their votes counted, and despite previous support for their use from Republicans in the state legislature, Trump's big lie has pushed them to now oppose the use of Dropboxes statewide. In fact, there is now a push to override guidance from the Wisconsin Elections Commission to make drop boxes for legal ballots illegal in Wisconsin. At the same time, the Republicans in the state legislature are advancing a redistricting proposal that will double down on Wisconsin's unprecedented level of hyper-partisan gerrymandering, where politicians pick their voters instead of people choosing their elected officials. Not to be outdone, the New York Times has reported that my fellow senator from Wisconsin, quote, and this is a quote, believes Democrats cheat. This false accusation was accompanied by a proposal from this U.S. senator to change the rules in Wisconsin and have the Republican-controlled legislature seize control over the administration of our elections, taking this nonpartisan process out of the hands of our bipartisan independent Wisconsin State Elections Commission. As was reported, quote, Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican, said that GOP state lawmakers should unilaterally assert control over federal elections, claiming that they had the authority to do so even if Governor Tony Evers, a Democrat, stood in their way. An extraordinary legal argument debunked by a 1932 Supreme Court decision and a 1964 ruling from the Wisconsin Supreme Court, end quote, from the New York Times. For my part, I believe voting rights are fundamental to our democracy, and that is why I will keep on working to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, so we stop voter suppression efforts and protect the right to vote. We must ensure that regardless of where you live in this country, you have the same access to the ballot box and faith that our elections are fair and safe. I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. My Democratic colleagues are continuing what started last week with spending hours trying to convince members of their own party, both here in this chamber and across the country, that they had no choice but to blow up the Senate rules by firing a partisan torpedo at the filibuster. Now it appears, from what we heard, that they used demeaning, shaming words and really went about weaving quite a frightening tale about what would happen if their Democratic colleagues did not cave on this issue. That tale was no more based in reality than the vile accusations of racism that they've hurled at those who oppose this push to single-party rule. Last week, when this insulting narrative started to collapse, they tried a new approach and pitched their assault on the Senate as a carve-out to accommodate an emergency change to election law. I fully believe when someone is going to tell you who they are, you should believe them. And over the past year, we have watched Joe Biden and the Democrats throw self-control out the window and leverage emergency after emergency to expand their power. Joe Biden signed more than a dozen executive orders in the very first hours of his presidency. knowing that if he did not do this, these policies would never see the light of day. The people, and that is the people of this country, hadn't seen fit to give his allies in Congress the majority that he needed for his agenda. So he waved his pen and conjured up a mandate for himself. And now his Democratic allies in the Senate are prepared to do the exact same thing on behalf of a bill that would federalize elections in America, stripping away protections for the ballot box and injecting uncertainty into the voting process. Now, who asked for this? No one. If the American people wanted this, they would have given the Democrats the majority they needed to get it done. But they didn't. And in fact, I hear from Tennesseans every day who want it to be easier to vote and harder to cheat, not the other way around. But based on what I've seen, I've come to the conclusion that what the people want no longer seems to matter to our Democratic colleagues. We can take today's event as proof that if the people don't see fit to give them the power, they will come and take that power and turn the Senate into a rubber stamp they can deploy when an executive order just won't get the job done. That really frightens Tennesseans because they can see what is coming down the path. Open borders, court packing, gun control, the Green New Deal, abortion on demand, socialized health care, speech restrictions, federalized election, and more out-of-control spending and, yes, higher inflation. We know that this is the future that the Democrats are laying out for America. It's the future that they see for our children and grandchildren, because these policies are the policies that they have fought for since long before Joe Biden took office. Do we really think that this attack on the Senate rules will stop with an election law takeover? The American people don't think it will. Tennesseans do not think that it will. As I said, when somebody shows you who they really are, you ought to believe them. And as I've said previously, this is no way to run the world's greatest deliberative body. But this is exactly how the Democrats are choosing to go about trying to destroy it. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Delaware.
Madam President, why are we here? Why is this Senate dedicating this entire day to a debate on the floor? Well, we are here today to debate and consider two critical voting rights bills. It's our fourth try. It's our fourth try. The three previous times we have tried to get on this bill, there's been a filibuster on the motion to proceed, an obscure procedural standing that prevented us from getting to this bill. We are finally on it. And there is a challenge in this chamber and this country to explain and articulate briefly why this is such an important moment and why it justifies in a tension between two of my core principles, one of which is making sure that we work across the aisle and find bipartisan solutions as much as possible, and the other that we protect foundational principles, the right to vote, and through that right to make progress towards justice and inclusion in our society, that I choose the latter. We have seen, Madam President, across our country in recent months and years, ever since Shelby County, a Supreme Court case blew a hole in the center of the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965, the most powerful civil rights law in the history of our country, a whole series of laws at the state and local level eroding and undermining access to the ballot. And in the months since the 2020 election, tragically, we've also seen now state legislatures take up and pass laws designed to change who counts the ballot, who certifies an election, voter suppression and voter subversion, access to the ballot box, and who counts the votes. Every one of us is here because we were elected. Every one of us wants to know, or should want to know, that we want a free and fair election in which as many Americans in our state as possible voted. Why would we want barriers to Americans with disabilities, Americans speaking different languages, Americans working full-time and strained by their work and family commitments, Americans who are black or brown, Native American or Hispanic or African American? Why would we want to have any suspicion that our election to this body relied in some part on suppressing or miscounting those votes? Madam President, today I'm going to speak just briefly, if I can, about how today is really about a frayed bipartisan consensus. Some of my Republican friends and colleagues have spoken about how we have to continue to hang on to and respect the rules of this Senate, especially the 60-vote threshold, to moving forward on policy changes. And I've long defended that and respect that concern. But we are also principally here because of a forgotten consensus about working together to protect access to the ballot box. We've heard just now from a colleague the accusation that this is a partisan federal takeover of elections. Yet several of my colleagues have read and reminded us the Constitution itself explicitly gives this Congress the power, even the responsibility, to ensure that federal elections are conducted in a way that is free and fair. When the first Senate gathered, think about who was in the room. Think about the qualifications to vote, how narrow they were. Propertied white men. Think about the arc of change in our nation and how year after year, generation after generation, with a huge amount of struggle, ultimately the moral question of who can vote, of who counts and whose vote should be counted, has slowly, painfully, through sacrifice, changed. There was for 50 years, from 1965, when earned through blood and sacrifice on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the Voting Rights Act was signed into law by a former senator from Texas, President Lyndon Baines Johnson. There was for 50 years a consensus in this body that the Voting Rights Act was a critical, even a sacrosanct protection. It was reauthorized 5 times. In 1970, in 1975, in 1982, in 1992, by strong bipartisan majorities, and in 2006, unanimously. No wonder then that my friend and predecessor at this desk, our president, seems to struggle to comprehend how a Republican Party that included Strom Thurmond, when he chaired the Judiciary Committee, voted over and over and over to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. Yet today, as we debate the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, we sadly do not have a single vote across this aisle to move us forward. How did this happen? How did this consensus, so hard won, fray so quickly? In short, it's because of a lie. It's because of a misrepresentation that millions of illegals are voting, famously said by our immediate past president. But a widespread belief that voter fraud was undermining the very credibility of our elections has been adopted across our country and spread and caused a fundamental break. There's also been action by the new conservative majority on the Supreme Court, first in 2013 in Shelby County, where they took out the Section 4B formula that then eviscerated Section 5 preclearance to provide pre-election protection against voter suppression. And then just last year, Brnovich versus DNC, when 6 conservative justices concluded that a state law in Arizona that had a demonstrable disparate impact on Hispanic and Native American and black voters could be allowed to stay on the books and proceed. Now let's be clear. We should make sure there is no widespread voter fraud. And on the Judiciary Committee, my colleague from Illinois and others have led hearings to confirm that there is no widespread voter fraud, as my colleague from California, the former Secretary of State, spoke eloquently to earlier. And the Freedom to Vote Act, which is the other bill in front of us, benefited from modifications by Senator Manchin of West Virginia, also a former Secretary of State, to ensure that we have protections in terms of voter ID. I will also briefly, and I know I need to conclude, respond, if I can, to accusations by several of my colleagues that Delaware's voting laws are not yet at the highest standard. And I will say, it is true. My state has a long, brutal, tragic history of race relations that were not their best, and our voting laws have just now come to be up to the federal standards we are hoping to make the standard for our whole country. But let me ask this question. In the midst of a pandemic, when state after state has adopted changes to voting, ballot boxes, and no-fault vote by mail and same-day registration, why would states be moving those back? The pandemic isn't over. In November, millions of medically vulnerable Americans will be looking to vote. Why would we end these new provisions to provide access to the ballot box? Let me make two last points and conclude. As I've traveled to a dozen countries in the last year, I've heard from allies and adversaries concerns about the health of our democracy. We must take action to protect the right to vote in this country. And last, we should not make the last casualty of this dread pandemic rolling back voting access. If I must choose between a fundamental principle learned through 5 congressional civil rights pilgrimages spent with John Lewis, that voting is a moral question, and continue to hold to a rule, I will choose the former and embrace a change that is as narrow and temporary as possible and that will restore debate on this floor. As I marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge for the last time with John Lewis, he stopped and turned and said to all of us, in his halting voice, knowing he was in his last weeks, never give in, never give up, never become hostile. Hate is too great a burden to bear. Stay hopeful and keep marching. It is my hope, Madam President, that our debate today, our votes today, will give strength and lift and truth to the service and the life and the sacrifice of Congressman Lewis. Thank you.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Florida.
Madam President, like many of my colleagues, I often speak about my family here on the Senate floor. As most of my colleagues know, I grew up poor and spent years of my childhood living in public housing. I never knew my biological dad, and my mom and my adopted father did the best they could for our family with the very little they had. I think that a small part of my life is well known, but what may not be known to many people is that my parents were Democrats. Sadly, the Democrat Party my parents belonged to no longer exists. Today's Democrat Party would be totally unrecognizable to my parents, just as it is to millions of Americans all across our country right now. I am a proud Republican. It's no secret I'm trying to expand my party, but I still believe in the benefits of our centuries-old two-party system. It makes our nation stronger, pushes us to listen to both sides, work together, and leads to progress. That's why the filibuster is so important. As a rule, the filibuster embodies what is most essential to the survival of our republic. It weakens the sometimes attractive nature of tribalism and bolsters the importance of and need for consensus when crafting policy. The filibuster protects our democratic process. That's why the founders designed the Senate to operate this way, as a cooling saucer that could resist the temptation of political expediency that leads our country to wild swings in policy and position. I make this point not only to highlight the foolishness of doing away with this rule, as my Democrat colleagues would like to do, but to draw attention to the gravely concerning abandonment of democratic principles we see in today's Democratic Party. Madam President, I take no joy in saying this, but today's Democrat Party has become the new anti-democracy party. The terrifying examples of this are all around us: packing the Supreme Court, pushing a radical federal takeover of state elections, ignoring our laws on border enforcement and criminal prosecution, enforcing unconstitutional vaccine mandates on American workers. None of these things give more power to the people we are elected to represent. What these dangerous ideas show is that today's Democrats don't believe the people are capable of getting it right. Democrats don't think their ideas can win enough elections to control a majority in the Senate. Senator Schumer said as much just last week. He said that if the Democrats don't pass their Corrupt Politicians Act, they will lose their majority. A party that once prided itself on being a voice for working Americans like my parents is now turning to authoritarian tactics to impose its will on government by force because it does not trust the decision voters will make. In trying to pack the Supreme Court, Democrats are saying they do not trust the decisions of state legislatures, bodies comprised of the people's elected representatives. In pushing the federal takeover of state elections, Democrats are showing that they know their ideas are too radical to win the approval of voters, so they need to leave the back door open for fraud and the dilution of votes to win elections and stay in power. That's why they want to give non-citizens, those here illegally and who may be dangerous criminals, the sacred right to vote. In pushing an unconstitutional vaccine mandate, Democrats are making clear that they don't trust the American people to make smart decisions for themselves and their families when it comes to their own health. In the eyes of today's Democrat leaders, disagreement is intolerable. There are no more opponents, only racist. They allow no room for compromise because all who disagree are evil, bigoted, and backward. When the ruling class strips the people of their voice, democracy dies. When the elites in Washington decide they know better than the families they're supposed to represent, our American experience fails. Madam President, it is a sad day when I think about how unrecognizable today's Democrat Party would be to my parents. Not because it has naturally evolved or modernized, but because it's abandoned the principles it once fought so hard to protect. I'm sure these words will upset many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I hope they do, and I hope it drives them to refocus their party back where it belongs, on the needs of American families. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Michigan.
You know, I'm not sure where to start, having just heard my colleague from Florida. I just have to say that who he is describing, I don't recognize either, because I don't recognize that at all of anyone that is here. And I just want to start by thanking my Democratic colleagues, first of all, for voting for the American Recovery Act, that, among many other things, is helping to focus on ways to bring down the cost of food and our food supply chain to help fix it, and a number of other issues that unfortunately not one colleague on the Republican side voted for, not one. So we've heard a lot today about how we should be focusing on the needs of the American people. I think there'd be a collective amen from our side about that. And we would love to have our colleagues join us, frankly, in that effort.
All right, what's going on, everybody? So we're waiting right now for President Biden to hold his first press conference in several months. As soon as that happens, we're going to kick that on. I'm going to turn on the main YouTube page as well, because that's not on right now. But just want to let you know I'm still here, so you don't need to go anywhere else. We are going to cover Biden's speech. For right now, we'll keep the Senate floor on until that does occur. All right? Bye.
We also know there's a coordinated Republican effort across the country to limit the freedom to vote and make it easier to intimidate and remove election officials who won't do their bidding. And how do I know this? Because it's happening in Michigan as I speak. Today's vote on the legislation in front of us is the fundamental act we must do to stop this destructive partisan movement. And we also know that in order to make this happen, we have to return the Senate to its original principle of majority vote. Our nation's founders had a lot of opinions about the type of country we should be and, the type of government we should have. And at times, the discussions got heated, and not just because it was summer in Philadelphia, Senator Casey, but they were actually wearing wool at the time, and so it got heated in a number of different ways. However, there was one thing they agreed on. Government should be run by the will of the majority, not a minority, not a king. They agreed on this because they saw what happened when a nation is held captive to the views of the minority. The very first Constitution of the United States, the Articles of Confederation, was frankly a dysfunctional mess. That's why they gathered in Philadelphia to try again and to get it right this time. And getting it right meant majority rule. James Madison said that the majority rule is fundamental to our democracy. Thomas Jefferson said that the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail. And in Federalist 22, Alexander Hamilton wrote a lengthy description of the problems that arise when a minority can override the will of the majority. The founders didn't have an opinion on the Senate filibuster because it didn't exist. It didn't exist. However, over time, senators figured out they could slow down legislation through unlimited debate. And we know that at first the filibuster was rarely used, mainly by Southern senators who wanted to block civil rights legislation. Yet over time, it's evolved from a procedural tool into a weapon, and we all know this. And this weapon is increasingly used to stop our nation from making progress on issues that are so important to the American people, so important to our families, and crucial to the future of our country. We're here today because the most basic freedom in our democracy is the freedom to vote. And across the nation, Republicans are pushing legislation to take that away, including in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan voters clearly and resoundingly chose Joe Biden to be our president and Kamala Harris to be our vice president in the largest voter turnout in our nation's history. They won by more than 150,000 votes, and that's 14 times more than Donald Trump's margin was in 2016. Now, I very much appreciate my friend Senator Thune saying he accepted his first loss to the Senate. None of us like to lose. It's not fun. But President Trump should have done the same thing. But instead, Donald Trump's campaign and his allies filed 8 lawsuits in Michigan, lost every single one of them. And in the only case that was appealed to the Michigan Supreme Court, the court declined to hear the case despite having a majority of Republican justices. The people of Michigan voted. Michigan Republicans and Democratic counties verified the vote. And our state, on a bipartisan vote, certified it. And there is no evidence of fraud that would suggest we need legislation to now restrict our voting. So why are Michigan Republicans trying to make it harder to vote with 39 different bills that they've introduced? Well, they just don't like who Michiganders voted for. Think about it. Because they didn't like the result, Michigan Republicans decided to target Michigan voters. It's part of a coordinated nationwide assault on this fundamental right that my friend, the late Congressman John Lewis, called precious, almost sacred. That's why we must pass the Freedom to Vote John Lewis Act today. I know that some folks think that any legislation we pass to protect the freedom to vote must be bipartisan to be legitimate. But when it's time to vote, we're told not one Republican will join all 50 Democrats. 50 Democrats in voting for the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. Therefore, they say the bill shouldn't pass. Yet the attacks on democracy in Michigan and the other states are strictly partisan. In Michigan, Republicans are even using a loophole in our Constitution to go around the governor's veto and take away people's freedom to vote without her capacity to veto the legislation. And they're doing it by a simple majority. And they're doing it with not one Democratic vote, not one in Michigan. But they're still doing it. Republicans are making it harder for people to vote using a simple majority, yet we are told that protecting people's freedom to vote needs a super majority to do it. That makes no sense. And wait, I think I hear Hamilton, Jefferson, and Madison rolling over in their graves. Today, we each will choose to protect every American's freedom to vote or allow those supporting the big lie to limit people's freedoms and undermine our democracy. And today, we will choose to stand with our founders and our Constitution as written, or maintain Senate procedures that are seriously broken. It's time to restore the Senate to majority rule as it was intended by the founders, so we can protect the American people's right to vote. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Kansas.
Madam President, as everyone in this chamber knows, the filibuster requires a supermajority, 60 votes to proceed on most issues in the Senate. The filibuster is truly the essence of this deliberative body. It's what makes the Senate the Senate. It's what forces collaboration, long-term solution, and prevents a partisan roller coaster ride of ever-changing laws and rules every 2 years. The filibuster puts the brakes on hasty legislation and helps prevent unintended consequences, which comes with most every new law. I ask America this: do you want more laws or less laws? Do we want more certainty from our government or less certainty? Arguably, the best speeches to keep the filibuster in place have been made by presidents and senators from across the aisle. Nothing is more convincing than my Democrat friends' own words. President Obama, then Senator Obama, said in a floor speech here in 2005, and I quote, "But the American people sent us here to be their voice. They understand that those voices can at times become loud and argumentative, but they also hope we can disagree without being disagreeable. And at the end of the day, they expect both parties to work together to get the people's business done. What they do not expect is for one party, be it Republican or Democrat, to change the rules in the middle of the game so they can make all the decisions while the other party is told to sit down and keep quiet." And I'm still quoting President Obama here: "The American people want less partisanship in this town, but everyone in this chamber knows that if the majority chooses to end the filibuster, if they choose to change the rules and put an end to democratic debate, then the fighting, the bitterness, and the gridlock will only get worse." And I end quoting President Obama. And in that same year, our current majority leader stated from this very floor, and I quote the majority leader again: "We are on the precipice of a crisis, a constitutional crisis. The checks and balances which have been at the core of this republic are about to be evaporated by the nuclear option. The checks and balances which say if you get 51% of the vote, you do not get your way 100% of the time. It's amazing. It's almost a temper tantrum by those on the hard right." And again, still quoting the majority leader, the current majority leader, "That is not becoming of the leadership of the Republican side of the aisle, nor is it becoming of this republic. That is what we call abuse of power." And I end quoting.
1 year since I took office. It's been a year of challenges, but it's also been a year of enormous progress. We went from 2 million people being vaccinated at the moment I was sworn in to 210 million Americans being fully vaccinated today. We created 6 million new jobs, more jobs in 1 year than any time before. Unemployment dropped, the unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%. Child poverty dropped by nearly 40%, the biggest drop ever in American history. New business applications grew by 30%, the biggest increase ever. And for the first time in a long time, this country's working people actually got a raise. People, the bottom 40%, saw their income go up, the most of all those that got a raise. We cut health insurance premiums for millions of American families, and we just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country. You know those bills you get that you don't expect of $2,000 to $5,000 from the hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because of the consultation you weren't told was going to cost that much? No more. They're now illegal. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other actions we've taken, we've seen record job creation, record economic growth in the past year. Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, We're about to make a record investment in rebuilding America to take us to be the #1 best infrastructure in the world. Well, now we're way below that. We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports, our airports, everything from making clean water, removing lead pipes, that every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural and suburban communities. It's going to make affordable high-speed internet available to every American in urban, rural, and suburban areas. We've never done that before. Now we are. We're in the process of getting that done. Still, for all this progress, I know there's a lot of frustration and fatigue in this country. And we know why. COVID-19. Omicron has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy. But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic. We've been doing everything we can, learning and adapting as fast as we can, and preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological weight of this pandemic and the impact it's had on everyone, for many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now, though. We have the tools, vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills, to save lives and keep businesses and schools open. 75% of adults are fully vaccinated. We've gone from 90 million adults with no shots in arms last summer and down to 35 million with no shots as of today. And we're adding about 9 million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with our vaccination efforts because vaccinations work. So get vaccinated, please, and get your booster. Look, we're also increasing testing. Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes, but we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just this month. If you buy a test at a store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that, we're making 1 billion at-home tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free. Just visit covidtest.gov to know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world. The bottom line on COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than we've been and have been thus far, clearly better than a year ago. We're not going back to lockdowns. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open because the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to keep our students and educators safe and schools open. Funding for ventilation systems in schools, social distancing, hygiene for classrooms and the school buses. In addition, we've added another $10 billion for COVID-19 tests to be able to be administered at schools. And many states and school districts have spent this money very well. Unfortunately, some haven't. I encourage the states and school districts that use the funding to protect our children and keep our schools open. Use it. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away immediately. But I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now the new normal. I call it a job not yet finished. It will get better. We're moving toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives, where COVID-19 won't be a crisis, but something to protect against and a threat. Look, we're not there yet, but we will get there. Now, the second challenge we're facing are prices. COVID-19 has created a lot of economic complications, including rapid price increases across the world economy. People see it at the gas pumps, the grocery stores, and elsewhere. So here's what we're going to do. A critical job in making sure that the elevated prices don't become entrenched rests with the Federal Reserve, which has a dual mandate: full employment and stable prices. The Federal Reserve provided extraordinary support during the crisis for the previous year and a half. Given the strength of our economy and the pace of recent price increases, it's appropriate, as the Federal Chairman, Chairman Powell, the Fed Chairman Powell has indicated, to recalibrate the support that is now necessary. I respect the Fed's independence, and I've nominated 5 superb individuals to serve on the Federal Board of Governors, men and women from a variety of ideological perspectives. They're eminently qualified, historically diverse, and have earned bipartisan praise. And I call on the United States Senate to confirm them without any further delay. And here at the White House, and for my friends in Congress, the best thing to tackle high prices is a more productive economy with greater capacity to deliver goods and services to the American people. And a growing economy where folks have more choices and more small businesses compete, and where more goods can get to market faster and cheaper. I've laid out a 3-part plan to do just that. First, fix the supply chain. COVID-19 has had a global impact on the economy. When a factory shuts down in one part of the world, shipments to shops and homes and businesses all over the world are disrupted. COVID-19 has compounded that many times over. A couple of months ago, in this very room, we heard dire warnings about how the supply chain problems could create a real crisis around the holidays. So we acted. We brought together business and labor, and that much predicted crisis did not occur. 99% of the packages were delivered on time, and shelves were stocked. And notwithstanding the recent storms that have impacted many parts of our country, the share of goods in stock at stores is 89% now, which is barely changed from the 91% before the pandemic. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full, which is only a few points below what it was before the pandemic. But our work's not done. My infrastructure law will supercharge your effort upgrading everything from roads and bridges to ports and airports, railways and transit, to make the economy move faster and reduce prices for families. Second thing, my Build Back Better plan will address the biggest cost of working families face every day. No other plan will do more to lower the cost for American families. It cuts the cost for childcare. Many families, including the people sitting in this room, if they have children and they're working full-time, many families pay up to $14,000 a year for childcare in big cities, less than that in smaller ones. My plan cuts that in half. That will not only be a game changer for so many families' budgets, but it will mean so much for the nearly 2 million women who've left the workforce during the pandemic because of things like childcare. My Build Back Better plan cuts the price of prescription drugs. So insulin, that today costs some people as much as $1,000 a month, will cost no more than $35 a month. It cuts the cost of elder care. It lowers energy cost. And it will do all this without raising a single penny in taxes on people making under $400,000 a year or raising the deficit. In fact, my plan cuts the deficit and it boosts the economy by getting more people into the workforce. That's why 17 Nobel Prize winners for economics say it will ease long-term inflationary pressure. The bottom line, if price increases are what you're worried about, the best answer is my Build Back Better plan. Third thing we're going to do, promote competition. Look, in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the market in sectors like meat processing, railroad, shipping, and other areas. This isn't a new issue. It's not been the reason we've had high inflation today. It's not the only reason. It's been happening for a decade. But over time, it has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers, ranchers, and increased the price for consumers. We end up with an industry like the meat processing industry, where 4 big companies dominate the markets. pay ranchers less for their cattle they grow, charge consumers more for beef, hamburger meat, whatever they're buying. Prices are up. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism, it's exploitation. So I signed an executive order to tackle unfair competition in our economy, and we're going to continue to enforce it, along with working with Congress where we can. I'll close with this. We have faced some of the biggest challenges that we've ever faced in this country these past few years. Challenges to our public health, challenges to our economy. But we're getting through it. And not only are we getting through it, we're laying the foundation for a future where America wins the 21st century by creating jobs at a record pace. Now we need to get inflation under control. We have developed an extraordinarily effective booster shots and antiviral pills. Now we need to finish the job to get COVID-19 under control. I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people or America. I believe that more than ever today. We've seen the grit and determination of the American people this past year. But the best days of this country are still ahead of us, not behind us. Now, I'm happy to take questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know some of my colleagues will get into some specific issues, but I wanted to zoom out on your first year in office. Inflation is up. Your signature domestic legislation is stalled in Congress. In a few hours from now, the Senate, an effort in the Senate to deal with voting rights and voting reform legislation is going to fail. COVID-19 is still taking the lives of 1,500 Americans every day, and the nation's divisions are just as raw as they were a year ago. Did you overpromise to the American public what you could achieve in your first year in office, and how do you plan to course correct going forward?
Why are you such an optimist? Look, I didn't overpromise, but I have probably outperformed what anybody thought would happen. The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where we have made enormous progress. You mentioned the number of deaths from COVID. Well, it was 3 times that not long ago. It's coming down. Everything's changing. It's getting better. Look, I didn't overpromise, but I think if you take a look at what we've been able to do, you'd have to acknowledge we made enormous progress. But one of the things that I think is something that, one thing I haven't been able to do so far is get my Republican friends to get in the game of making things better in this country. For example, I was reading the other day, and I wrote the quote down so I don't misquote him. A quote from Senator Sununu when he decided that he wasn't going, Governor Sununu, when he decided he wasn't going to run for the Senate in New Hampshire. Here's what he said. They were all, for the most part, content with the speed at which they weren't doing anything. It was very clear that we just had to hold the line for 2 years. Okay, so I'm just going to be a roadblock for the next 2 years? That's not what I do, Sununu said. He went on to say it bothered me that they were okay with that. Then he goes on to say, I said, okay, so we're not going to get stuff done if we win the White House back, Why didn't we do anything in 2017 and 2018? And then he said, how the Republican Sununu spoke to answer the challenge? He said, crickets, yeah, crickets. They had no answer. I did not anticipate that there'd be such a stalwart effort to make sure that the most important thing was that President Biden didn't get anything done. Think about this. What are Republicans for? What are they for? Name me one thing they're for. And so the problem here is that I think what I have to do in the change in tactic, if you will, I have to make clear to the American people what we are for. We've passed a lot. We passed a lot of things that people don't even understand what's all that's in it, understandably. Remember when we passed the Affordable Care Act and everybody thought that, it really was getting pummeled and beaten. And it wasn't until after we were out of office and that next campaign, when that off-year campaign, And I went into I wasn't in office anymore, went in a whole bunch of districts campaigning for Democrats and Republican districts who said they wanted to do away with health care, with Obamacare. And I started pointing out that if you did that, pre-existing conditions would no longer be covered. And they said, huh? We didn't know that. We didn't know that. And guess what? We won over 38 seats because we had explained to the people exactly what, in fact, had passed. Now, one of the things that I remember saying, and I'll end this, I remember saying to President Obama when he passed the Affordable Care Act, I said, you ought to take a victory lap. And he said, there's so many things going on, we don't have time to take a victory lap. As a consequence, no one knew what the detail of the legislation was. They don't know a lot of the detail of what we passed. So the difference is, I'm going to be out on the road a lot, making the case around the country with my colleagues who are up for re-election and others, making the case of what we did do and what we want to do, what we need to do. And so I don't think I've overpromised at all, and I'm going to stay on this track. You know, one of the things that I remember, and I'll end this, I was talking with, Jim Clyburn, who was a great help to me in the campaign in South Carolina. And Jim said, and when he endorsed me, and there was a clip on television in the last couple of days of Jim, and it said that we want to make things accessible and affordable for all Americans. That's healthcare. That's education. That's prescription drugs. That's making sure you have access to all the things that everybody else has. We can afford to do that. We can't afford not to do it. So I tell my Republican friends, here I come. This is going to be about what are you for? What are you for? And I'll lay out what we're for. Mary Bruce, ABC.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned your Republican colleagues, but right now your top two legislative priorities, your social spending package and voting rights legislation, are stalled, blocked by your own party after months of negotiation. You are only guaranteed control of Washington for one more year before the midterms. Do you need to be more realistic and scale down these priorities in order to get something passed?
No, I don't think so. When you say more realistic, I think it's extremely realistic to say to people, because let me back up. You all really know the politics of this country and your networks and others. You spend a lot of time, which I'm glad you do, polling this data, determining what the American people's attitudes are, et cetera. American people overwhelmingly agree with me on prescription drugs. They overwhelmingly agree with me on the cost of education. They overwhelmingly agree with me on early education. They overwhelmingly go on the list on child care. And so we just have to make the case of what we're for and what the other team's not for. Look, we knew all along that a lot of this was going to be an uphill fight. And one of the ways to do this is to make sure we make the contrast as clear as we can. And one of the things that I think is we're going to have to do is just make the case. I don't think there's anything unrealistic about what we're asking. I'm not asking for castles in the sky. I'm asking for practical things the American people have been asking for a long time. And I think we can get it done.
You're not going to scale down any of these priorities, but so far that strategy isn't working. You haven't been able to get some of these big legislative ticket items done.
I got two real big ones done, bigger than any president has ever gotten in the first year.
But currently, Mr. President, your spending package, voting rights legislation, they're not going anywhere. So
that's true.
Is there anything that you are confident you can get signed into law before the midterm elections?
Yes, I'm confident we can get pieces, big chunks of the Build Back Better law signed into law. And I'm confident that we can take the case to the American people that the people they should be voting for who are going to oversee whether the elections in fact are legit or not should not be those who are being put up by the Republicans to determine that they're going to be able to change the outcome of the election. So whether or not we can actually get an election, and by the way, I haven't given up. We haven't finished the vote yet on what's going on voting rights and the John Lewis bill and others. But so look, I've been engaged a long time in public policy, and I don't know many things that have been done in one fell swoop. And so I think the most important thing to do is try to inform, not educate, inform the public of what's at stake in stark terms, and let them make judgments and let them know who's for them and who's against them, who's there and who's not there, and make that the case. And that's what I'm going to be spending my time doing in this off-year election.
You mentioned Republicans and reaching out to them. Some Republicans who may be open to major changes on voting rights, for instance, like Mitt Romney, he says he never even received a phone call from this White House. Why not?
I like Mitt. Look, Mitt Romney's a straight guy. One of the things that we're doing, I was trying to make sure we got everybody on the same page in my party on this score. And I didn't call many Republicans at all. The fact is that I do think that Mitt is a serious guy. I think we can get things done. I think I predict to you they'll get something done on the electoral reform side of this. But rather than judge what's going to get done and not get done, all I can say is I'm going to continue to make the case why it's so important to not turn the electoral process over to political persons who are set up deliberately to change the outcome of elections. Allison Harris, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of voting rights legislation, if this isn't passed, do you still believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on whether or not we're able to make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the election. And it's one thing, look, maybe I'm just being too much of an optimist. Remember how we thought not that many people were going to show up to vote in the middle of a pandemic? We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. Well, I think if, in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote, I think you're going to see them willing to stand in line and defy the attempt to keep them from being able to vote. I think you're going to see the people we're trying to keep from being able to show up, showing up and making the sacrifice that needs to be made in order to change the law back to what it should be. But it's going to be difficult. I make no bones about that. It's going to be difficult. But we're not there yet. We've not run out of options yet, and we'll see how this moves.
And on Omicron and education, teachers are in revolt in so many places. Parents are at odds over closing schools and remote learning. You say we're not going to go back to closing schools. You said that just moments ago, yet they're closing in some areas. What do you say to those teachers and principals and parents about school closings, and what can your administration do to help make up for learning loss for students?
First of all, I put in perspective the question you asked. Very few schools are closing. Over 95% are still open. So you all phrase the questions when people, I don't think it's deliberate on your part, but you phrase the question when anyone watches this on television. My God, there must be, all those schools must be closing. What are we going to do? 95% are still open, number one. Number two, the idea that parents don't think it's important for their children to be in school, and teachers know it as well. That's why we made sure that we had the ability to provide the funding through the Recovery Act, through the act that the first act we passed, to be able to make sure schools were able to be safe. So we have new ventilation systems available for them. We have the way they scrub down laboratories and the laboratories kids go to the bathroom, cafeterias, buses, et cetera. All that money's there. There's billions of dollars made available. It's there. Not every school district has used it as well as it should be used, but it's there. And so in addition to that, there is now another $10 billion for testing of students in the schools. So I think as time goes on, it's much more likely you're going to see that number go back up from 95%, back up to 98, 99%. But the outfit, the individuals of the district that says we're not going to be open is always going to get, and I'm not being critical of any of you, it's always going to get front page. It's always going to be the top of the news. But let's put it in perspective. 95, as high as 98% of the schools in America are open, functioning, and capable of doing the job. How about Jen Epstein, Bloomberg?
Mr. President, thank you. Your top foreign policy advisors have warned that Russia is now ready to attack Ukraine, but there's still little unity among European allies about what a package of sanctions against Moscow would look like. If the U.S. and NATO aren't willing to put troops on the line to defend Ukraine and American allies can't agree on a sanctions package, hasn't the U.S. and the West lost nearly all of its leverage over Vladimir Putin? And given how ineffective sanctions have been in deterring Putin in the past, why should the threat of new sanctions give him pause?
Well, because he's never seen sanctions like the ones I promised will be imposed if he moves, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where Vladimir Putin is about to, we've had very frank discussions, Vladimir Putin and I, and the idea that NATO is not going to be united, I don't buy. I've spoken to every major NATO leader. We've had the NATO-Russian summit. We've had the OSCE has met, et cetera. And so I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades. And it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, et cetera. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing with the force amassed on the border, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, and that our allies and partners are ready to impose severe cost and significant harm on Russia and the Russian economy. And, we're going to fortify our NATO allies, I told them, on the eastern flank, if in fact he does invade. I've already shipped over $600 million worth of sophisticated equipment, defensive equipment, to the Ukrainians. The cost of going into Ukraine in terms of physical loss of life for the Russians, they'll be able to prevail over time, but it's going to be heavy. It's going to be real. It's going to be consequential. In addition to that, Putin has a stark choice. He either de-escalation or diplomacy, confrontation of the consequences. And look, I think you're going to see, for example, everybody talks about how Russia has control over the energy supply that Europe absorbs. Well, guess what? That money that they earn from that makes about 45% of their economy. I don't see that as a one-way street. They go ahead and cut it off. It's like my mother used to say, you're biting your nose off to spite your face. It's not like they have all these wonderful choices out there. I spoke with the Prime Minister of Finland. And, we're talking about concern on the part of Finland and Sweden about what Russia is doing. The last thing that Russia needs is Finland deciding to change its status. They didn't say they're going to do that, but they're talking about what, in fact, is going on and how outrageous Russia is being. We're finding ourselves in a position where I believe you'll see that there'll be severe economic consequences. For example, anything that involves dollar denominations, if they invade, they're going to pay. Their banks will not be able to deal in dollars. So there's a lot's going to happen. But here's the thing. My conversation with Putin, and we've been, how can we say it? We have no problem understanding one another. He has no problem understanding me, nor me him. And the direct conversations were, I pointed out, I said, you've occupied before other countries, but the price has been extremely high. How long? You can go in and over time, at great loss and economic loss, go in and occupy Ukraine. But how many years? 1, 3, 5, 10? What is that going to take? What toll does that take? It's real. It's consequential. So this is not all just a cakewalk for Russia. Militarily, they have overwhelming superiority as it relates to Ukraine. But they'll pay a stiff price immediately, near term, medium term, and long term if they do it. I'm sorry. Okay. David Sanger, New York Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your answer there about Russia and Ukraine. When you were in Geneva in June, you said to us about President Putin, I think the last thing he wants now is a Cold War. Now, since then, of course, you've seen him gather these troops, 100,000 troops around Ukraine. Your Secretary of State said today he thought he could invade it at any moment. You've seen the cyber attacks. And you've seen the demand that he have a sphere of influence in which you would withdraw all American troops and nuclear weapons from what used to be the Soviet bloc. So I'm wondering if you still think that the last thing he wants is a Cold War. And has your view of him changed in the past few months? And if it has, and he does invade, would your posture be to really move back to the kind of containment policy that you saw so often when you were still in the Senate?
The answer is that I think he still does not want any full-blown war, number one. Number two, do I think he'll test the West, test the United States and NATO as significantly as he can? Yes, I think he will. But I think he'll pay a serious and dear price for it that he doesn't think now will cost him what it's going to cost him. And I think he'll regret having done it. Now, whether or not, I think that, how can I say this in a public forum? I think that he is dealing with what I believe he thinks is the most tragic thing that's happened to Mother Russia, in that the Berlin Wall came down, the empire has been lost, the near abroad is gone, etc. The Soviet Union has been split. But think about what he has. He has 8 time zones, a burning tundra that will not freeze again naturally, a situation where he has a lot of oil and gas, but he is trying to find his place in the world between China and the West. And so I'm not so sure that he has David, I'm not so sure he is certain what he's going to do. My guess is he will move in. He has to do something. And by the way, I've indicated to him the 2 things he said to me that he wants guarantees on. One is Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And 2, that NATO or there will not be strategic weapons stationed in Ukraine. Well, we can work out something on the second piece, pretending what he does along the Russian line as well, the Russian border and the European area of Russia. On the first piece, we have a number of treaties internationally and in Europe that suggest that you get to choose who you want to be with. But the likelihood that Ukraine is going to join NATO in the near term is not very likely, based on much more work they have to do in terms of democracy and a few other things going on there, and whether or not the major allies in the West would vote to bring Ukraine in right now. So there's room to work if he wants to do that. But I think, as usual, he's going to, well, I probably shouldn't go any further, but I think it will hurt him badly.
Sounds like you were offering some way out here, some off-ramp, and it sounds like what it is at least an informal assurance that NATO is not going to take in Ukraine anytime in the next few decades. And it sounds like you're saying we would never put nuclear weapons there. He also wants us to move all of our nuclear weapons out of Europe and not have troops rotating through the old Soviet bloc. Do you think there's space for there as well?
No, there's not space for that. we won't permanently station, but the idea we're going to actually increase troop presence in Poland or Romania, et cetera, if in fact he moves. Because we have a sacred obligation in Article 5 to defend those countries. They are part of NATO. We don't have that obligation relative to Ukraine, although we have great concern about what happens in Ukraine. Thank you. Maureen, USA Today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your comment on Build Back Better and also ask you a question about the pandemic. You said that you're confident you can pass big chunks of Build Back Better this year. Does that wording mean that you are thinking about, you're looking at breaking the package up into individual portions? And then on the pandemic, now that the Supreme Court has blocked the vaccination or test rule for larger businesses, are you reconsidering whether to require vaccines for domestic flights as a way to boost vaccination rates?
No, look, first of all, on the last part of the question, the Supreme Court decision, I think, was a mistake, but you still see thousands and thousands of people who work for major corporations having to be tested as a consequence of the decision made by the corporation, not by the standard ISET that is there. I think you'll see that increase, not decrease, number one. What was the first part of your question?
On your comment that you made that you're confident
Yes.
that major chunks of Build Back
Yes.
Better can pass, are you breaking it up? Does that
Yes,
mean?
it's clear to me that that we're going to have to probably break it up. I think that we can get, and I've been talking to a number of my colleagues on the Hill, I think it's clear that we would be able to get support for the $500+ billion for energy and the environmental issues that are there, number one. Number two, I know that the two people who've opposed, on the Democratic side at least, support a number of the things that are in there. For example, Joe Manchin strongly supports early education, 3 and 4 years of age, strongly supports that. There is strong support for, I think, a number of the way in which to pay for these, pay for this proposal. So I think there is. I'm not going to negotiate against myself as to what should and shouldn't be in it, but I think we can break the package up, get as much as we can now, and come back and fight for the rest later. Ken, Wall Street Journal, Ken Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about the economy. As you said earlier, Americans are feeling the squeeze of inflation. Oil prices have been at about a 7-year high recently. How long should Americans expect to face higher prices when they're at the grocery store, when they're at the gas pump? Is this something that they're going to see into the summer, into next fall? And separately, you talk about the importance of the Fed, but isn't that an acknowledgement that you're limited in what you can do? If you're relying on the Fed to make decisions and you're unable to get a Build Back Better proposal through, aren't you simply limited in what you can do to deal with inflation?
Well, look, as you know, Ken, the inflation has everything to do with the supply chain. And I think what you're seeing is that we've been able to make progress on speeding up the access to materials. For example, 1/3 of the increase in cost of living is the cost of automobiles. The reason automobiles have skyrocketed in price is because of the lack of computer chips. So we have the capacity, and we're going to do everything in our power to do it, to become self-reliant on the computer chips that we need in order to be able to produce more automobiles. That's underway. We've already passed, within the context of another bill, money for that in the House of Representatives, before the House of Representatives now. But I think there's a way we can move to, if we can move to get, for example, that one thing done, it can make a big difference in terms of the cost of, the total cost of living. Now, with regard to the whole issue of energy prices, that gets a little more complicated. But you saw what happened when I was able to convince everyone from including China, India, number of other countries to agree with us to go into their version of their petroleum reserve, to release more into the market. So that brought down the price about 12, 15 cents a gallon, some places more. There's going to be a reckoning along the line here as to whether or not we're going to continue to see oil prices continue to go up in ways that are going up now relative to what impact that's going to have on the producers. And so it's going to be hard. I think that's the place where most middle-class people, working-class people get hit the most. They pull up to a pump and all of a sudden, instead of paying $2.40 a gallon, they're paying $5 a gallon. That's going to be really difficult. But so we're going to continue to work on trying to increase oil supplies that are available. And I think there's ways in which we can be of some value added in terms of the price of gas, natural gas and the like, to take the burden off the European countries that are now totally dependent on Russia. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. But I think that we have to deal with, for example, like I said, you have a circumstance where people are paying more for a pound of hamburger meat than they ever paid. Well, one of the reasons for that is you don't have that many folks out there that are the ones that are got the big four controlling it all. And so you're going to see more and more, we're going to move on this competition piece to allow more and more smaller operations to come in and be able to engage in buying and providing the access to much cheaper meat than exists now. But it's going to be a haul. Now, and I assume the reason you said if I can't get Build Back Better relates to what those 17 Nobel laureate economists said, that if in fact we could pass it, it would actually lower the impact on inflation, reduce inflation over time, et cetera. So there's a lot we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can get it done, but it's going to be painful for a lot of people in the meantime. That's why the single best way to take the burden off middle class and working class folks is to pass the Build Back Better piece that are things that they're paying a lot of money for now. If you get to trade off higher gases, you're putting up with higher price of hamburgers and gas versus whether or not you're going to be able to pay for education and or child care and the like. I think most people would make the trade. Their bottom line would be better in middle-class households. But it's going to be hard, and it's going to take a lot of work.
Sir, you mentioned China. Do you think the time has come to begin lifting some of the tariffs on Chinese imports? Or is there a need for China to make due on some of its commitments in the Phase 1 agreement? Some business groups would like you to begin lifting up those tariffs on China.
Well, I know that, and that's why my trade rep is working on that right now. The answer is uncertain. It's uncertain. I'd like to be able to be in a position where I could say they're meeting the commitments or more of their commitments and be able to lift some of it. But we're not there yet. Nancy, CBS.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This afternoon, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, said that the midterm elections are going to be a report card on your progress on inflation, border security, and standing up to Russia. Do you think that that's a fair way to look at it? And if so, how do you think that report card looks right now?
I think report cards can look pretty good if that's where we're at. But look, the idea that Mitch has been very clear. He's going to do anything to prevent Biden from being a success. I get on with Mitch. I actually like Mitch McConnell. We like one another. But he has one straightforward objective. Make sure that there's nothing I do that makes me look good in his mind, with the public at large. And that's okay. I'm a big boy. I've been here before. But the fact is that I think that I'm happy to debate and have a referendum on how I handle the economy, whether or not I've made progress on. Look, again, how can I'm taking too long answering your questions. I apologize. I think that the fundamental question is, what's Mitch for? What's he for on immigration? What's he for? What's he proposing to make anything better? What's he for dealing with Russia? It's different than I'm proposing that many of his Republican friends or his colleagues are supporting as well. What's he for on these things? What are they for? So everything's a choice, a choice. I think look, I've laid out a proposal on immigration that if we passed it, we'd be in a totally different place right now. But we're not there because we don't have a single Republican vote. My buddy John McCain's gone. So, I mean, it's going to take time. And again, I go back to Governor Sununu's quote. How long? I mean, rhetorical question. I know this is not fair to ask the press a question. I'm not asking you. But think about, did you ever think that one man out of office could intimidate an entire party where they're unwilling to take any vote contrary to what he thinks should be taken for fear of being defeated in a primary? I've had 5 Republican senators talk to me, bump into me, quote unquote, or sit with me, who've told me that they agree with whatever I'm talking about for them to do. But Joe, if I do it, I'm going to defeat it in a primary. We got to break that. It's got to change. And I doubt you're all, it sounds like I'm being solicitous, you're all bright as hell, well-informed, more informed than any group of people in America. But did any of you think that you get to a point where not a single Republican would diverge on a major issue? Not one? Anyway.
Who those 5 Republican senators are?
Sure. No, are you kidding me? I maintain confidentiality.
On voting
but I'm
rights,
sure you've spoken to some.
on voting rights, sir,
Yes.
at your first press conference 10 months ago, I asked you if there was anything you could do beyond legislation to protect voting rights. And at that time you said yes, but I'm not going to lay out a strategy before you and the world now. Now that legislation appears to be hopelessly stalled, can you now lay out your strategy to protect voting rights?
Well, I'm not prepared to do that in detail in terms of the executive orders I may be able to engage in and other things I can do. But one of the things we have done, we have significantly beefed up the number of enforcers in the Justice Department who are there to challenge these unconstitutional efforts, in our view, unconstitutional efforts on the part of the Republicans to stack the election and subvert the outcomes. We have begun to organize in ways that we didn't before the communities beyond the civil rights community to make the case to the rest of the American people what's about to happen, what will happen if, in fact, these things move forward. If I had talked to you, not you, I'm using you in a total sense, if I've talked to the public about the whole idea of subversion of elections by deciding who the electors are after the fact, I think people would have looked at me like, whoa. I mean, I taught constitutional law for 20 years, a 3-credit course in separation of powers, and on Saturday mornings when I was a senator. And I never thought we'd get into a place where we were talking about being able to actually, what they tried to do this last time out, send different electors to the state legislative bodies to represent who won the election, saying that I didn't win, but Republican candidate won. I doubt whether anybody thought that would ever happen in America in the 21st century, but it's happening. And so I guess what I'm saying is, Nancy, is that I think that there are a number of things we can do, but I also think we will be able to get significant pieces of the legislation, if we don't get it all now, to build to get it so that we get a big chunk of the John Lewis legislation as well as the fair elections process.
Sir, on COVID, if you don't mind, you touted the number of Americans who are now fully vaccinated with 2 shots, but even some of your own medical advisors say that people aren't fully protected unless they have that 3rd shot, a booster. Why hasn't this White House changed the definition of fully vaccinated to include that 3rd booster shot? Is it because the numbers of fully vaccinated Americans would suddenly look a lot less
No,
impressive?
it's not that at all. It's just this has become clearer and clearer. And every time I speak of it, I say, if you've been vaccinated, get your booster shot. Everybody get the booster shot. It's the optimum protection you can have. You're protected very well with 2 shots. If it's the Pfizer, anyway, you're protected. But you are better protected with the booster shot.
The definition right now.
I'm following what the answer is yes, get the booster shot. It's all part of the same thing. You're better protected. Okay, Alex Alper, Reuters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up briefly on a question asked by Bloomberg. You said that Russia would be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion, and we end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do. Are you saying that a minor incursion by Russia into Ukrainian territory would not lead to the sanctions that you have threatened, or are you effectively giving Putin permission to make a small incursion into the country?
Good question. That's how it did sound like, didn't it? The most important thing to do, big nations can't bluff, number 1. Number 2, the idea that we would do anything to split NATO, which would have a profound impact on profound impact on one of Putin's objectives is to weaken NATO, would be a big mistake. So the question is, if it's something significantly short of a significant invasion, or not even significant, just major military forces coming across. For example, it's one thing to determine that if they continue to use cyber efforts, well, we can respond the same way with cyber. They have FSB people in Ukraine now trying to undermine the solidarity within Ukraine about Russia and to try to promote Russian interest. But it's very important that we keep everyone in NATO on the same page. And that's what I'm spending a lot of time doing. And there are differences. There are differences in NATO as to what countries are willing to do depending on what happens, the degree to which they're able to go. And I want to be clear with you. The serious imposition of sanctions relative to dollar transactions and other things are things that are going to have a negative impact on the United States, as well as a negative impact on the economies of Europe as well, a devastating impact on Russia. And so I got to make sure everybody's on the same page as we move along. I think we will if there's something where there's Russian forces crossing the border, killing Ukrainian fighters, etc. I think that changes everything. But it depends on what he does, as to actually what extent we're going to be able to get total unity on the NATO front.
If I may ask a quick one on Iran, I just wanted to get your sense of whether the Vienna talks are making any progress, if you still think it's possible to reach a deal for both sides to resume compliance with the Iran nuclear deal, or if it's time to give up on that. Thank you.
I'll do it in reverse. It's not time to give up. There is some progress being made. The P5+1 is on the same page, but it remains to be seen. Okay, Kristen, NBC.
Very quickly on Russia, I do have a number of domestic policy issues, but on Russia very quickly, it seemed like you said that you have assessed, you feel as though he will move in. Has this administration, have you determined whether President Putin plans to invade or move into Ukraine, as you said?
Look, the only thing I'm confident of is that decision is totally, solely, completely a Putin decision. Nobody else is going to make that decision. No one else is going to impact that decision. He's making that decision. And I suspect it matters which side of the bed he gets up on in the morning as to exactly what he's going to do. And I think it is not irrational, if he wanted to talk about dealing with strategic doctrine and dealing with force structures in Europe and in the European parts of Russia. But I don't know whether he's decided he wants to do that or not. So far, in the 3 meetings we've had, OSCE, and anyway, have not produced anything, because the impression I get from my Secretary of State, my National Security Advisor, and my other senior officials that are doing these meetings is that there's a question of whether the people they're talking to know what he is going to do. So the answer is, but based on a number of criteria as to what he could do. For example, for him to move in and occupy the whole country, particularly from the north, from Belarus, he's going to have to wait a little bit till the ground's frozen so he can cross. To move in a direction where he wants to talk about what's going. We're continuing to provide for defense capacities to the Ukrainians. We're talking about what's going on in both the Baltic and the Black Sea, et cetera. There's a whole range of things that I'm sure he's trying to calculate how quickly he can do what he wants to do and what does he want to do. But he's an informed individual. And I believe he's calculating what the immediate, the short term, and the near term and the long term consequences of Russia will be. And I don't think he's made up his mind yet.
I want to ask you about your domestic agenda. You've gotten a lot of questions about voting rights, Mr. President, but I want to ask you about black voters, one of your most loyal constituencies.
Yep.
I was in Congressman Clyburn's district yesterday in South Carolina. You opened this news conference talking about him. I spoke to a number of black voters who fought to get you elected, and now they feel as though you are not fighting hard enough for them and their priorities. And they told me they see this push on voting rights more as a last-minute PR push than it is a legitimate effort to get legislation passed. So what do you say to these black voters who say that you do not have their backs as you promised on the campaign trail?
I've had their back. I've had their back my entire career. I've never not had their back. And I started on the voting rights issues long, long ago. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place. And I think part of the problem is, look, there's significant disagreement in every community on whether or not the timing of assertions made by people has been in the most timely way. So I'm sure that there are those who are saying that why didn't Biden push John Lewis bill as hard as he pushed it the last month? Why didn't he push it 6 months ago as hard as he did now? The fact is that there's a timing that is not of one's own choice. It's somewhat dictated by events that are happening in country and around the world as to what the focus is. But part of the problem is, as well, I have not been out in the community nearly enough. I've been here an awful lot. I find myself in a situation where I don't get a chance to look people in the eye because of both COVID and things that are happening in Washington, to be able to go out and do the things that I've always been able to do pretty well. Connect with people, let them take a measure of my sincerity, let them take a measure of who I am. For example, I mean, as I pointed out in South Carolina, last time when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I got the Voting Rights Act extended for 25 years, and I got Strom Thurmond to vote for it. That's what I've been doing my whole career. And so the idea that I didn't either anticipate or because I didn't speak to it as fervently as they want me to earlier In the meantime, I was spending a lot of time, spent hours and hours and hours talking with my colleagues on the Democratic side, trying to get them to agree that if in fact this occurred, if this push continued, that they would be there for John Lewis. And anyway, so, but I think that's a problem that is my own making by not communicating as much as I should have. Yet, you find that when you deal with members of the Black Caucus and others in the United States Congress, I still have very close working relationships. So it's like every community. I'm sure that there are those in the community, and I'm a big labor guy. I'm sure there's people in labor saying, why haven't I been able to do A, B, C, or D? So it's just going to take a little bit of time.
You put Vice President Harris in charge of voting rights. Are you satisfied with her work on this issue? And can you guarantee, do you commit that she will be your running mate in 2024, provided that you run again?
Yes and yes.
Okay. You don't care to expand?
Pardon me?
Do you care to expand on voting
No, there's
rights?
no need to. I mean, I asked the question. She's going to be my running mate, number one. And number two, I did put her in charge. I think she's doing a good job.
Let me ask you, big picture, particularly when you think about voting rights and the struggles you've had to unify your own party around voting rights. Unity was one of your key campaign promises. In fact, in your inaugural address, you said your whole soul was in bringing America together, uniting our people. People heard the speech that you gave on voting rights in Georgia recently, in which you described those who are opposed to you to George Wallace and Jefferson Davis, and some people took exception to that. What do you say to those who were offended by your speech? And is this country more unified than it was when you first took office?
Number one, anybody who listened to the speech, I did not say that there were going to be a George Wallace or a Bull Connor. I said we're going to have a decision in history that is going to be marked just like it was then. You either voted on the side that didn't make you George Wallace or didn't make you Bull Connor. But if you did not vote for the Voting Rights Act back then, you were voting with those who agreed with Connor, those who agreed with I think Mitch did a real good job of making it sound like I was attacking them. If you notice, I haven't attacked anybody publicly, any senator, any congressman publicly. And my disagreements with them have been made to them, communicate to them privately or in person with them. My desire still is, look, I underestimated one very important thing. I never thought that the Republicans, like for example, I said, they got very upset. I said, there are 16 members of the present United States Senate who voted to extend the Voting Rights Act. Now, they got very offended by that. That wasn't an accusation, it was stating a fact. What has changed? What happened? What happened? Why is there not a single Republican? Not one. That's not the Republican Party. So that's not an attack.
Is the country more unified than when you first took office?
The answer is, based on some of the stuff we've got done, I'd say yes, but it's not nearly unified as it should be. Look, I still contend, and I know you'll have a right to judge me by this, I still contend that unless you can reach consensus in a democracy, you cannot sustain the democracy. And so this is a real test, whether or not my counterpart in China is right or not when he says autocracies are the only thing that are going to prevail because democracies take too long to make decisions and countries are too divided. I believe we're going through one of those inflection points in history that occurs every several generations or even more than that, even more time than that, where things are changing almost regardless of any particular policy. The world's changing in big ways. We're going to see, if you heard me say this before, we're going to see more change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years because of technology, because of fundamental alterations in alliances that are occurring not because of any one individual, just because of the nature of things. And so I think you're going to see an awful lot of transition. And the question is, can we keep up with it? Can we maintain the democratic institutions that we have, not just here, but around the world, to be able to generate democratic consensus on how to proceed? It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, but it requires leadership to do it. And I'm not giving up on the prospect of being able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are deep questions among Americans about the competence of government, from the messy rollout of 5G this week to the Afghanistan withdrawal to testing on COVID. What have you done to restore Americans' faith in the competence of government? And are you satisfied by the view of the competence of your government?
Look, let's take Afghanistan. I know you all would like to focus on that, which is legitimate. We were spending $1 trillion a week. $1 billion a week in Afghanistan for 20 years. Raise your hand if you think anyone was going to be able to unify Afghanistan under one single government. It's been the graveyard of empires for a solid reason. It is not susceptible to unity, number one. So the question was, do I continue to spend that much money per week in the state of Afghanistan, knowing that the idea that being able to succeed, other than sending more body bags back home, is highly, highly unusual. My dad used to have an expression. He'd say, son, if everything's equally important to you, nothing's important to you. There is no way to get out of Afghanistan after 20 years easily. Not possible, no matter when you did it. And I make no apologies for what I did. I have a great concern for the women and men who were blown up on the line at the airport by a terrorist attack against them. But the military will acknowledge, and I think you will, who know a lot about foreign policy, that had we stayed and I had not pulled those troops out, we would be asked to put somewhere between 20 and 50,000 more troops back in. Because the only reason more Americans weren't being killed than others is because the last president signed an agreement to get out by May the 1st. And so everything was copacetic. Had we not gotten out, and the acknowledgement is we'd be putting a lot more forces in. Now, do I feel badly what's happening as a consequence of the incompetence of the Taliban? Yes, I do. But I feel badly also about the fistulas that are taking place in Eastern Congo. I feel badly about a whole range of things around the world that we can't solve every problem. And so I don't view that as a competence issue. The issue of whether or not there's competence in terms of whether or not we're dealing with 5G or not, we don't deal with 5G. The fact is that you had two private enterprises, that had one promoting 5G and the other one are airlines. They're private enterprises. They have government regulation, admittedly. And so what I've done is pushed as hard as I can to have the 5G folks hold up and abide by what was being requested by the airlines until they could more modernize over the years, so that 5G would not interfere with the potential of the landing. So any 5G tower within a certain number of miles from the airport should not be operative. And so I understand, but anything that happens that's consequential is viewed as the government's responsibility. I get that. Am I satisfied with the way in which we have dealt with COVID and all the things that go along with that. Yeah, I am satisfied. I think we've done remarkably well. You know, the idea that on testing we should have done it quicker, but we've done remarkable since then. What we have more testing going on than anywhere in the world. And we're going to continue to increase that. Did we have it at the moment exactly when we should have moved? And could we have moved a month earlier? Yeah, we could have. But with everything else that's going on, I don't view that as somehow a mark of incompetence. Look, think of what we did on COVID. When we were pushing on AstraZeneca to provide more vaccines. Well, guess what? They didn't have the machinery to be able to do it. So I physically went to Michigan, stood there in a factory with the head of AstraZeneca and said, we'll provide the machinery for you. This is what we'll do. We'll help you do it so that you can produce this vaccine more rapidly. I think that's pretty hands-on stuff. We also said right now, when the hospitalizations are overrunning hospitals and you have docs and nurses out because of COVID, they have COVID. We put thousands of people back in those hospitals. Look at all the military personnel we have there, first responders. Nobody has ever organized a strategic operation to get as many shots in arms by opening clinics and being able to get so many people vaccinated. What I'm doing now is not just getting significant amounts of vaccines to the rest of the world, but they now need the mechanical way is how they get shots in arms. So we're providing them to know how to do that. Now, should everybody in America know that? No, they don't necessarily know that. They're just trying to figure out how to put 3 squares on the table and stay safe. But so I do think the place where I was a little disappointed, I wish we could have written it differently, is when we did the legislation to provide the funding for COVID and the money we provided for the states to be able to deal with keeping schools open. Some of them didn't do a very good job. Some are still holding the money. I don't have the authority to do anything about that. I think that's not particularly competent. There's things that could and should have been done. They could have moved faster. So I understand the frustration. You know, I remember, I think it was, I forget which cabinet member saying to Barack Obama, where something was going on, and he said, well, you're going to be sure, Mr. President, of the millions of employees you have out there, somebody's screwing up right now. Somebody's screwing up. So, it's just but I think you have to look at things that we used to look at it on balance. What is the trajectory of the country? Is it moving in the right direction now? I don't know how we can say it's not. I understand the overwhelming frustration, fear, and concern with regard to inflation and COVID. I get it. But the idea, if I told you when we started, I tell you what I'm going to do, first year I'm going to create over 6 million jobs. I'm going to get unemployment down to 3.9%. I'm going to generate, and I named it all. You'd look at me like you're nuts. Maybe I'm wrong.
President, at least in our recent memory, with as much Washington experience as you entered this office with, but yet after we sit here for more than an hour, I'm not sure I've heard you say if you would do anything differently in the second year of your term. Do you plan to do anything differently?
Yeah, look, the thing I have to do...
Are you satisfied with your team here at the White House, sir?
I'm satisfied with the team. There's 3 things I'm going to do differently now that I've gotten the critical crises out of the way in the sense of that knowing exactly where we're going. Number 1, I'm going to get out of this place more often. I'm going to go out and talk to the public. I'm going to do public fora. I'm going to interface with them. I'm going to make the cases what we've already done, why it's important, and what will happen if they support what else I want to do. Number 2, I'm bringing in more and more now that I have time. I mean, literally, like you, I'm not complaining. It's, 12, 14 hours a day. No complaints. I really mean that sincerely. But now that certain of the big chunks have been put in place and we know the direction, I'm also going to be out there seeking more advice of experts outside, from academia to editorial writers to think tanks, and I'm bringing them in, just like I did early on, bringing in presidential historians to get their perspective on what we should be doing, seeking more input, more information, more constructive criticism about what I should and shouldn't be doing. And the third thing that I'm going to be doing a lot more of is being in a situation where I'm able to I'm going to be deeply involved in these off-year elections. We're going to be raising a lot of money. We're going to be out there making sure that we're helping all of those candidates, and scores of them have already asked me to come in and campaign with them, to go out and make the case in plain, simple language as to what it is we've done, what we want to do, and why we think it's important. How many more hours am I doing this? I'm happy to stick around. You always ask me the nicest questions. I know you do.
All right.
None of them make a lot of sense to me, but
well, let's try.
Fire away. Come on.
A new year. Why are you trying so hard in your first year to pull the country so far to the left?
Well, I'm not. I don't know what you consider to be too far to the left. If in fact we're talking about making sure that we had the money for COVID, making sure we had the money to put together the bipartisan infrastructure, making sure we were able to provide for those things that in fact would significantly reduce the burden on working class people, but they have to continue to work hard. I don't know how that is pulling it to the left. If you may recall, you guys have been trying to convince me that I am Bernie Sanders. I'm not. I like him, but I'm not Bernie Sanders. I'm not a socialist. I'm a mainstream Democrat, and I have been. And mainstream Democrats have overrun me. If you notice, the 48 of the 50 Democrats supported me in the Senate on virtually everything I've asked. Yes, sir.
I wanted to clarify. A moment ago, you were asked whether or not you believed that we would have free and fair elections in 2022 if some of these state legislatures reformed their voting protocols. You said that it depends. Do you think that they would in any way be illegitimate?
Oh yeah, I think it easily could be illegitimate. Imagine if in fact Trump has succeeded in convincing Pence to not count the votes. Imagine if...
In regards to 2022, sir, the midterm
2022. I mean, imagine if those attempts to say that the count was not legit. You have to recount it, or we're not going to count. We're going to discard the following votes. I mean, sure. I'm not saying it's going to be legit. It's the increase in the prospect of being illegitimate is a direct proportion to us not being able to get these reforms passed. But I don't think you're not going to see me, and I don't think you're going to see the Democratic Party give up on coming back at assuming that the attempt fails today.
And then one more, sir. You campaigned and you ran on a return to civility, and I know that you dispute the characterization that you called folks who would oppose those voting bills as being Bull Connor or George Wallace. But you said that they would be sort of in the same camp.
No, I didn't say that. Look what I said. Go back and read what I said and tell me if you think I called anyone who voted on the side of the position taken by Bull Connor that they were Bull Connor. And that is an interesting reading of English. I assume you got into journalism because you like to write.
So did you expect that would work with Senators Manchin or Sinema?
No, here's the thing. There's certain things that are so consequential. You have to speak from your heart as well as your head. I was speaking out forcefully on what I think to be at stake. That's what it is. And by the way, no one forgets who was on the side of King or verse on or Bull Connor. No one not done it. The history books will note it. And when I was making the case, don't think this is a freebie. You don't get to vote this way and then somehow it goes away. This will stick with you the rest of your career and long after you're gone.
And Mr. President,
Folks, okay, whoa. Hang on, guys. We've only gone an hour and 20 minutes. I'll keep going. But I'm going to go. Let me get something straight here. How long are you guys ready to go? You want to go for another hour or two? Okay. I'm going to go. I tell you what, folks. I'm going to go another 20 minutes till 1:15. Okay? Yes, sir.
President Biden on the.
I want to thank my communications staff for the great help here.
Well, President Biden on the coronavirus, we're tragically approaching nearly 1 million Americans who died. And I'd like to ask you why it is during your 3.5-hour virtual summit in November with the Chinese president, you didn't press for transparency, and also whether that has anything to do with your son's involvement in an investment firm controlled by Chinese state-owned entities.
The answer is that I did raise the question of transparency. I spent a lot of time with him. And the fact is that they're just not being transparent.
Transparency on the coronavirus origins.
Yes.
And you did during the virtual summit. Is there a reason your press staff was unaware of that? And what did you say to the Chinese president?
And they weren't with me the entire time. Look, I made it clear that I thought that China had an obligation to be more forthcoming on exactly what the source of the virus was and where it came from. Yes.
Mr. President, I would like to ask you about foreign policy. One of the first priority that you declared when you came to office was to end the war in Yemen, the catastrophic war in Yemen. You appointed a special envoy. Today, one of your allies, United Arab Emirates, is asking your administration to put back the Houthi rebels or militias back on the terror list. Are you going to do that? And how are you going to end the war in Yemen, sir?
The answer is it's under consideration, and ending a war in Yemen takes the two parties to be involved to do it, and it's going to be very difficult. Yes.
Thank you very much for this honor. James Rosen with Newsmax. I'd like to raise a delicate subject, but with utmost respect for your life accomplishments and the high office you hold. A poll released this morning by Politico Morning Consult found 49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit. Wow. Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
Well, I'll let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Well, so the question I have for you, sir, if you'd let me finish, is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness? Thank you.
I have no idea. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I wanted to sort of address or ask about a tension that's sort of been in this press conference on unifying the country, because you campaigned on two things. One of them is being able to accomplish big things, and the other is the ability to unify the country. And even today, you've talked about sort of a different posture with Republicans. And I wonder if you still think it's possible to do both of those things.
We have to. We have to. I mean, as long as I hold public office, I'm going to continue to attempt to do both things.
One more follow-up. Around this time last year when you were campaigning in Georgia, I think one of the things you told people was the power is literally in your hands. You know, if voters give Democrats the House and the Senate and the presidency, that all these big things can get accomplished. And, you know, we've seen stalemate, we've seen things being stymied. why should folks believe you this time around?
Can you think of any other president that's done as much in 1 year? Name one for me.
I'm asking you.
I'm serious. You guys talk about how nothing's happened. I don't think there's been much on any incoming president's plate that's been a bigger menu than the plate I had given to me. I'm not complaining. Knew that running in. And the fact of the matter is we got an awful lot done. An awful lot done. And there's more to get done. But look, let me ask a rhetorical question. No, I won't. Anyway. Thank you. Yes. Be careful. Don't get hurt, man.
No, I'm going to take care. Mr. President, thank you. Sebastian Smith from AFP. Another question on Ukraine. Ukraine borders 4 NATO member countries. How concerned are you concerned that a real conflagration in Ukraine, if the Russians really go in there, that it could suck in NATO countries that are on the border and you end up with an actual NATO-Russia confrontation of some kind? And secondly, are you entertaining the thought of a summit with Vladimir Putin as a way to perhaps try and put this whole thing to bed, address their concerns, and negotiate a way out of this?
The last question, yes, when we talked about whether or not we'd pick the 3 meetings we talked about, and we talked about we would go from there if there was reason to go to a summit. We talked about a summit as being before the Ukraine item came up in terms of strategic doctrine and what the strategic relationship would be. So I still think that is a possibility, number one. Number two, I am very concerned. I'm very concerned that this could end up being, look, the only war that's worse than one that's intended is one that's unintended. And what I'm concerned about is this could get out of hand, very easily get out of hand because of what you said, the borders of Ukraine and what Russia may or may not do. I am hoping that Vladimir Putin understands that he is short of a full-blown nuclear war. He's not in a very good position to dominate the world. And so I don't think he thinks that. But it is a concern. And that's why we have to be very careful about how we move forward and make it clear to him that there are prices to pay that could, in fact, cost his country an awful lot. But of course, you have to be concerned when you have, nuclear power invaded. If he invades, it hasn't happened since World War II. This has been the most consequential thing that's happened in the world in terms of war and peace since World War II. Yes.
Nearly 2 years have passed since the beginning of the global coronavirus outbreak, and you again today acknowledge that Americans are frustrated and they're tired. Based on your conversations with your health advisors, what type of restrictions do you imagine being on Americans this time next year, and what does the new normal look like for social gatherings and travel to you?
Well, the answer is, I hope the new normal will be that we don't still have 30-some million people not vaccinated. I hope the new normal is people have seen what their own interest is and have taken advantage of what we have available to us. Number two, with the pill that is a problem that appears to be as efficacious as it seems to be, that you're going to be able to deal with this virus in a way that after the fact you have an ability to make sure you don't get very sick. Number three, I would hope that what happens is the rest of the world does what I'm doing and provides significant amounts of the vaccine to the rest of the world, because it's not sufficient that we just have this country not have the virus or be able to control the virus, but that we can't build a wall high enough to keep a new variant out. So it requires one of the things that I want to do, and we're contemplating figuring out how to do, we are contemplating how to get done, and that is how do we move in a direction where the world itself is vaccinated. It's not enough just to vaccinate 340 million, fully vaccinate 340 million people in the United States. That's not enough. It's not enough to do it here. We have to do it, and we have to do a lot more than we're doing now. And that's why we have continued to keep the commitment of providing vaccines and available cures for the rest of the world as well.
And if I could, sir, and I should have said this before, Francesca Chambers McClatchy, how do you plan to win back moderates and independents who cast a ballot for you in 2020, but polls indicate aren't happy with the way you're doing your job now?
I don't believe the polls. Well, why don't you just go down the road there?
Thank you, Mr. President. To follow up on some of the questions about the vaccination program, you've given dozens of speeches this year urging Americans to get vaccinated. You've talked to reluctant Republicans. You've said it's people's patriotic duty. There have been very few mentions of the fact that young children under the age of 5, still in the third year of this pandemic in this country, don't have access to the vaccine. Can you speak to frustrated parents a little bit about why that continues to be the case and when that might change?
Because the science hasn't reached the point where they're convinced that, in fact, it is safe. So that's what they're doing now. You could have asked me that. I got asked that question about 3 months ago about people between the ages of 7 and 12. Well, they've got to the point where they felt secure in the number of tests they had done and the tests they had run, that it was safe. So it will come. It will come. But I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you when, but it is really very important that we get down to that next piece.
One more follow-up on Build Back Better. When you said it's going to likely be broken up into chunks, you mentioned that the climate pieces seem to have broad support. You mentioned that Senator Manchin is a supporter of early child care. You left out the child tax credit, and I wonder if it's fair to read between the lines and assume that that is a piece, given Senator Manchin's opposition to it, that the extension of that is likely one of those components that may have to wait until sometime down the line.
There's two really big components that I feel strongly about that I'm not sure I can get in the package. One is the child care tax credit, and the other is help for cost of community colleges. They are massive things that I've run on, I care a great deal about, and I'm going to keep coming back at whatever floor I get to be able to try to get chunks or all of that done. Yes, sir. Next man next to you, left.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Pedro Rojas. I'm with Univision National News. This is actually my first press conference here. It's good to meet you in person.
We always have long press conferences.
Awesome. I got a couple of questions for you. Number one, you said that you want to convey your message by getting out there in the country. I wonder if you're planning on traveling also to South America and other countries in the Western Hemisphere, given the fact that China has gained a lot of influence in the region. And the second question is, what will be your message for residents in this country that are struggling every time they go to the gas station, every time they go to the grocery store and see the prices going high, and the pharmacy? I happen to come from South Texas, where I saw a lot of people struggling financially in the last few months, and so I wonder what is the message you want to spread to them.
Well, I tried to answer that 7 different ways today about how to deal with inflation. But let me answer the first question. I spent a lot of time in South America and in Latin America. When I was vice president, I spent the bulk of my 8 years basically in Europe and/or in Latin America. I'm in contact with the leaders of the countries in South America. We're working closely with making sure that we do everything, for example, with to deal with helping the countries in question, particularly those in Central America, to be able to help them with their ability to deal with the people don't sit around in Guatemala and say, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have, give the money to a coyote, take us across a terribly dangerous trip up through Central America and up through Mexico and sneak us across the border, drop us in the desert. Won't that be fun? People leave because they have real problems. And one of the things I've done when I was a vice president, got support with, although I don't have much Republican support anymore, is provide billions of dollars to be able to say to those countries, why are people leaving? and how are you going to reform your own system? And that's we've worked on a long time. It still needs a lot more work, and we're focusing on that. I also believe I've spent a lot of time talking about and dealing with policy having to do with Maduro, who is little more than a dictator right now, and the same thing in Chile and not the same thing, but with Chile as well as Argentina. So look, I made a speech a while ago when I was vice president saying that if we were smart, we have an opportunity to make the Western Hemisphere a a democratic hemisphere. And we were moving in the right direction under the last administration, the Obama-Biden administration. But so much damage was done as a consequence of the foreign policy decisions the last president made in Latin America, Central America, and South America, that we now have, when I call for a summit of the democracies, I call that, and a number of nations showed up for this summit of democracy. What is it that's going to allow us to generate? We've actually had a reduction in the number of democracies in the world. And it seems to me there's nothing more important. We used to talk about, when I was a kid in college, about America's backyard. It's not America's backyard. Everything south of the Mexican border is America's front yard. And we're equal people. We don't dictate what happens in any other part of this continent or the South American continent. We have to work very hard on it. But the trouble is we're having great difficulty making up for the mistakes that have been made the last 4 years, and it's going to take some time. Yes, gentleman in the back. And then I'll go to this side, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Alexander Nazarian, Yahoo News. And thank you for holding this press conference. I hope there's more of them.
Anytime you have extra 3 hours, we can do it.
We'll stay for a couple more. You said you were surprised by Republican obstruction of your agenda, but didn't the GOP take exactly the same tactic when you were vice president to Barack Obama? So why did you think they would treat you any differently than they treated him?
First of all, they weren't nearly as obstructionist as they are now, number one. They stated that, but you had a number of Republicans we worked with closely. From John McCain, a number of Republicans we worked closely with. Even back in those days, Lindsey Graham. And so the difference here is there seems to be a desire to work with them. And I didn't say my agenda, I'm saying what are they for? What is their agenda? They had an agenda back in the administration when the 8 years we were president and vice president. But I don't know what their agenda is now. What is it? The American public is outraged about the tax structure we have in America. What are they proposing to do about it? Anything? Have you heard anything? Anything. I haven't heard anything. The American public is outraged about the fact that we're the state of the environment, the vast majority of the public. What have they done to do anything to ameliorate the climate change that's occurring other than to deny it exists? So what I'm saying is the difference between then and now is not only the announcement that was made, anything to stop Barack Obama. I get that part. But what eventually happened, we were able to get some things done. We were able to work through some things. On the stuff that was really consequential in terms of ideologically divisive, it was a real fight. But I don't think there's a time when I wonder what would be the Republican platform right now. What do you think? What do you think their position on taxes are? What do you think their position on human rights is? What do you think their position is on whether or not we should what we should do about the cost of prescription drugs? What do you think? I honest to God don't know what they're for, yet I know a lot of these senators and congressmen, and I know they do have things they want to support, whether they're things I want or not. But you don't hear much about that. And every once in a while, when you hear something where there's a consensus, it's important but a small item, and it doesn't get much coverage at all where it occurs. I'm not meaning coverage. There's not much discussion about it. So I just think it's a different, and I don't know that no matter how strongly one supports, as a Republican and/or supports the president, the former president of the United States, I don't know how we can't look at what happened on January 6th and think that's a problem. That's a real problem.
One more question, Mr. President.
By the way, it's a quarter of, guys, so I'm going to do this. If you answer me easy questions, I'll give you quick answers.
There's an increasing concern, I think, among some Democrats that even if schools do continue to open, and I get that most of them are now open, Republicans will weaponize this narrative of you and other leading Democrats, allowing them to stay closed in the midterms next year. And obviously that issue has a lot of traction with suburban parents, as I think
What
we
do you
saw
mean
in Virginia.
I'm confused by the question. I'm sorry.
Well, that could school reopenings or closures become a potent midterm issue for Republicans to win back the suburbs?
Oh, I think it could be, but I hope in God that look, maybe I'm kidding myself, but as time goes on, the voter who is just trying to figure out, as I said, how to take care of their family, put 3 squares on the table, stay safe, be able to pay their mortgage or their rent, et cetera, is becoming much more informed on the motives of some of the political players and some of the political parties. And I think that they are not going to be as susceptible to believing some of the outlandish things that have been said and continue to be said. Every president, not necessarily in the first 12 months, but every president the first couple of years, every president, of the last presidents, at least 4 of them, have had polling numbers that are 44% favorable. So it's this idea that, but you all, not you all, but now it is, well, Biden's at, one poll showed him at 33%. The average is 44, 45%. One poll him at 49%. I mean, the idea that the American public are trying to sift their way through what's real and what's fake. And I don't think I've never seen a time when the political coverage, the choice of what political coverage the voter looks to has as much impact on as what they believe. They go to get reinforced in their views, whether it's MSNBC or whether it's Fox or whatever. I mean, and one of the things I find fascinating that's happening, and you all are dealing with it every day, and it will impact on how things move, is that a lot of the speculation in the polling data shows that the cables are heading south. They're losing viewership. No? Well, Fox is okay for a while, but it's not gaining. And a lot of the rest are predicted to be not very much in the mix in the next 4 to 5 years. I don't know whether that's true or not. But I do know that we have sort of put themselves in certain alleys. And they've decided that, how many people who watch MSNBC also watch Fox, other than they're a politician trying to find out what's going on in both places. How many people, again, I'm no expert in any of this, but the fact is, I think you have to acknowledge that what gets covered now is necessarily a little bit different than what gets covered in the past. I've had a couple, I shouldn't get into this. But the nature of the way things get covered has, in my observation over the years I've been involved in public life, changed. And it's changed because of everything from a thing called the internet. It's changed because of the way in which we have self-identified perspectives based on what channel you turn on, what network you look at, not network, what cable you look at. And it's never quite been like that. Anyway.
On behalf of the Correspondents Association, thank you very much for standing for our questions. We hope the public has found it as enlightening as those of us in the room have. I want to ask you, sir, about one of the overriding...
I can still stand. It's amazing.
We appreciate it. We very much do. So the question I want to ask you gets to accountability, sir. On one of the top public concerns, of course, which is the coronavirus and the government's response to it, whether it's confusion over what style of mask to wear, when to test, how to test, where to test. The public is confused, sir, and you see that in the drop-off in the polling on this question. Why did you tell Jeff that you were satisfied with your team? Why are you not willing to make or interested in making any changes, either at the CDC or other agencies, given the fact that the messages have been so confusing?
Well, first of all, the messages, to the extent they've been confusing, is because the scientists, they're learning more. They're learning more about what's needed and what's not needed. And so the fact is that the one piece that has gotten a lot of attention is the communications capacity of the CDC. Well, she came along and said, look, I'm a scientist, and I'm learning. I'm learning how to deal with stating what is the case that we've observed. But look, I think that it's a little bit like saying, when we went through the whole issue of how to deal with polio and the polio shots, what was said in the beginning was, oh no, it's changed a little bit. We moved this way and that way. Or when we dealt with anything else. I mean, this was a brand new virus, a brand new phenomenon. Some of it was deadly, other was more communicable. This is an unfolding story. It's the nature of the way diseases spread. We're going to learn about it in a lot of other areas, not just COVID-19. And so I think, I look at it this way. Think about how astounding it was within the time frame that it took to be able to come up with a vaccine. You used to write about that. Pretty amazing how rapidly they came up with a vaccine that saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Did everything get right? No. And by the way, the idea whether anyway, I'm talking too much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two really simple questions, I promise. You campaigned on canceling $10,000 in student loans. Do you still plan to do so, and when? And then my second question is, now that you've clarified the Bull Connor comments, do you plan to reach out to Republicans like Mitt Romney to talk about reforming the Electoral Count Act?
Yes, I'm happy to speak out. I've met with I've talked to Mitt on other occasions. And by the way, I reached out to the minority leader as well at the time that he made his speech. And so I have no reluctance to reach out to any Republican and anyone and I've made it clear. Look, I've now had the opportunity to travel because of funerals and eulogies I've made and attended, and congressmen and senators have come along with me. Don't hold me to the number, but somewhere between 20 and 25 senators and congresspersons have traveled with me. And I find you should get the list of them and ask how I set for the 2, 3, 4, 5 hours that we've flown together, sit back in that conference table and talk to them. Ask them questions. They ask me questions. I learn a heck of a lot. But as president, you don't quite have that ability to do that as often as I'd like to be able to do it. And one of the things that I do think that has been made clear to me, speaking of polling, is the public doesn't want me to be the president's senator. They want me to be the president and let senators be senators. And so if I've made many mistakes, I'm sure. If I've made a mistake, I'm used to negotiating to get things done, and I've been, in the past, relatively successful at it in the United States Senate, even as vice president. But I think that role as president is a different role. Folks, it is now almost 6. With all due respect, I'm going to see you next conference, okay? Thank you.
All right, so I'll have a lot to talk about the president's press conference tonight. As for right now, I'm throwing back on the Senate hearings. I'll leave you guys live. All social media feeds are going to cut off at 7:55. I'll be live to everyone. We'll go over this whole shit show of a press conference. Then, so we're going live to the Senate floor now, where they're still doing nothing. This is what your taxpayer dollars do, guys.
Democracy, where people know that when they vote, that vote will be impartially counted and upheld, and the people who are defeated will accept defeat so that they can have an accountable elected representation in Washington, then there is no democracy. And when I signed that letter, I never imagined that today's Republican Party would fail to stand up for democracy. I was raised by a veteran of the Battle of the Bulge. He would talk to us at the breakfast table, and the question was, what are you going to do for freedom today? Big question to ask elementary school kids, to be sure. But he had a right to ask it, as does every veteran who has fought for this country, including my colleague, Senator Cotton. But the Republican Party and the Democratic Party must unite to stand for freedom and to stand for an accountable democracy. Because without that, the rules of this body do not matter. I yield the floor.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I can't think of a more important thing to be debating here in these chambers than the right to vote. But we can't even get to that. We can't even get to that because of the use of the filibuster to prevent us from having a vote or a discussion on the Voting Rights Act. In America, the path toward justice has always been intertwined with the right to vote. Progress and enfranchisement have always been braided together. Billy clubs, whips, barbed wire, wrapped tubing. That's what awaited John Lewis at the end of that Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. Because it's never been easy. It's never been easy to fight for enfranchisement or to fight for that right to vote. There's always been a price to pay by those who focus on justice. Shouted slurs, explosions of tear gas, pain screams, and the crack of clubs against bone. Those were the sounds that filled the air as Lewis and hundreds of his fellow Americans tried to march forward, as they tried to bring their country forward, one step at a time. Most of us in this room know that those mothers and fathers of the civil rights movement, what they did for us that day, they raised their voice on that bridge so that fellow Americans could raise their voices at the ballot box. And tragically, we also know that many in this chamber today appear unwilling to do their part to protect the rights those heroes fought for. More than a half century ago, in this very building, senators from both sides of the aisle came together to pass the Voting Rights Act, a bill designed to protect Black Americans, to protect all Americans from the kind of racial discrimination that was so common in state-run elections at that time. Of course, it's not possible to list out all the changes that have taken since that moment. More and more civil rights advocates stood up and sat in. More and more Americans marched through, then laid down in the streets. And the moral arc of the universe that Dr. Martin Luther King spoke of bent a little more towards justice with every hard-earned right they secured and every fight that they won. But sadly, damningly, one other change stands out to me as I speak here today. More than 50 years after the Voting Rights Act became law, we can no longer say that a bipartisan majority of the Senate is willing to protect the most basic tenet of our democracy. Heck, we don't even have all of the senators in the room to discuss this. Every American's right to make their voice heard is so critically important to our democracy. We can't say this because Senate Republicans have spent the past year blocking every Democratic attempt to even begin debate on strengthening voter legislation. Even as Republicans in states around the country pass more and more restrictive voter suppression laws aimed at silencing the voice of the people, we still struggle and beg to have this debate, and they will not vote to allow us to do so. Republicans in Georgia made it illegal to preemptorily mail out absentee ballots to registered voters, a law that hurts all groups that rely on voting by mail, from communities of color to Americans living with disabilities. It also hurts military voters currently serving in harm's way overseas. I myself voted by mail when I was serving in our country in Iraq. After all, I was a little busy flying combat missions, so I don't know if I would have had the chance to request an absentee ballot 15 days before the election if my unit had not assisted in that effort. Not every unit may do that. And so not having their ballots mailed to them would make it immeasurably harder for our troops to vote wherever they may be serving. And I can't understand why Republicans would want to make it harder for brave Americans defending our democracy abroad to participate in it. But that's what they're doing. And I can't understand how my Republican colleagues can sit here today and ask paid staffers and pages to bring them water at exactly the temperature they like, with or without ice sparkling or not sparkling, as they make their voices heard on the Senate floor, and then say nothing to stop a law that makes it illegal to give water to Americans waiting hours in line at polling stations as they seek to simply have their voices heard at the ballot box. Listen, my 5 times great-grandfathers, who were likely indentured servants without the right to vote, didn't fight in the Revolutionary War and earned that right to vote just so people claiming to be the leaders of our generation could chip away at the fundamental idea that founded this nation, that everyone is equal. And my buddies and I and Senator Cotton didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble at the hands of powerful people more focused on their own self-interest than in the foundational component of this extraordinary experiment we call America. That everyone, regardless of social status, wealth, skin color, sex, has a right to vote. Page after page in our nation's history is marred by bigotry, tainted by intolerance, by injustice. But through every chapter, however dark the night, some brave Americans have willed that there would be light. That march forward has always been to expand access to the polls, not to decrease it. We expanded access for those who didn't own land, for Black Americans after the Civil War, for women, for all Americans. In World War II, Black Americans fought overseas for the same country that forced their families to sit at segregated lunch counters back home. Then they came home and were forced to guess how many jelly beans were in a jar before they themselves could vote in a country that they had fought for. Asian Americans fought to end slavery in the Civil War, sacrificed to preserve this union, and then had their earned citizenship stripped away. Decades later, their grandsons fought in Europe even as their loved ones were interned in camps on American soil. And we march forward, and we march on, and we expand the right to the ballot box. In the 60s, white Americans hopped on buses and risked their lives freedom riding through the South so those with darker skin could walk into the ballot box without fear of billy clubs. And Americans from all backgrounds have packed their rucks, laced up their boots, and gone to war in places like Iraq, lost their lives in places like Afghanistan to defend the most American belief that we all have a voice and we all have the right to use it, including at the polls. Because voting to elect one's own government is the core of that right. I'm not asking anyone to do anything nearly as difficult as putting on a uniform and going to war, or crossing a bridge to be met with billy clubs. I'm not asking anybody to do anything that difficult today. I'm not asking my Republican colleagues to risk their lives on a bus or a bridge in the heat of the American South or under the scorching sun of a desert in the Middle East. All I'm asking for is the bare minimum. All I'm begging them to do is merely to not sit in silence in the face of grave injustice, to not let being partisan keep you from being a patriot. For the sake of all who have sacrificed for this nation, I at least refuse to remain silent. That's why I'm voting for these bills. That's why I'm trying to claw back some of the protections that Republicans have spent the last year trying to erode on the back of the big lie, including expanded voter purges, increased barriers for voters with disabilities, and harsher voter ID requirements. That's why I'm asking my colleagues who claim to represent the party of Lincoln, as a junior senator from the land of Lincoln, I ask you to act in a way that will further the cause of justice. That's why I'm working to restore the Voting Rights Act, to expand early voting and vote by mail, to limit special interest money in politics, and to actually try to protect underserved communities and our service members' rights to vote. Because not only can our country do better, we have done better back when we passed the Voting Rights Act all those decades ago. Not only can our chamber do more, we have done more, including the 16 Republicans who are still in the Senate today, who have previously voted to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. And we owe more to those heroes who fought these fights before us, those trailblazers who marched those bridges, and those in power who while those in power broke their bones, whose skulls were cracked, whose blood was shed, yet whose will never bent, whose determination never wavered. Those heroes who never let what was hard deter them from doing what was right. We owe it to each of them, and to those whose rights are at risk today, to pass this bill. Thank you. I yield back. I yield the floor.
Montana.
Ahead of the 49th anniversary of the Supreme Court's tragic decision in Roe versus Wade. You might ask, what does that have to do with voting rights? It has a lot to do with voting rights because, after all, you can't have the right to vote without first having the right to life. Every year for nearly 5 decades, thousands of pro-life Americans have faithfully gathered here in D.C. and across this country to mark this dark day by marching for life and being a voice for the voiceless. This year's official March for Life comes at a turning point in our nation's history. On December 1st of last year, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments on the landmark 15-week abortion case out of Mississippi, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. This is the first case in our generation that presents the Supreme Court of the United States the best opportunity to right its historic injustice and finally overturn Roe versus Wade. The Roe decision resulted in the deaths of more than 63 innocent babies, 63 million. In fact, as I stand here and speak today, 2,363 preborn children are being killed in this country. 2,363 are killed every single day. These precious lives were created by God and intended for this world, but were violently deprived of their lives because they were deemed unwanted, unfit, or simply inconvenient. And because they're so small, without voices of their own, far too many for far too long have ignored their desperate cries. Because of Roe, states have virtually been powerless to stop this tidal wave of bloodshed. What's more, Roe's extreme abortion regime has made the United States a global outlier on abortion. We are just one of 7 nations, including China and North Korea, that allow abortions on demand. Just one of 7 nations. past the point babies feel pain, all the way up until the moment of birth. It's barbaric. Because of science and technology today, it's impossible to ignore the humanity of that little baby growing in the womb. Thanks to incredible 4D ultrasound technology, we can watch babies grow. We can hear their hearts beat. We can watch them yawn, even suck their thumbs. We've come a long way since 1973. It's time that our laws catch up with the science. Overturning Roe will not, I repeat, will not ban abortion nationwide. And I'm sad to say that some of my colleagues are not being truthful on what it might mean if Roe versus Wade's overturned. It will not ban abortions nationwide. It will return the power to pass pro-life laws to state and federal lawmakers. In fact, according to a recent Marist poll, 80% of Americans are opposed to abortions after the first 3 months of pregnancy. That's an overwhelming majority of the American people. But because of Roe, their voices are being silenced. It's time for the Supreme Court to allow state and federal lawmakers to rightfully represent their constituents and protect the most vulnerable among us. It's time that we, as the United States of America, a nation who is supposed to be the leaders in the world on human rights, recognize that what happens to be the theme of this year's March for Life, which is equality, begins in the womb. The Dobbs case before the Supreme Court gives the court a chance to finally restore justice and equality to the most vulnerable among us in the spirit of this nation's long history of progress in civil rights. In listening to oral arguments in the Dobbs case, I was struck by something Justice Kavanaugh said, and I quote, "If you think about some of the most important cases, the most consequential cases in the court's history, there's a string of them where the cases overruled precedent." Justice Kavanaugh cited most notably Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, which outlawed a separate but equal overturning Plessy v. Ferguson, decided in 1896. It took 58 years for the court to recognize the obvious truth that racial segregation was wrong and overturn its grievous error in Plessy. Justice John Marshall Harlan showed tremendous courage as the lone dissenter from the court's decision in Plessy. Now it's taken 49 years for the court to consider the obvious truth that all life must be protected. It's taken 49 years since Roe versus Wade for the court to reconsider this wrongly decided case. In the spirit of Justice Harlan, who dissented in Plessy, I'd like to share a quote from another great dissenter proved right in the course of history, and that's Justice Byron White. Justice White, with his 1973 dissent, joined by Justice Rehnquist in Doe v. Bolton, the companion case to Roe v. Wade, wrote as follows, and I quote, "With all due respect, I dissent. I find nothing in the language or history of the Constitution to support the court's judgment. The court simply fashions and announces a new constitutional right for pregnant mothers, and with scarcely any reason or authority for its action, invests that right with sufficient substance to override most existing state abortion statutes. The upshot is that the people in the legislature of the 50 states are constitutionally disentitled to weigh the relative importance of the continued existence and development of the fetus, on the one hand, against a spectrum of possible impacts on the mother on the other hand. As an exercise of raw judicial power, the court perhaps has authority to do what it does today, but in my view, its judgment is an improvident and extravagant exercise of the power of judicial review that the Constitution extends to this court. The court apparently values the convenience of the pregnant mother more than the continued existence and development of the life or potential life that she carries. Whether or not I might agree with that marshaling of values, I can in no event join the court's judgment because I find no constitutional warrant for imposing such an order of priorities on the people and the legislatures of the states. In sensitive areas such as this, involving as it does issues over which reasonable men may easily and heatedly differ, I cannot accept the court's exercise of its clear power of choice by interposing a constitutional barrier to state efforts to protect human life and by investing mothers and doctors with the constitutionally protected right to exterminate it. The issue, for the most part, should be left with the people and of the political processes the people have devised to govern their affairs." End quote. Justice White was correct. I share that belief. The court's decision in Roe was a travesty of constitutional law and human rights, one that should follow Plessy v. Ferguson to the ash heap of history. In the Dobbs case, I pray that we see the Supreme Court do precisely this, correct this historic injustice, uphold Mississippi's 15-week abortion law. For the pro-life movement, overturning Roe is not the end, it's just a beginning. States across the country stand ready to protect life and provide support for pregnant moms facing crisis pregnancies. I pray this year's March for Life marks the final anniversary of Roe v. Wade and heralds the dawn of a new day where every life is protected. I want to thank the thousands of Americans across the country who will be joining this year's March for Life. I'd also like to thank the hundreds of Montanans who joined me just last week in Helena's March for Life. I stand with you and will continue to fight to protect all life. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my following remarks appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
Last year, we saw Democrats like Stacey Abrams and President Biden mislead the American people about Georgia's new voting law. In fact, the Washington Post fact-checker wrote, and I quote, "Biden falsely claims the new Georgia law ends voting hours early." That was given 4 Pinocchios by the Washington Post. However, today in this chamber, we've seen several Senate Democrats challenge Montana's common sense election integrity laws championed by the Montana legislature, the Secretary of State of Montana, Christy Jacobson, and the Montana Governor, Greg Gianforte. I want to set the record straight. Montana put in place some common sense reforms that enjoy the strong support of Montanans, like strengthening voter ID laws and preventing paid ballot harvesting. There have been some things said here on this floor that were frankly not true. Ballot harvesting is still okay in Montana. You just can't pay people to do it. In fact, there was statements made that somehow student IDs are not allowed anymore to vote, that somehow that was going to be the end of democracy. Well, listen, under current law, first of all, most students have a valid driver's license in Montana, but if you didn't, the requirement is this, and I take this chapter and verse out of the Secretary of State's site. You can still use a student ID to vote in Montana. You just have to have a secondary identification. That can be a ski pass, a gym membership, so long as both secondary identification types are presented. So first of all, most students have valid driver's license. If you don't, you can still use a student ID. You just have to have a secondary identification type presented, like a ski pass, gym membership, or even a transcript. That does not seem unreasonable, and the vast majority of Montanans believe that just makes sense. Furthermore, we've seen questions, in fact, Senator Schumer made some accusations about Montana shortening the hours for elections. I found that a bit hilarious, frankly, because here's what we did in Montana, is all voter registration activities are allowed now up until the night before the election. It's up until the day of the election. You are allowed to register to vote. Unlike New York, that ends voter registration 25 days before the election. I don't think that's going to be the end of democracy when Montana has far better laws here to make it easier to vote in Montana than they do in New York. In fact, regarding New York, the voters last November rejected same-day voter registration and rejected universal absentee voting. States across this country have been working hard to ensure that we are making it easier to vote, but making it more difficult to cheat. I'm grateful for what has been happened in the state of Montana. It's a no-brainer to most Montanans that you need a valid ID, a driver's license, to get a hunting or a fishing license, to rent a car, to get onto an airplane, not to mention the fact that many liberal-run cities now across our country, the Democrats are now enforcing ID checks to get into a coffee shop or sit down for dinner. So it's no wonder we're left a little confused here how President Biden, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democrats want to override the will of Montanans, undermine our state voter ID laws when it comes to maintaining something as foundational as our democracy and maintain the integrity in our elections. If there's one thing Montanans are about, it's common sense. And the fear-mongering, the falsehoods, the misleading statements from the Democrats don't make a whole lot of sense, and Montanans know it. I yield back my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Montana.
I wasn't going to speak, but I got to speak because I just want to clear up the record on one thing, and I could clear up the record on a lot. The people of the state of Montana voted for same-day registration. The people of the state of Montana went to the ballot box and voted for same-day registration. The state legislature repealed that. We should ask what the people of Montana really want. They want same-day registration.
Mr. President, I want to start by thanking all of the senators who have come to the floor to make the case for democracy and for voting rights. The right to vote is the heartbeat of our democracy. It's a symbol of the progress that we've made in this chamber and the promise that we have made to the next generation of Americans. This legislation will protect the right to vote for all, safeguard against election sabotage and end partisan gerrymandering, limit the influence of dark money in politics so that billionaires and corporations cannot buy elections. Protecting our democracy should not be partisan. It should be a moral and civic imperative for every one of us. As a former United States Senator from New Mexico said, the late Dennis Chavez, who served in this chamber for 27 years until his passing in 1962, said, either we are all free or we fail. Democracy belongs to all of us. Now, our democracy faces clear and present dangers posed by Republican-led state legislatures across the country. Some lawmakers want to curtail the right to vote. Not for all Americans, but for the most vulnerable and historically disenfranchised. And if we think it's bad now, with what's happened in these state legislatures over the last few months, it's about to get a lot worse. History will not look kindly on inaction at this critical moment, and we must show the American people that we will not flinch when faced with the choice to protect our democracy and let it crumble before our eyes. There's a pattern of rampant discrimination that is disenfranchising countless black and brown voters across this country. Now, in 2005, Jesus Gonzalez became a naturalized citizen. On the same day, he swore an oath to the United States. He sought to register to vote in Arizona. He was rejected. So he tried again after he obtained a license. But again, he was rejected. It was then that Mr. Gonzalez, a school janitor, sued the state. His case made its way to the Supreme Court, who in 2013 ruled in his favor and struck down Arizona's law. Mr. Gonzalez was one of 31,000 voters in Arizona affected by such a discriminatory law. Just this past September, the Mexican-American Legal Defense Fund joined other civil rights organizations in suing Texas over its discriminatory voting legislation known as SB 1. And we've heard a lot about it today. Among other things, SB 1 seeks to curb the assistance available to limited English proficient voters. And in 2006, MALDEF successfully sued Texas after the state legislature sought to dilute the Latino vote. In that case, Lulac versus Perry, the Supreme Court found that Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by denying Latinos the ability to elect a candidate of their choosing. 2017, MALDEF again sued in Texas after the city of Pasadena sought to weaken the Latino vote by changing the way city elected city council members. These are just some of the chapters of a long history of voter suppression. Now, we also know that voter suppression of Native Americans is real. And it's intentional. Until 2020, North Dakota voter ID laws required a residential street address. Now, that may sound like common sense to some folks, but for those of us that live in rural communities and for my brothers and sisters that live in Native American communities, we all grew up with rural route boxes. My address growing up was Route 1, Box 102. Not because I didn't want a street address named after my grandparents like it is today. That was the address. Now, because of that law in North Dakota, many Native Americans like Richard Brakebill, who was a Navy veteran, had been denied the right to vote because of an expired driver's license and a tribal ID that, get this, did not have a current residential address. It had the post office box that was his address. In 2020, the candidacy of Joseph Dedman for county sheriff, a member of the Navajo Nation, was challenged in Arizona because he included post office boxes, which are often the only form of an address for rural Native American households. It's the only one they can obtain on his petition to office. 2020, Arizona's Pima County closed the early voting center in Pascua Yaqui lands and spent nearly $200,000 in legal fees rather than reinstate the voting center. South Dakota provided a fully funded polling place and early voting and registration opportunity to the 12 non-Native American residents in Gan Valley. But get this, they refused to provide the same services to the 1,200 plus residents in Fort Thompson on Crow Creek tribal lands. In 2021, Kimberly Dillon, a citizen of Rosebud Sioux, she joined the Oglala and Rosebud Sioux tribes in suing South Dakota for requiring voters to register at state agencies and DMVs, which were hours away from tribal lands. They were making it harder for people to even get registered to vote by saying, drive 3 and 4 hours away. Those are tough roads to drive on. Many Native Americans like Kimberly went to great lengths to submit their voter registration applications to those state agencies, but the agencies never sent them to the local election offices, even after they traversed and got that job done and making that journey. They just want to submit them to let them get registered to vote. As a result, her right to vote in the 2020 presidential election was taken away. Kimberly asked, and I quote, "How many other people face this violation of our basic freedom to vote? We cannot allow voter suppression to continue in South Dakota or anywhere in Native America." These are American citizens whose rights were taken away from them for partisan advantage. Jesus and Kimberly's voices were taken away from them, just like countless other Americans who face the same discrimination. 19 states have passed 34 laws making it easier to sabotage election law and target voters of color. And not all of them had a supermajority or 2/3 vote. In 2016, Representative David Lewis, a Republican state lawmaker in North Carolina and member of the General Assembly's Redistricting Committee, said, and I quote, "I propose that we draw the maps to give a partisan advantage to 10 Republicans and 3 Democrat representatives, because I do not believe it's possible to draw a map with 11 Republicans and 2 Democrats." This is not new. This has been going on decade after decade. The only thing that's different now is in 2013, when the Supreme Court gutted the enforcement provisions of the Voting Rights Act, Republican-led legislatures don't have to hide behind it any longer. Now they just say they're going to draw for partisan advantage. They're going to change the rules to keep certain communities from voting, making it harder for people to get to that ballot box. This is nothing new. And shame on all of us for not acting when the Supreme Court told us this in 2013. That's on all of us. But we're here today. We're also seeing an uptick in violence as a result. of the lies across the country. The big lie. The Department of Homeland Security has seen an increase in calls for violence as a result of these baseless claims of fraud in the 2020 election. We're losing honest election officials and poll workers because of threats against their lives due to conspiracy theories and lies pushed by the former president. The Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act will protect the vote of working families across the country. And only one archaic parliamentary measure prohibits all this progress. The filibuster does not increase deliberation in this chamber. It does not incentivize compromise. So while some claim that amending the filibuster will further the country's division,
right now,
I disagree. Right now, it's only aiding and abetting obstructionists and opponents of progress when it comes to voting on civil rights legislation. While the filibuster is not mentioned a single time in the Constitution, it is too...
Interruption. Thank you. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the cloture vote on the motion to concur be at 8 p.m.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you. I appreciate the courtesy of my colleague.
Senator from New Mexico.
We had no choice but to do it at 6:30.
So the importance of us being here today goes right in the face of having this conversation and have debate. And I appreciate my Republican colleagues who've come to the floor to engage in some debate and some colloquy. I, like Senator Kaine, came to the Senate a bit naive. I thought debate happened here all the time. I came here thinking that I could offer an amendment at any time, that I could offer a unanimous consent at any time. It's not the case. This is not the Senate that our founders envisioned. Now, if you feel moved to oppose a piece of legislation, if you're passionate about an issue, you should have the courage to come to the Senate floor in front of your colleagues and the American people. You should not be allowed to phone it in from behind closed doors. This chamber has changed, just as the times have changed. So it's the responsibility of every one of us to make sure that the Senate works better. Not for us, but for the American people. Now, in closing, in 1805, Vice President Aaron Burr suggested that the Senate remove from its rules the previous question motion, which allowed the chamber's simple majority to end debate on a bill. He viewed the rule as completely unnecessary and urged the Senate to clean up its rule book because after everyone spoke and debated, they'd vote. A year later, the Senate removed the previous question motion, leaving a loophole that allowed the minority to take advantage and use what we now know as the filibuster. Unfortunately, Burr could not foresee the obstructionism of decades to come. In the following decades, pro-slavery senators co-opted the filibuster to protect the interests of white Southern enslavers. Men such as John Calhoun abused the filibuster to obstruct civil rights efforts. And according to historians, between 1917 and 1994, 30 measures favored by the sitting president, simple majorities in the House and Senate, half of which addressed civil rights, they all died, thanks to the filibuster. The same procedural tool proved to be even more useful to Southern senators who sought to block civil rights legislation, including anti-lynching bills. Not until 1964 did the Senate successfully overcome a filibuster to pass important civil rights legislation and subsequent voting rights legislation. Now, history should act as a teacher to all of us, and history will remind us who voted today on the side of the people. I'm proud that this effort includes my Native American Voting Rights Act, which will ensure tribes and Native Americans and Alaska Natives and voters on tribal lands will have equal access to the electoral process. Access to the ballot box is the cornerstone of our democratic system. And without equitable access to it, we cannot stand on the world stage and claim that we are all leaders in the fight for liberty and justice for all. Now, my Republican colleagues have proven time and again that they're not interested in acting on this issue. Washington Republicans have made the political calculation that they have a partisan advantage here. They are too comfortable shrugging their shoulders and sitting on the sidelines while states chip away at the right to vote. I know where I stand, Mr. President. All we are asking for today is the opportunity to vote on this critical piece of legislation after everyone in here has said their piece. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing today, to do right by our democracy, and to send the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act to the President's desk. I thank you all, and I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Our democracy is extraordinary because it is built on the bedrock idea that through free and fair elections, the citizens who make up this great country, well, they have a voice. That each person's vote truly matters. That in America, the people have the power. But at this moment, our democracy is threatened. Republican state legislatures and governors all over the country are writing laws designed to restrict the right to vote, make it harder for tens of millions of eligible citizens to cast their ballot, and silence the American people's voice in the process. Make no mistake, this is an unprecedented, coordinated attack to make voting harder for eligible citizens and make it easier for bad actors to sabotage our future elections. In my state of Nevada, we've bucked that trend when it comes to voting rights. We've strengthened the right to vote, providing easier access to the ballot box for eligible voters while ensuring fair elections. These measures that Governor Steve Sisolak signed into law include establishing a permanent vote-by-mail system, expanding the early voting period and making it more convenient to register and to vote. But while Nevada has moved forward to protect and strengthen voting rights, we are not immune from the attempts to sabotage it. In Nevada, the leading Republican candidate for our Secretary of State stated that he would have refused, I repeat, would have refused to certify President Biden's victory in our state, even though the results were certified by a Republican Secretary of State and unanimously upheld by the Nevada Supreme Court. That same candidate opened the door to certifying alternate electors in future presidential elections in Nevada, contrary to the actual election results. And in Nevada, the leading Republican candidates for governor are promising to undo our progress and make it harder for Nevadans to vote because they refuse to accept the results of the 2020 election. They're pushing the former president's false conspiracy theories that fueled the January 6th insurrection. Attacks like these, they're a growing threat to democracy, and exactly the reason we need to act urgently. If we fail to do so here and now, new state laws will result in hours-long lines at the polls, overturned election results, and masses of disenfranchised voters. So let's talk about solutions, smart solutions. Solutions that give every eligible voter equal access to the ballot box. The Freedom to Vote Act, combined with the John Lewis Voting Right Advancement Act, meets this moment. It meets the moment we are in with our democracy in crisis. It delivers real, meaningful action. First, this bill makes it easy for people to register to vote. It does this by requiring states to allow eligible Americans to register online and on Election Day, as well as update our automatic voter registration system. This bill would also require states to accurately maintain their voter registration lists and protect voters against unwarranted purges from the voter rolls. This way, those who should be eligible to vote can do so without hassle or harassment. The Freedom to Vote Act gives Americans more choices on when and how they can legally vote through national standards for early in-person voting, expanded mail-in voting, and finally, making Election Day a national holiday. Because even if you're a hardworking American who's busy working long hours or looking after your children, caring for a sick relative, you should still have access to the ballot box. This bill would ensure election security and prevent partisan sabotage by requiring post-election audits and enhancing protections for election records. The Freedom to Vote Act would also take long-needed steps to end political corruption in our elections. It would accomplish this by protecting U.S. elections from foreign interference, by prohibiting false information designed to dissuade eligible voters, by promoting online ad transparency, and by putting an end to that dark money in our elections. To borrow a few words from the late Congressman John Lewis, my former colleague from the House, a legendary civil rights leader, an American hero for whom this bill is named, an inspiration to us all and to people all around the world. John Lewis said, and I quote, "The right to vote is the most powerful tool in a democracy." I'm going to repeat those words from John Lewis. Listen closely. The right to vote is the most powerful tool in a democracy. Each person's vote is their voice. It's every citizen's opportunity to weigh into what matters most to them, for their family, for their community, for their country, for the world. It matters. It is fundamental to our democracy, to the very definition of what it means to be an American citizen. For each and every one of us to stand up, to stand tall, to get to the ballot box, be able to vote the way we choose and have the assurance that our vote is counted. It matters. Each person matters. And so, if the Senate cannot move forward on this critically important legislation under the status quo, then it is time to reform the rules to restore the Senate to pass this legislation. Because only then can we protect our democracy's future and secure the freedom to vote for every eligible American, for this generation, and for the generations to come. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to oppose the Democrats' federal election takeover. The President just gave one of his rare press conferences. It was only the second one he actually gave on American soil. The White House seems to think that the cure for Joe Biden's poll numbers is more communications from Joe Biden, and the press conference went on for 1 hour and 54 minutes. Well, the White House doesn't have a communications problem. It has an agenda problem. The American people understand exactly what President Biden and Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi are trying to sell. The American people aren't buying it. Democrats don't need a message reset. They need a better agenda for the nation. What we're about to vote on tonight has nothing to do with the priorities of the American people. Has nothing to do with coronavirus. Has nothing to do with 40-year high inflation numbers which are biting into the paychecks of the American people. It has nothing to do with the crisis at the southern border, where 2 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border this year, criminals among them, drug smugglers among them, gang members among them. It's nothing to do with what's driven the president's approval numbers to an all-time low of 40%, which it is today in the Gallup poll. Democrats' number one goal, they stated at the beginning of the Congress, is to pass a federal takeover of elections. An election takeover bill was the first bill they introduced. Democrats are ignoring what the American people are demanding so that they can do what their radical fringe is demanding. Democrats want elections to be run by Washington, D.C. instead of the 50 states. The Constitution is very clear. It says the states run our elections. Well, why do they want to take over our elections? Well, Democrats want to do things like banning voter ID laws. Now, 80% of Americans believe people should have to show a photo ID in order to vote. Senator Schumer has already twice tried to cram an election takeover bill down the throats of the American public. This is the third time. So far, he has failed. So why? Why has this continued to fail? Not simply because Republicans oppose it. It's failed because the American people oppose it. The American people aren't looking for a federal government takeover of elections. A recent Gallup poll asked people what they think is the most important issue facing our country. Voting laws didn't crack the top 20. In fact, voting laws received less than 1% of the vote. It was an asterisk in the results. Democrats' scare tactics on voting laws have utterly failed. Now Democrats are so desperate to change our voting laws to their advantage that they're going to try to break the Senate. That's what they're doing now. The Senate is supposed to be, quote, the world's greatest deliberative body. Some Democrats want deliberations to end forever. Democrats claim they'll change our election laws and then they'll stop. One time only. Claim they'll only rig the game just once. Well, we all know that's not true. They can't resist the temptation to rig the U.S. Senate once. They won't resist the temptation to rig the rest of the government either. Once Democrats change the rules, there'll be no stopping them from doing everything they've ever dreamed. Pack the Supreme Court, add new states to the Union, amnesty for illegal immigrants, try to take away the guaranteed rights by the Second Amendment, you name it. If they could do it, sooner or later, they will. There's a bill in the Senate right now to add 4 new justices to the Supreme Court. 46 Democrats in the Senate have signed on to a bill for statehood for the District of Columbia. It's almost the entire Democrat caucus. Democrats have also introduced a bill to give statehood to Puerto Rico. If these bills become law, Democrats know they'll get 4 more Democrat senators permanently. One change to the Senate rules, and America would have a permanent one-party rule. Don't take my word for it on amnesty either. Just months ago, Democrats tried to pass amnesty for 6.5 million illegal immigrants. That's greater than the population of 32 of our 50 states. Amnesty of this magnitude would permanently remake our electorate. New York City has already granted the right to vote to illegal immigrants. Democrats break the rules of the Senate in order to change the rules. They'll pass amnesty as fast as they can. Over the past year, they have gone on record, they have sponsored the bills, yet they know that they have failed to persuade the American public to support this agenda. They know they'll never have bipartisan support to pass the radical amnesty for illegal immigrants, never have bipartisan support to ban voter identification, never have bipartisan support for taxes and punishing regulations that continue to drive up the cost of energy, never persuade the American people to support their radical, extreme, dangerous, and scary agenda. Yet, rather than change the agenda to comply with what the American people want, the Democrats want to change the rules. So desperate for this radical agenda, they're willing to destroy the Senate. Democrats have a long list of partisan bills that they'd like to pass. All of these bills have 2 things in common. They have nothing to do with improving the lives of the American people as the American people see it today, and they give more power to the Democrat politicians in Washington, D.C. Let me remind my colleagues that there is an election in November. In the last election cycle, 7 Democrats ran for president saying they would change the rules of the Senate. They all lost. Democrats who said they'd change the rules lost key Senate races in swing states, including Montana, Maine, and Kentucky. American people have spoken loud and clear. They don't want to see this Democrat power grab. American people want us to focus on their priorities. It's up to them to tell us what's important to them. And what we're hearing loud and clear from the American public, it's coronavirus, it's inflation, it's national security, it's crime, it's securing the border. Not a bigger power grab for politicians. The Democrats in this body seem to have forgotten the people that they were elected to serve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Who seeks recognition? The senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, as today's debate begins to wind down, I want to rise to join those who have called for the passage of the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Years ago, when the United States was in the early stages of conflict in Vietnam, I was fortunate to win a Navy ROTC scholarship to attend Ohio State. During my freshman year there, as spring break approached, our commanding officer called in a bunch of us freshmen, midshipmen, to say, and he said, "I got a deal for you. How would you like to have an all-expenses-paid trip to Quantico, Virginia over spring break?" And that's where the Marine officers trained after going to college. We all raised our hands and said, "Count us in." On our way, one day off, we had 5 days in Quantico and more. One day off, we took a train to Union Station in Washington, D.C., just 3 or 4 blocks from here. And from there, most of my fellow midshipmen found their way to watering holes in Georgetown. I chose to visit Capitol Hill. It's a place I'd never been. That day, I walked up Delaware Avenue and past this building, somehow find my way into the Rayburn House office building, just a short distance from where we're gathered today. I walked up to a security officer there and asked if there are any hearings underway that I might try to sit in on. He said, "Yep." He directed me to a long line leading to the House Judiciary Committee room. And after a long wait, I finally had the chance to find a seat and watch in person the debate over what would later become the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I was glued to that seat for hours, mesmerized by what I said and what I heard. Later, back on the train to Quantico that evening, my friends asked me what I had found on Capitol Hill and that day, and I told them I thought I may have found my future. And as it turned out, I did. That day and in the days to come, those hearings, inspired by the civil rights movement, forced a spotlight on the discriminatory state laws that had made it nearly impossible for many black Americans to vote 100 years after the end of the Civil War. Years earlier, my sister and I had grown up in Danville, Virginia, the last capital of the Confederacy. There we saw racial discrimination up close and personal. Even as children, we knew it was wrong, and we knew it had to change. Sitting in Rayburn years later, I found the place where I thought, just maybe, I might be able to help do something to right that wrong. Nearly 18 years later, since sitting in that hearing room, after I'd finished my studies and completed my 3rd deployment to Southeast Asia as a naval flight officer during the Vietnam War, I found myself back on Capitol Hill in these halls, this time serving alongside of John Lewis in the House of Representatives. And after years of blatant discrimination and voter suppression, specifically targeted at black Americans, we began to witness change. It came slowly at first, and then more quickly. Thanks to the tireless efforts of people like our friend John Lewis, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 gained increasingly popular bipartisan support over the years. In fact, as we've heard earlier, by 2006, the vote to extend the Voting Rights Act was unanimous. Imagine that, 98-0. Think about it, 98-0. And today, 16 of the Republican colleagues who voted for it, among those 98, are still here. Given that history, however, it's almost unbelievable to think that the right to vote is under attack once again in many parts of our country. Today, in states across America, state legislators and some governors are seeking to enact a wave of voter restrictions, many of them with the sole purpose of making it harder to vote, often specifically targeting Black Americans. In 2021 alone, 19 states passed some 34 laws restricting the right to vote. How? Well, by allowing partisan observers to intimidate independent poll workers in Texas, by pulling drop boxes and ballot applications out of the hands of voters and imposing penalties for poll workers in Florida who are just trying to do their jobs. In Georgia, it's okay to make the poll lines longer and longer, but you can't bring food or water to the voters who wait in them, sometimes for hours, to vote. Hours. We know that in many parts of America, Black voters have to wait in lines for twice as long as white voters to cast their ballots. Twice as long. And in some places for up to 6 hours. That's not just morally wrong, and it's an assault on who we are as a people. How can we look at what's happening and not ask, for God's sake, can't we do better than this? Indeed, we must. Let me leave you with one idea that worked in 1965 and just might work again in 2022. You know, every day across our country, Americans gather in places of worship. Every major religion in the world relies on one common principle that bolsters our connection to each other. The Golden Rule. The idea that we should love our neighbor as ourselves. The idea that we ought to treat people the way we want to be treated. Most Americans would be surprised to learn that admonition is repeated almost weekly in multiple Bible studies and prayer breakfasts that are regularly held here on Capitol Hill throughout the year. It's a shared belief across religious, ethnic, and party lines that the person across from us is just as valuable as us, just as deserving of love and dedication as we are and our loved ones are. In 1965, the Golden Rule was a foundational principle for equality in the Voting Rights Act. Congress was guided by it. In fact, every major religion on this planet embraces it. I don't care if you're Protestant, Catholic, Jew, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, and it goes on. The Golden Rule is in your teachings, in your beliefs. And you hear it here in this body, in this building, week in and week out. Maybe, just maybe, it's about time for us to rely on it once again in this land of the free as we seek to connect our values and our faith to our actions. Most of us will recall that both Dr. King and the preamble of our Constitution called on us to work to make this a more perfect union and fulfill the promise of our founders that all men and women are created equal. And while across our country today, we're seeing a growing wave of voter restrictions, I'm reminded of what Martin Luther King said many years ago. He said this, he said, "Only when it's dark enough can we see the stars." Think about it. Only when it's dark enough can we see the stars. And sometimes it's only when we are tested as a nation that our true spirit shows itself. I pray that this is just one such time. So while none of us hoped to ever face these challenges in our democracy, to our democracy in the year 2022, perhaps we can take some comfort in knowing that someone else has walked this path before us. All these years later, we feel that fierce urgency of now that Dr. King spoke of 5 years before, providing us both with a moral blueprint and the encouragement to do something with that. As I close, let me just say, having said all that, let me reiterate that this is not a time to wait and dawdle. Congress needs to regroup. When we leave this building this week, and then act with the same sense of urgency as an earlier Congress did in 1965 when it passed the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act in order to better protect the sacred right to vote and uphold the sanctity of our electoral processes. The legislation before us today seeks to make clear what we as a nation aspire to be. It makes clear that no one who is eligible should be denied the sacred right to vote. Let me close, colleagues, by observing that in the end, we can quote Dr. King and praise my friend John Lewis until the cows come home. But when Americans' sacred right to vote is on the line, it's our responsibility to uphold our oath to the Constitution and get on with it. I don't know. I never knew Dr. King. I knew John Lewis, know him well, love him. But I don't know if Dr. King or John Lewis were fans of Mark Twain. I am. And I want to close by paraphrasing the words of Mark Twain. And this is that paraphrase. When in doubt, do what's right. You'll amaze your friends and confound your enemies. Well, friends, time has come to do just that, to do both of those things. And that's why no barrier should stand in the way of our sacred obligation to protect this democracy. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the current voting rights proposals, or so-called voting rights proposals that the Democrats are proposing, are not about increasing access to the ballot box. According to the Washington Post, the 2020 election saw the highest voter turnout in 120 years, and 94% of the voters said that voting was easy. These bills are really a power grab that would circumvent and federalize our entire elections process, stripping states of their constitutional authorities. These power grabs would force taxpayers to pay for political campaigns, expand the practice of ballot harvesting, prohibit important voter ID laws, keep deceased people and those who have moved out of the area on registration rolls, and federalize election laws, which would violate the U.S. Constitution's clear directive that states administer the elections. To name just a few. Article 1, Section 4 of the United States Constitution delegates election processes to the states. This is a union of 50 states. States are the best equipped to implement and enforce election policies that protect the integrity of all future elections. And although many who've spoken today would have you believe that the states across this nation are seeking to violate the rights of American citizens and restrict their access to voting, the laws that are being proposed and adopted by the states are doing just the opposite. They are helping to expand voter access and improve security at the polls. There are a lot of myths and untruths running rampant because the Democrats seem to want the public to think there is this widespread voter suppression in Republican-led states, which there is not. A couple of myths and the facts. Myth: Republican state legislatures are enacting laws that will roll back early voting. The fact is that the states are expanding early voting. Georgia's bill, for example, which has been attacked, allows for and provides for, mandates 17 days of early voting, with 2 additional optional Sundays of early voting. The list goes on. Arizona allows 26 days. Iowa allows 20 days. Texas, another state that has been attacked, allows 17 days. The fact is the states are expanding early voting. Myth: states are implementing voter ID for vote by mail in order to disenfranchise voters. The facts: as vote by mail is increasing in the states, and the states are implementing some of the same safeguards that are used for in-person voting to ensure a secure election, such as voter ID, which the legislation before us seems to want to prohibit. Recent polls show that 80% of the people support being required to show ID in order to vote, including 62% of Democrats. Myth: prohibiting ballot harvesting and requiring people to vote in their own correct precinct constitute discrimination, outlawed by the Voting Rights Act. Fact: in a recent Supreme Court case, the court ruled 6-3 against this claim. Arizona law mandates that voters must vote in their assigned precinct, and those who vote early by mail cannot have anyone other than a household member, a family member, a caregiver, a postal worker, or an elections official collect their ballot. In other words, supervised ballot collection. This law effectively bans the practice of ballot harvesting. The Democrats seem to want to expand, even mandate ballot harvesting in the legislation we are being asked to support tonight. Myth: states are improperly purging eligible voters from their voter rolls. Fact: states are taking reasonable measures to ensure their voter rolls are accurate, which makes elections more efficient and fair. States are simply implementing a time-honored practice of cleaning up voter lists, removing voters who have died or who have moved or who have been declared incompetent by a court or convicted of a felony. A time-honored practice in many of the states across this nation. Myth: recent changes in Georgia to prevent people from giving bottles of water is inhumane and targets minority communities. Fact: the law allows poll workers to set up self-serve water stations for voters to use. The statute prevents political organizations from giving people in line things like meals, water, or gifts. Once again, this is a long time honored practice in our states. This law of anti-electioneering or anti-vote buying is standard practice in many states, including many of my colleagues' blue states like New York, New Jersey, and President Biden's home state of Delaware. So let's get on to the filibuster. The argument is, since the Republicans won't accept these wrong-directed reforms, so-called reforms of our election laws, that we should eliminate the filibuster in the Senate. That is the last thing that should be done in the Senate. President Biden himself has argued against eliminating the filibuster, and according to a recent report, Democrats used that filibuster over 300 times in 2020. In 2005, then Senator Joe Biden gave a passionate floor speech defending the Senate filibuster, saying that this is a key procedural tool and ending it would eviscerate the Senate and do a disservice to the country and would upset the constitutional design. In another floor speech, then Senator Biden further argued the reason Republicans in Congress were attempting to end the filibuster was because they controlled every level of government. He went on to point out that the reason to have the filibuster rule was so that when one party controls all levers of government, one man or one woman can stand on the floor of the Senate and resist the passions of the moment. Again, in 2005, Senator Chuck Schumer also said that eliminating the filibuster would be a doomsday for democracy. That would turn our country into a, in his words, banana republic. Former Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia wrote about preserving the filibuster. We've heard it many times today. He said, "We must never, ever tear down the only wall, the necessary fence that this nation has against the excesses of the executive branch and the resultant haste and tyranny of the majority." He went on to say the Senate has been the last fortress of minority rights and freedom of speech in this republic for more than 2 centuries. And he said, "I pray that senators will pause and reflect before ignoring that history and tradition in favor of the political priority of the moment." As Leader McConnell quoted on the floor yesterday, the smallest majority we've seen in our politics is trying to change the rules for how people get elected in every state. You may recall Republicans were asked to do this exact thing when we controlled every lever of government. And we refused to make that change because of the importance of the filibuster to this institution. Eliminating or weakening the legislative filibuster would destroy the intentional design of the Senate by the world's most deliberative body. It would allow any small majority in the Senate to strip the voice of millions of Americans considered in the minority. Removing the ability to filibuster legislation would reduce the incentive for the Senate to forge broad agreements and force further debate, and would likely increase divisiveness rather than efficiency. I urge my colleagues to vote against this federal takeover of our state's constitutional right to manage their own elections. and I urge my colleagues to reject this unfounded assault on the Senate filibuster. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont. Mr. President, this has been an interesting day of debate. It actually feels good to hear people really speak on an issue. As President Pro Tem, I've sat in that chair where my distinguished friend from Maine is sitting now as presiding officer. I sat there for hours today and listened to the debates and heard many I found extremely good, and then I heard some others. But I appreciate the fact that I had the opportunity as President Pro Tem to hear so many other senators in both parties speak. You know, I spoke yesterday about protecting everyone's vote on a ballot and how important that is. I know that because in my own state of Vermont, and when I first ran, it was a very Republican state. I've been on the ballot between my times as state's attorney and senator, between primaries and general elections. I've been on the ballot in Vermont 24 times. I never questioned that the ballots would be counted accurately and honestly, even though in several of the elections, 80 to 90% of the people counting the ballots were the town clerks, and they were Republicans.
Could we have order in the Senate, please? Take your conversation off the floor. Thank you.
So after those 24 times, I think I have some idea of how the Senate works. And I can also say with seniority comes a bit of experience. This is my 48th year here in the U.S. Senate. Having been elected by those same Vermonters I praise for the way they protect the sanctity of the ballot 8 times. Still the only Democrat sent to the United States Senate by the voters of Vermont. I've become the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, the former chairman and ranking member of the Judiciary and Agriculture Committee, and then honored 3 times to be elected as President pro tempore. So let me just take a couple of minutes with your indulgence, Mr. President, to talk about what the Senate was, what it has become, and what it can be again. I think my experience qualifies me to say that. My conscience compels me to say that. We each of us stand on the shoulders of giants, the senators from across the political spectrum, from around this nation to forge a path for America. They met the moment of the time not with timidity or fear, but with action, with decisiveness. Now, was the road taken an easy one? No. Was the struggle short? No. But was it worth the sacrifice, the dedication, the commitment, and yes, the compromise to meet it? Of course. But before the Senate today is the issue that's at the heart of our very government, the right to vote. The one thing we can hold sacred, no matter what party we belong to, the right to vote. Time and time again, the Constitution has been amended to expand the right to vote, not to restrict it, but to expand it. Look at the 15th Amendment, the 19th, the 24th, the 26th. These each gave greater access to the ballot box to more Americans. It furthered the shared goal that ours be the most exclusive and most democratic nation on earth. But today we do have a scourge of laws, no matter what we say on the floor. The facts are we have a scourge of laws making their way through partisan legislatures across the country. They roll back the tides of time, eroding the most fundamental right, all at a time when technology and pure common sense should tell us that voting should be a lot more accessible than it is. And coupled with a challenge from the Supreme Court that Congress affirmatively act. Remember this, the Supreme Court said, why didn't the Congress step in there and act to restore the long bipartisan Voting Rights Act? There's no more important time than now for us to meaningfully address this constitutional right, this foundational right. Now, there's some honest questions to ask here of ourselves, of each other. Do we really want to make it more difficult for Americans to vote legally and safely? Is that what democracy means to you? To me? Do we really want to allow states to make it more difficult for blue-collar workers or the poor or the disadvantaged to vote when the great advances of time and technology are there where you can easily make it easier to vote, not more difficult? Are we really going to turn back the clock to an era where state and local jurisdictions can blatantly discriminate against certain voters? Yes, people of color, minority populations, by simply rigging the systems of voting or counting or changing the map to erase the progress of generations, make meaningless the fights of lions like John Lewis, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and so many others. Is that really what we stand for in this century? Were we elected by our constituents to flatly obstruct any action in this body simply because our party is not in the majority? Or were we elected to tacitly agree with a prescribed agenda? The Senate and those who stand in it owe more to our constituents and to this nation than blind party loyalty. We owe it to the nation to do what is right. We owe it to our conscience to do what's right. Partisan disagreements, divisions, stalemates dot the pages of our young nation's history when you go back and read it. But it's the moments of bipartisanship that punctuate it. So I'd ask the question of our two leaders. Mr. Majority Leader, should we not have a real debate in these issues, with amendments unbound by deadlines or time limits? But in answering that, I also ask the Minority Leader, do we not have an obligation to Americans, your constituents and mine, to at least talk about these issues, offer honest and meaningful proposals, then vote them up or vote them down? Are we not intended to be the greatest deliberative body in the world? Probably was when I came here, but these days we surely are not. And history will remember this moment, a moment when we stood for the foundational right of our democracy, the right to vote, or we stood against it. Long have I said on this floor that the conscience of the nation rests in the United States Senate, or should. Today, each of us, is sworn to uphold the Constitution. As a member of this great body, that we must examine our conscience. We must decide whether it be the politics of exclusion or the justice of inclusion that be the indelible mark of the 117th Congress. And we must decide if the Senate envisioned by our founders can be restored. The giants, the lions of the Senate, are the members who rise above to meet these moments and have the courage to do what is right. If our job were easy, anyone could do it. But throughout history, fewer than 2,000 Americans have had the honor, the privilege, the responsibility to hold the title of the United States Senator. I've been proud to serve with 1 out of every 5 of those senators. Some I agreed with, some I disagreed with. I can say this, we, the 100 here today, are caretakers of a legacy far greater than our own. We shoulder the responsibility of a nation founded under the principle that governments are instituted among its people, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And I fear that if we let this moment, this pivotal moment, pass us by with no debate, no action, no advancement, will not only be derelict in our duty, but will betray the very oath we swore when we stood in front of the desk you're sitting in, Mr. President, and we pledged to defend the Constitution, to continue the endless goal of forming a more perfect union. We should pass the freedom to vote, the John R. Lewis Act. But we should, at the very least, have the courage to debate it. I feel such a privilege serving Vermont. I feel such a privilege to have been on the ballot 24 times in our state, because I could always trust that everybody who wanted to vote could. Today, we have the technology, we have the ability to have far more people vote. Don't we owe it to this country? Don't we owe it to our oath of office to do that? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Another senator from Vermont.
All right, we're running out of senators from Vermont. I think that's it. Mr. President, let me begin by thanking a number of my Senate colleagues who have worked so hard on this issue. Let me thank, among others, Senator Merkley, Klobuchar, Booker, Warner, King, Leahy, Durbin, Kane, and others for their efforts on this important issue. Mr. President, I will be brief because there is not a whole lot that I can add to the excellent statements that so many other senators have made, but let me just say this. For some, the issue we are debating today may seem complicated, to be understood only by lawyers, constitutional scholars, and those handful of people who actually understand the opaque rules of the U.S. Senate. So I just want to say that if that is what you think, you're wrong. What we are debating today is not complicated. It is really quite simple, and here is what it's about. Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election, period. You may have liked that result, or you may not have liked it, but he won. He won in an election that Donald Trump's own Department of Homeland Security determined to be the most secure election in American history. After the election, Trump and his supporters filed more than 60 lawsuits in state and federal courts, repeating their false claims and trying to reverse the election results. These lawsuits were rejected time and time again, including with judges that Trump himself appointed. Nonetheless, the former president continued to claim, and to this day continues to claim, despite all of the evidence, that the election was stolen and that he actually won in a landslide. Not only are his statements and actions delusional, they are worse. In repeating this big lie over and over again, he not only cast doubts about the 2020 election, but in fact, in a disgraceful and unprecedented way for a president, he is undermining the very foundations of American democracy. Shamefully, Republican leaders all across this country, including Republican members of the U.S. Senate, either repeated Trump's lies or tried to walk a very, very thin line around them. Trump's one-man dominance over the Republican Party is now so strong that few Republican officials are prepared to state openly what they know in their hearts to be true. And that is that Trump is a pathological liar and a threat to democracy in this country and our very way of life. In any case, the predictable result of all of this was that Republican governors and legislatures all over this country saw Trump's big lie and fear-mongering as an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to solidify their political positions, acting under the guise of voter integrity, despite the fact that our nation has very little voter fraud, thank God. They proceeded to pass election laws in 19 states that make it harder for people to vote, with a special focus on people of color, young people, poor people, and people with disabilities, people who might be inclined to vote against them. In many cases, they also created election districts through extreme gerrymandering that have no rationale other than to make certain that Republicans retain control over state legislatures. In other cases, they are cutting back on the authority of independent election officials and giving that power to partisan legislatures. Today, in order to address this crisis in American democracy, members of the Senate will be casting two very important votes. The first will be the Freedom to Vote Act. And this bill goes a long way to end voter suppression and, in fact, make it easier, not harder, for American citizens to vote. It establishes automatic voter registration and online voter registration. It celebrates democracy by making Election Day a national holiday so that people can vote at a time other than after work. It establishes uniform early voting and same-day registration. This bill also ends partisan gerrymandering and roots out the undue influence of special interest money in buying election. Imagine that. Imagine that. We would actually know the names of billionaires who put huge amounts of money into super PACs that buy elections. What a terrible thing. We'd actually know who these people are. This bill would also provide increased protection in the voting process for voters with disabilities, the military, overseas voters, and underserved communities, and much, much more. This is a very significant piece of legislation. Now, why would anybody be opposed to it? Why, in a nation that has a history of denying the vote to African Americans, denying the vote to Native Americans, denying the vote to women, denying the vote to low-income whites, why would any fair-minded person be in opposition to make it easier for all citizens to vote? That's what I understood when I went to elementary school. You know, you play by the rules, you do your best, sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose. That's the process. But no one ever told me that what politics is about is working overtime to try to prevent people from voting just because they might vote against you. Our job should be to increase voter turnout, make it easier for people to participate, which is what this legislation does. I want this country to have the highest voter turnout of any nation on earth, not one of the lowest. But let's be clear. This enormously important bill, a bill to protect the foundations of American democracy, will fail. It will fail because, according to Senate rules, it will require 60 votes to pass, and in a 50-50 Senate, not one Republican will vote for it. It will likely get 50 votes, which, with the vice president casting the tie-breaking vote, would be enough to pass this legislation under majority rule. It will not get 60 votes. All of which brings us to the second vote, which is really the most important vote of the day. That vote will determine whether anything we discuss today, whether any of the speeches that we give, any of the points that we actually make, will in fact become law. And that is the vote to change Senate rules and establish a talking filibuster, a process which gives the minority an enormous amount of time to object to legislation and voice their concerns. The minority, whether it is a Democratic minority or a Republican minority, would have days and days and days to slow the process down, to rally the American people around their ideas. But they would not have forever. At the end of the time allotted, a majority vote would prevail, which in my view is what a democratic society is all about. Is changing the Senate rules a radical idea? Oh my God, first time in history we're about to do it. Never been done before? Oh, well, really not quite. No, as every member of the Senate knows, the rules get changed on a fairly regular basis. Nothing radical about it. Just a few months ago, in order to raise the debt ceiling and prevent our government from defaulting on its loans, the rules were changed so that a 50-vote majority would prevail. We changed the rules appropriately, and we prevented a default and a massive worldwide depression. Just a few years ago, my Republican colleagues who were so adamantly against changing rules, well, my goodness, they changed the Senate rules to allow 50 votes to confirm the president's nominees to the Supreme Court. Oh, my goodness, how shocking. And they got 3 conservative Supreme Court justices as a result. Rules get changed around here all of the time. And maybe, just maybe, we might want to change the rules in order to save American democracy. Now, let me conclude by saying this, and I don't know if any of my other colleagues have made this point, but I will. I regard it as a very sad day for our country, and I mean this very sincerely, that not one Republican in this body is prepared to vote for this bill. Now, I understand why that is the case. I am in politics. I got it. I know who the leader of their party is. But this I do not understand. I can understand Republicans, but this I do not understand. I do not understand why 2 Democrats who presumably understand the importance of the Freedom to Vote Act, and as I understand it, will vote for the Freedom to Vote Act, are not prepared to change the rules so that that bill could actually become law. That I do not understand. If you think this bill makes sense, and if you're worried about the future of American democracy, and if you're prepared to vote for the bill, then why are you wasting everybody's time and not voting for the rule change that allows us to pass the bill? You know, it's like inviting somebody to lunch, putting out a great spread, and saying you can't eat. If you're going to vote for the bill, vote to change the rules. Mr. President, if we can change the rules to prevent a default on our national debt, if we can change the rules to confirm Supreme Court justices, we can certainly change the rules to save American democracy. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Abraham Lincoln must be turning in his grave to hear the senators from the grand old party, the party of abolition and emancipation and Reconstruction,
echoing the states' rights rhetoric of Dixiecrat segregationists to oppose federal voting rights legislation, to oppose even the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act of 1965. In 2021, just one Republican senator had the courage and principle to vote to restore the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the senator from Alaska, Senator Murkowski. Just one. For decades, the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act was bipartisan. Today, only one Republican senator will stand up for this landmark achievement of the civil rights movement. Not Senator Cornyn of Texas, who previously said the Voting Rights Act is simply the most important and most effective civil rights legislation ever passed, bar none. No longer his position. Not my friend, the senator from Maine, Senator Collins, who previously said this bill will ensure that the voting rights afforded to all Americans are protected. Not Senator Burr of North Carolina, who previously said voting rights for all American citizens, regardless of race, are granted by the 15th Amendment and enforced by the Voting Rights Act. And not the minority leader, who previously said this is a good piece of legislation which has served an important purpose over many years. And this landmark piece of legislation will continue to make a difference, not only in the South, but for all Americans and for all of us, whether we are African Americans or not. Not the minority leader, the same minority leader who said this bill eliminated the barriers to voting so that all Americans could participate in the basic opportunity each of us have. Who celebrated, quote, "We have renewed the Voting Rights Act periodically since that time, overwhelmingly and on a bipartisan basis year after year, because members of Congress realize that this is a piece of legislation that has worked." No more. Not in 2022. Only one Republican senator stood up to support the Voting Rights Act of 1965. When Congressman John Lewis and Hosea Williams and Amelia Boynton and hundreds of others marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, when John Lewis had his skull fractured on that bridge for daring to demand the right to vote for Black Americans in the American South, it was the example of their courage and their sacrifice that paved the way for passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. As my colleague, my brother, Senator Reverend Warnock, has often observed, when Congressman Lewis passed, there were many in this chamber on both sides who rightly celebrated his towering achievements and his legacy. But I speak for the state of Georgia when I say, do not invoke Congressman Lewis' name to signal your virtue while you work to erode his legacy and defy his will. I've heard a lot from our Republican colleagues about the recently passed election law in the state of Georgia. Let's be very clear. There is no one in Georgia on either side of the aisle who doubts or does not understand precisely what its purpose is. Forbidding voter registration for runoff elections. Driving down the early vote period during decisive runoffs to drive up lines at majority Black precincts. As he used to say, John Lewis didn't give a little blood on that bridge that day so that black Georgians would have to wait 8 times longer to vote than white Georgians. John Lewis didn't give a little bit of blood on that bridge that day so that state legislatures across this country could pass legislation surgically targeted to make it harder for some people to vote. All for partisan power. In the state of Georgia, where now partisan election officials can step in and throw out locally elected election boards to change who can vote and where they can vote. This in the aftermath of a well-known incident when the former President of the United States threatened Georgia's Secretary of State with criminal prosecution if he didn't, quote, find 11,000 votes that were never cast for Donald Trump. The facts of the former president's efforts to seize re-election despite his defeat are well known. He and his lieutenants mounted an unprecedented campaign to retain power based on a torrent of lies that have grievously wounded public confidence in our elections. And it was only thanks to the integrity of our laws and our courts and principled election officials and the will of Congress, the will of this Senate, Mr. President, to ensure the peaceful transition of power in the face of a violent assault on the U.S. Capitol, that this conspiracy was defeated. So now this faction seeks to dismantle precisely those bulwarks which prevented their onslaught from succeeding. The choice is ours, whether we will allow them to do so. We in the United States Congress, Madam Vice President, have the constitutional authority to make the laws with respect to the administration of federal elections. We in the United States Senate have an obligation to defend the legacy of Congressman John Lewis, to stand up for the sacred franchise, to secure equal access to the ballot for every single American voter so that this country can continue its journey toward full realization of our founding ideals. I yield the floor, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President.
The Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We have been summoned here by history. This is not just another routine day in the Senate. This is a moral moment in America. And I recall the words of that great American patriot and prophet, Martin Luther King Jr., whose birthday all of us just observed. As he agonized over the difficulty and complexity of that moral moment, Dr. King said, "History has thrust something upon me from which I cannot turn away." We have been summoned here. All of us. We cannot turn away. And this is no time for politics as usual. The times cry out for moral leadership, for integrity, for empathy, and for care for one another, for deep investment in the covenant that we have with one another as an American people. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. What a grand doctrine. What a noble idea, which our country has been striving to reach with fits and starts with setbacks and comebacks since the day of its founding. This is one of those moments we cannot turn away. We cannot hide from history. And I am truly honored to stand here with all of you, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, in this moment. And on this, my 365th day as a member of the United States Senate, the most consequential deliberative body on the planet, striving again for greatness. I was elected from Georgia on January 5th. What an honor to represent the people of the state of Georgia. And what a great nation. A kid from the Caton Homes housing projects. The first college graduate in my family of 12. My folks are both preachers. They read the scriptures, be fruitful and multiply. But this kid who grew up in poverty, now serving in the United States Senate, only the 11th black senator in the whole history of our nation. And during that same time, Georgia also elected its first Jewish senator, my brother John Ossoff. And I believe that somewhere in glory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel are smiling because they marched together. Rabbi Heschel said that when he marched with Dr. King, he felt like his legs were praying. And so what a moment. I won after a hard-fought election. And the next morning, I was feeling pretty good. My mother, who grew up in Waycross, Georgia, picking cotton as a teenager, had joined with other Georgians in record voter turnout, and the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton helped to pick her youngest son to be a U.S. Senator. Only in America is my story even possible. I was on several of the morning shows talking about what the people of Georgia had achieved, and I was feeling pretty good that morning. Man, I was on The View talking to Whoopi Goldberg. But by lunchtime, the news alerts on my phone began to buzz. Something was happening in the Capitol. And we all know the rest of that sad and tragic story. A violent assault on our nation's capital, driven by the big lie. Ugly words, signs, and symbols of racism and anti-Semitism. An effort to stop the legal certification of an election, and in spite of those who want to hide, sadly, January 6th really did happen. And we must face up to it. We cannot hide from history. January 6th happened, but here's the thing. January 5th also happened. Georgia, a state in the old Confederacy, sent a black man and a Jewish man to the Senate in one fell swoop. Our nation has always had a complicated history, and I submit to you that here's where we are. We are swinging from a moral dilemma. We are caught somewhere between January 5th and January 6th. Between our hopes and our fears. Between bigotry and beloved community. And in each moment, we, the people, have to decide which way are we going to go.
Well, hello, everybody. You know when you get to that point of just, okay, that's about as much bullshit as I could take for a day? Well, I just got to there listening to this moron speak about stuff. So I've decided I'm not even going to wait until 8 o'clock. I'm going to go live. So bear with me a few seconds. I'm going to end all the social media feeds to start new ones. So what I need you to do right now is click up on my name or wherever it is and just wait for a new video that's going to start in about 2 minutes. Everyone else, enjoy this nice music while you wait.